Hello there, everyone. We salute you again. Thank you for joining us for this great show on Tembe TV. I trust you are good out there. Yes, the UDA numbers fail again on the floor of the House. And there is push and pull. And it appears that today all the trees are slippery for the monkey. What is happening and what next for UDA and their numbers? I want us to get into the studio and be able to discuss that. I believe you have something to say on what is happening right now on the floor of the House. The Parliament has been in session since morning, and it looks like they are not relenting. Where is the next? Who is going to be the first one to blink? Please let us know. Get into the studio and let us talk as we continue to look at the UDA and their numbers. It is alarming that we seem to be caught up into our own words. And we are forced to kind of eat our own words when it comes to these UDA numbers. So tell me, what do you think? Does UDA have numbers or they just have threats? Are they going to make good their threat, or all they have is empty words? Come in the studio using the link in the comments and let us get talking. Things are hot all day long, but we trust all is going to end up well. Kenya is bigger than all of us. It's our responsibility to chaperone over this great country and see to it that is given the required leadership. So let us all weigh everybody in the balance and be able to come to right conclusion on who is who where. Dan Bundi, how are you? Dan Bundi, you unmute.
Yeah, are you getting me?
Yes, we can get you. How are you?
I'm good, sir. Mr. Mutembe, I've been watching this drama in Parliament. I'm very happy to say that today I'll sleep happy man. Like you see now, people have been singing 160 MPs against 40 against 50. And I see and I can see from far, once the Parliament will be dissolved, things will never be the same again. Now they should continue. Go to get their salaries and handouts from Karen. I don't know whether this time around they will get enough payment, because Ruto must be a very angry man. Na sisi wengine tunalala na viatu leo, tunalala na viatu.
Malipo imelipwa lakini matokeo hakuna.
Matokeo hakuna. Sasa tunaongoja ngine unajua simemwa huko Eldoret, yani simemwa pale Kakamega ndio mkutano isifanyike. Unga imesidi Machi kule, AZIMIO inaongoja pale tutangasiwe na Tuori. Yani mambo kila mahali ya ngacha. Unaona pale Mau leo tena watu wa Mau tena wamesema sisi tunataka kuwa kwa serikali. Yule chama walitudanganya wakafanya tukachukia Raila bure. Na yani mambo kweli kuna ugongo umesatilika kweli.
Sawa sawa, thank you Dan, tuendelee kuongea. Lazima tulinde hii injini yetu. Elisha,
Kabisa
vipi?
kabisa.
Yes, Ben. Hi. It's been long.
Yes, it's been long. How are you doing?
I'm well, okay, and back to Nairobi.
Karibu Nairobi. Umetuletea nini?
Kule kulikuwa joto jingi na mvua nyingi pia. Alafu kusota pia kwingi. Atlas wamemaliza nchi.
Turekebisha uchumi.
Itabidi.
Sawa.
Nashukuru sana kwa kuwa nimeona leo numbers sijui ni zimebaki letters peke yake, NU MVERS ama ni kweli.
No numbers.
No numbers. The good thing UDA sycophants have actually is big mouth and very nice voices. They are good at shouting, threatening, and claiming to have the numbers, to have the ground, kunyoroshana. Sasa sahi wameanza kupostpone numbers zao, wanasema tutawanyorosha kwa ground hata mkitushinda hapa. The truth is Ruto and these allies, in fact they are not opposing like we used to see. Raila used to oppose some government policies na idea na ideology ambayo ilikuwa na direction. They actually opposing just for the sake of we don't want this thing, kwa sababu imeletwa na watu wa Azimio la Umoja. Tutaki, there is nothing good in it. And if you do not have a basis upon which you are setting up a ground to oppose an idea, kama huna base, kama huna facts, you will always lose. Alafu in this game I think they have my feelings, wako na feelings mingi sana, inawasumbua kwa sababu ya feelings. Wanaonyesha tu nani. Yani mtu naona Ngunjiri, Kimani, Ichungwa, they just want to waste time to express vile they are not happy, they are not okay with the Azimio thing. Uhuru and Raila beat them 10-0 kitambo sana. Unaona sasa mzee alikuwa Kwale, yeye anaendelea na vitu zingine tofauti, kwa sababu anajua kwingine ishaisha, imekwisha, and there is no way you can get that ship back. Ilishang'oa nanga. So I can say Azimio, they have the numbers na wako tayari. I'm told hata wao walitembea na take away food kwa magari zao. They were ready for everything, and they are still ready. Hata ikiitwa kesho, they are still ready. And I'm also happy, kumbe Mbadi amekuwa akienda training ya boxing. I didn't know. He is very good at it.
Home training kwa Arati.
Yeah, amejaribu leo, ilikuwa kwa media kabisa, kwa sababu wajua nilikuambia ukienda kwa game na ma feelings mtachapwa tu na Wigan, na nyinyi ni club kubwa, mtachapwa mabao tu kwa sababu uko na feelings. You want to like force a win. You are opposing that team but not with the intention to win. You just want to frustrate, to haribu.
Hiyo mambo ilifanya nikapeti na timu nyingine ndogo naitwa Real Madrid nikapoteza 3-3. Hata nimeambia bibi leo.
Pole.
Asante.
Ulikuwa kwa hii timu ya Hustlers?
Nilifanya betting kwa timu ya Real Madrid. Ilikuwa inacheza na kati mwingine kadogo. Kalikuwa kamepewa 120 shillings against 99 shillings. Nikaona nikiweke 300 nitapata 60,000.
My feelings ni kama yule mwenye ametuambia
Riali ikapigwa mbao, Riali first half ilikuwa imepigwa 4.
you see this the same time my feelings the same time my feelings ndio hizo unasikia tunaambiwa hatuwezi kuwa na Bukungu tu. And Bukungu too has a lot of meaning, especially in the whole country. Let me tell you. If you noticed very well, after Kasarani, it was like a Luya moment. The songs, you know, the priorities, everything. And now after Kasarani, we are going to Bukungu to do what? Is a declaration. Now umeona everything is up. Vile ndugu yangu wamesema Mau Forest, Mau Narok imeamuka. Mzee ako Kwale anapanga. Umeona Bukungu, it's ready. We just waiting. Uhuru naye anangojea kulaunch barabara ya kutoka Rironi mpaka wapi Mau Summit. Meaning there is something. And if Kenyans are very smart, they should be very keen and not make mistakes zile walifanya kuelect watu kama kina Sonko. The same people ndio wanataka kuelect tena kina Ruto. We will have a country that is funny. Kenya will be like what Nairobi has been. Go to town right now, you see what Badi has done after kubadilisha uongozi na kuinstall a leadership that has a purpose. So we are waiting to be shocked at what UDA is claiming they have the numbers. Hata kwa ground, hata wakilipa our wanaitwa nani hawa utafiti, wanapewa pesa mingi kusema someone is ahead. Pollsters. Those are just companies ambazo they are out to frustrate our minds as Kenyans. To imagine ya kwamba
conclude so that everybody keep their opening remarks tusonge mbele.
Ninashukuru kwa sababu mimi vile ndugu yangu amesema kuanzia leo tunaanza kulala na viatu. Tutafungua mwaka tukiwa na viatu, yani hazitachafuka. Mbadi ametuwekea kabro Nairobi, si umeona?
Thank you, sir.
Karibu.
Yes, Sam, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you guys?
We are great. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. I've been watching this thing, the debate going on in the parliament for the last 3 hours, 4 hours.
Yes.
Mimi nimetoka tu kazi saa hizi. Hapa kwetu ni saa 3 na dakika 7 na dakika 5 hivi. So nashindwa saa 5 bado parliament inaendelea. Anyway, since this morning, whatever has been going on, but the one thing which I'm a little bit ashamed, nimekuwa ashamed, sababu I've been watching with my workmates. Unajua uzunguni, they value whoever is in the parliament, they value very much. Because those are the people who can make laws. So I was watching with my workmates, women and men, the young generation, my professors. So whatever happened in the parliament this afternoon was a little bit shameful. Not even for Kenyans who are back home for the nation, but somebody who call himself a Kenyan, whatever he is in the whole of this earth. Anyway, it's the work of a politician. Politics is a dirty game. Anyway, whatever they are going to, whoever is going to, I don't mean whoever is going to win, but what I mean, whatever they are going to rectify or amend, may be good for the people of Kenya. So it depends, because those who are lawmakers, they have more, not I cannot say more experience, but they have more knowledge, because on their background they have people who can advise them in the various issues and whatever is going on. So I can say Constitution is a living document which has to be amended time to time according to various issues that pertain to the citizen of the country. Anyway, I don't want to dwell myself on the issues of who is going to win, who will me. What I just want to say is the Kenyans are going to win in either way. About the politics, I don't want to say Ruto is going to make a good politician or going to make a good president. Neither do I want to dwell to say that Prime Minister Odinga is going to make a good president or a good politician. These are the people who know themselves, each other. They know each other more than us. So we who are just an ordinary people, we don't know where they started, how they departed each other, how they ventured their own ways. We're just out of the way. We're just guessing. Those of us who were watching them or discussing here, we are just spectators. The game changers are those people who are there, up there. Those people who are looking, or who are searching for their leadership. So it's for us as a citizen to listen to them, try to weigh the way they talk, their narrative, try to digest and see if and when. When I say if and when, means if it's negative, when it's positive. If and when they can try to convince us that they are going to make changes, not for them, but for us and the future generation of this country. So, gentleman, Mr. Elisha, I heard you saying about Badi and whoever was they were trying to see who is the best matchmaker. But it's a shameful to us, not to them. To them, it is a normal thing. To us, those who are going to elect them, we are a little bit ashamed. But anyway, that's how it is. I don't want to dwell on that one because they know themselves. Today they can do whatever they want. Tomorrow they are sitting together and laughing and drinking whatever the coffee or whatever tea or whatever they are meeting at their places, wherever they are meeting. So, gentlemen, the only thing I can say is that we have to see what are we going to do in the next 20 years, 30 years, if and when God is willing us to live that long, or that 50 years. So we have to make a little bit of changes. We don't have to dwell on the past. I know the past history is the future. So we have to see how we are going to change the next generations for all of us. By saying so, it doesn't mean that the politics shouldn't be put inside. I mean, the politics is part of life. It's part of discussion. It's part of challenges. What are you? Whatever the politicians are doing, they are trying to challenge the lives that we are now, the people or the citizens are undergoing. If we see, if we reflect maybe 20 years, 30 years ago, and now, we see a little bit of changes which has been undergoing on. Is this change is going to be the same in the same pattern in the long run, or is it going to be in a different way? So for us as voters, or for us who are going to be, we are employee to employers. We are employers to employees. Are we going to change our employees so that they can try to make what we think is going to make changes for us? Or are we going to employ the same people who are singing the same song day in, day out, that they are not going to change and say, well, I'm going to make this one tomorrow, or I'll make it
Yes,
the next
sir.
day. Yes, sir.
Sam,
Yeah.
observe time, observe.
Yeah.
Sam, please
Okay.
observe time.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to just put a little bit of small issues, but anyway, let me give a little bit of time. Whoever has a question maybe can like to ask me, so I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. I want
Yeah.
us to have questions right now until everybody has given their opening remarks. Let's go straight to James. How are you, James? James 1, are you still there? James, unmute.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes, you're still counting UDA numbers. How many are they now?
These people, they have been cheating us for a very long time. But you know now, propaganda has its lifespan. And in politics, you can't rely on perception for all the times. The truth will always come out. It's now very clear that the numbers don't add up. And what we have been fed most about is perception. And it is coming out in a most round way. Even right now, I am sure those across the country, their supporters, the so-called supporters, the hustlers, have started now seeing kumbe, things are not as they have always been made to believe they are. In fact, I believe that this is could now accelerate the downward trend of this so-called party, because you see, people have this spiral theory effect where once people in their natural form like to associate with a winning side. So UDA has been making people believe that they are headed for victory, but the reality has started coming out indifferently. This combined with the recent opinion polls will only accelerate the downward trend and make those who are undecided, because I believe those undecided are waiting to see which side takes the weight so that they can follow suit, the spiral effect. So I believe this is one of the worst days for the Udanistan. That's what I hear it's called. And they'll have to go back to the drawing board if they are going to cope with the politics that are coming. But most interestingly is to find out most of those MPs, the areas they came from, because also that could bust the myth of a national party, as they have made people believe that they are. It is most likely that you are going to find this is just two regions in the country, which now could also bring yet another disadvantage to this party. Today, it is also coming out clearly the violence they have been talking about is not a preserve of one political party. It is a culture that is entrenched in some of them. And that is why when they were unable to debate clearly on points, they resorted to other extra parliamentary activities, making noise, filibustering, and all manner of disruptive activities to try to prevent a debate to its conclusion. So those who are in doubt that this is a party that perhaps is built on what I would call quicksand, today I think is one of the days that has proved that to be the case. I hope those on this platform today who are UDA supporters will be able to explain to us what happened to the numbers. Because what we have been hearing, even up to last week, is that this is the largest party with 160 members of parliament, which has not come to be. Numbers cannot be hidden. The numbers will manifest every time there is a political contest. And most interesting today is that some of the MPs who have never spoken were seen in parliament, like the one that had judo exercise with Mbadi. He actually said he has never seen him. He thought it was a stranger in the house. So I I hope the Kenyans know the kind of people they are electing, because when you elect people who do not show up in parliament to come and debate things that make people's lives better, they only appear when they have been given a cue by their political master. Then there is a problem there. It does not reflect the kind of image that they have been given, that they will be sensitive about the people, the so-called hustlers. These are people who disappear and only appear when they have been given a cue. It was also very interesting to see one Oscar Sundi today at least make a statement, and more interesting using English, which has not been heard before. And it also brings to a point where he says that the parliament is for hindrance. I don't know what he was doing today in parliament, if what he was doing was hindering. So let's wait and see. But it's a very interesting scenario. And I can only predict that this could mark yet another downturn for this so-called self-declared national party. Thank you.
Hello, Bernard. How are you? Good morning, everyone. It's almost morning anyway. Bernard,
Rupia, you're out of order. Rupia,
are you going?
what's your problem?
31st, are you going to Bukungu?
I have already arrived. That's why you see my background is different.
Rupia is out of order. I think
Rupia.
he should follow protocol here. And there are people who came ahead of him.
Now, who is that? Andy, relax where you are. Andy, I marked the time you came. I will give you a chance to speak. So, Jim,
it's not the right time to talk about Bukungu Stadium.
I'm done. Is there any question?
Order Andy. Order Andy, please. Okay.
I'm ready for any question.
Okay. Thank you, James. Let's go to who? Derek. After Derek is Andy, then Jared, then Promise. Derek, we can't hear you clearly.
I hope I'm...
Sorry? Yes, Derek, your audio is...
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, Derek. Okay, that's better. It's not clear.
Oh, now is it now?
Okay. That's better.
Okay, so I think so much. The discussion is good, and this in sharing together concerning the incident that has taken place today. Actually, I always like analyzing the topic of the day, and for us today, we have a UDA number on the floor. That is the best time I can refer it, dead on arrival. Just to say a little concerning the result that has to come out, it is clear that what normally numbers news and to write has come open, and the old world were able to see the result, and for those who are keen enough, you were able to see even some of the UDA members supporting the handshake team, of which it was even something that people were not even expecting. Like you were able to see Ngirisi, who was a strong supporter of UDA. When it came to the parliament of today, she voted in favor of the handshake team. And it is not for the first time these people, they are coming back to support the handshake team. Not only Grisi, but you also remember Dr. Soro, who was not even in the parliament. But to surprise, DP offered Chopper so that he can be allowed to vote all the way from Kisii. You know, Soro was not in the parliament. But when they realized that now things are now not well, he ordered, and he was lifted, lifted from Kisii to Nairobi, just to add numbers. Someone being lifted from Kisii, that is Osoro, and everyone was able to see all the way from Kisii to Nairobi. in the name of adding vote. And by doing this, the votes were not even there. They were able to cast something like 180, 118. There were 118 votes total. And then the handshake team getting over 150. And actually, the actual votes, if you can do the comparison of the votes that were casted today in the parliament, you know, these MPs, the people we elect in the parliament, they're the one that determines what comes from the area. Like now, if Ngirisi, who was one of the member of parliament, was a strong supporter of UDA, she now turns back and vote in favor of handshake. What can this tells you? It tells you that indeed the entire region where Ngirisi is managing, they will automatically come back and vote the handshake team. And that's a big win for us as team AZIMIO la UMOJA. But there's something that I had to add before I conclude. Today I had got few issues because it is a win on my side and I must be happy. I have to get time to sleep because I'm celebrating the win. There is this incident. Whereby the Turkana West member of parliament was rioting, forcing the speaker that they want to see the names against the vote casted. You can imagine. He was demanding for votes. He was demanding for the result that he see the names against the vote that are counted. And you know, this forced the speaker to tell him that even if you jump 20 meters high, you won't threaten me, you see? So, you know, when these people realize that now they have got the lack numbers, there's no quorum on their side, they were causing chaos. And that is why you were able to see Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo punching someone on the face, you see? Because they were disorganized, the man was wasting time, and then he did a mistake by trying to bite Honorable Ngongo. And that is why he made Ngongo to be chased away from parliament, of which it was not even good for us. Why he chased Mbadi in the parliament, of which he was defending himself, you see? So, Mr. Bernard, to myself, we are on the right track. And this one is a big win on our side. And we'll continue supporting AZIMIO la UMOJA. And from where I am, I'm in Kirinyaga currently. I'm very happy because Grisi has also joined me in supporting. And expect more and more. You know, Baba will be addressing people of the Western region. And there were some goons trying to prevent him from the meeting that is organized by Honorable Atwoli. And Atwoli has said he has bought a 5 million machine that will detect any person who will be trying to interfere with the meeting. So to the team AZIMIO la UMOJA, with us, you are well armed, we are ready, and we don't have any problem. And may God bless you, Mr. Bernard. Anyone with a question will ask me later. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you, Derek.
Bernard.
Thank you. And I just want to make it clear that there is no, we don't support any form of violence against anyone. and it's not something that is praiseworthy. But I want everybody to go slow about the same, so that we are all have a clear understanding of the values that govern us as a people. Respect for one another and respect for what belongs to another person is important. You meet people online and you begin to call them names. That means you are bringing us a problem. You don't meet strangers and begin to insult them, brand them with some names. So there are people on the comment section who are trying to cross the line. You know that the verdict is off. So that's not a threat, that is a reality. Respect people, respect this channel. There are so many channels on YouTube, and join any of them, but you don't come here to begin to insult people. Thank you very much. Twende moja kwa moja kwa Andy.
Bernard.
Sam, hold on. Let's hear from Andy first.
Okay, thank you.
Bernard.
Yes, Andy, your volume is low.
Yes. How are you doing?
I'm great.
Let me start by Bernard.
Yes. Tuambie namba za UDA zinaenda wapi?
Let me start by condemning the violence happened today in Parliament.
Yes.
Led by Honorable Mbadi, who we know is representing the handshake, and AZIMIO Lamawe. Let me tell you, Bernard, UDA is a national party. Nobody will stop UDA from becoming a national party because we started the journey. The journey must end. Let me clarify this first. By talking about Ngirishi, that Ngirishi voted for Azimio Lamawe today, and I want to assure you that the people of Mount Kenya don't follow leaders, but they follow leaders who understand their problems at heart. Not because it's not because Ngirishi today did what she did. The people of Mount Kenya are still intact, and we know where we are going. We will not rely on people who doesn't know where our country is coming from, because we are determined with the future of our country. ODM, you cannot compare Orange Democratic Party with United Democratic Alliance, because I once told you ODM came about 20 years ago. United Democratic Party is a party that was formed just the other day, and as was stated by is it the whatever, we were at 33% in Kenya, and we just have 1 year old. Let me say this, Bernard. In fact, this government has become the worst government, whereby has been stated before is worse than Congo under the reign of Mobutu Sese Seko, Uganda under Idi Amin, and all other petty dictatorship combined. Petty, diabolical, insecure, crude, and thuggish. I have previously seen text messages of threats by very senior leaders of this regime. For that reason, it's certain the kidnapping of and subsequent torture of Denis Tumbi was sanctioned. Bernard, as we are a democratic country, and that the people of Kenya, but the will of the people of Kenya must be heard.
Now,
Ruto
Andy,
has become an example.
Andy,
Let
I
me
hate to
finish.
interrupt you, but you are doing the same thing you have always done. Don't bring up something that you cannot substantiate. What makes Kenya, Uganda under Idi Amin, and
No,
here under
our,
Mobutu
our,
Sese?
our government, the government of Kenya is trying to show us is trying to show us this kind of leadership, because we are seeing
What kind of leadership?
Dictatorship.
Where is the dictatorship?
You know, let me tell you, Bernard.
Yes.
People like Bandi being sent by the so-called handshake members to come and disrupt election that should be free and fair in a house, harming people.
How? Andy, I get lost. Can you explain for me exactly what happened? Forget about who said who.
That's how members, ODM members have been getting lost. We are trying to show you how the direction that our country should go, but this. Hello.
So Andy, where is the dictatorship? The people that are showing us the direction and they don't want us to see any other direction, or the people that are subjecting themselves to rules whereby, although they have proposed changes, they want them to be voted in so that they become law? Where is the dictatorship between these two sides?
You know, obviously, even the bill itself shows that this bill, it will, you know, they want to pass the bill because they know it is.
You are mute. Andy, you are mute.
Bernard.
Yes.
The bill is being forced to Kenyans because it is
Andy, you're mute still. Why are you muting yourself? Okay, Andy, you will sort out your problem, then we will get back. But it is not time for questions. I was just interrogating Andy because of me. Let's hear from Jared, then go to Promise, to twende kwa Fred. Fred, tulia hapo.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, I'm Jared and I'm a new member.
Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm Asra Nation. Actually, we are the happiest people today. At least if we are able to raise 134 against 158, a difference of around 24, one person against everybody. I think Asra Nation, we are trying. And what I'm saying, you know, you are saying the numbers. The difference is just 24. And you can check all men are going against one man. We have everybody against one state machinery. We know how people are given money to come and vote. But at least we are happy. If you can able to raise 134, we are trying. Also, what I'm saying, we have strategy. You know, this thing today is collapsing. We have around 17 minutes remaining. And if you force it, maybe now you can set another day. We continue. We take like 2 days. If you force it and pass it, we take it to court. So at the end of the day, this thing will not help you. It will what PPI route. So I wonder why Raila himself can come to the ground and ask for votes. Why is using shortcuts? You know,
So,
sometimes you
Jared,
can wonder.
Jared,
Yes.
if I can ask you,
Yes. Yes.
what is wrong with the bill?
What is wrong with the bill?
With who?
What is wrong with the amendment?
What is wrong with the amendment bill?
No, we have enough rows. I don't think we, and why is it they are hurrying for it? You know, now there's no row which is made here. You know, it's only competition here. If you can see the mood, the way it's crafted, you know.
You are not answering.
I want you to tell me,
Yes.
this is wrong with the bill.
This is wrong with the
But
bill.
that the
The
bill
fact-
is back.
That the bill is back because AZIMIO proposed it.
You are
No.
not being fair.
You are not being fair.
No, I'm fair, because if you can check the way it's being debated here, it's not healthy. You know, it's just a competition. It's not an healthy period. At the end of the day, people are just competing. Nothing good can come out of this one. And the objective is like PPI anyway. You know, it has an objective, not only for Kenyans. It's for AZIMIO. It's specifically for AZIMIO. That's why sometimes I wonder, because I know Raila has the power, has the mandate.
So
Why is so
AZIMIO
desperate?
not part of Kenya?
Is AZIMIO not part of Kenya?
Yeah, you see, but why are they forcing Kenyans? You know, they are forcing things to the throat of people.
Kenya are not imposed.
Which Kenyans are speaking on
Which Kenyans are speaking on their behalf?
On my behalf and on behalf of Asra Nation.
So who has forced you
But
to?
So who
support
has
the bill?
forced you to support the bill?
No, the PPI people are forcing this bill on to Kenyans. But anyway, it will fail.
Jared,
We have to.
I want us to speak facts.
Mhm.
I want us to speak facts. And
I want us
you
to
have
speak facts. And that you have hold on.
You seem to have
I'm
two
holding
feedback.
You seem to have two feedback on your machine.
Mhm.
Mute YouTube so that
Mute
we can
YouTube so that we can converse.
I don't know where button. Can you hear me now?
You are mute.
You are mute.
Yes. It's okay now.
Okay. Now what I'm saying is.
Now what I'm
mute-
saying is
mute first.
mute.
I tell you what I'm saying.
I tell you what I'm saying.
Okay, let me mute.
What I'm saying is when it comes to constitution amendment bill, we should reject it on merit or demerit, not on emotionalism and political persuasion. So I want you to tell us, as a Kenyan, who has forced you to support the bill, because you have claimed Kenyans are being forced. The bill is being forced on Kenyans. Two, who is this person that is forcing you? Which Kenyan is complaining about the bill, except the leadership of Hustler Nation, which, in my opinion, there's no Hustler Nation.
Okay, okay. The government is the one which is forcing this one to Kenyans, and the Kenyan who is complaining, I'm part of those Kenyans. If you can see where people are commenting, you can see, you know, we have priorities now. We have the COVID. How comes this one is becoming rife and dead? Does it mean we can't go election without this bill? Don't you think something is wrong somewhere?
How does the bill put you at a disadvantage in the 2022 elections?
What I'm saying, you know, today we could have done something different. These members of parliament could have done something different which can help Kenyans. You know, we are paying these people taxpayers' money. I pay tax, you pay tax. You know, we are wasting a lot of money here and a lot of time debating something which is not adding value. After all, we can go election without this bill. What urgency is it? We have to come, whether you like it or not. We are going to debate it.
Whatever you are saying,
it's neither here or there.
No, it's there.
The members of parliament who are on recess, they have been recalled for special sitting. To the best of my knowledge. So if they were doing anything right now,
they were arrested.
So they have been called to come and do what they are elected to do. And the reason why we have members of parliament are from different regions is because they are representative and their views are aired on the floor of the House. After that, a vote is taken. And when a vote is taken, there is a winner, there is a loser. So where is the competition? It's the normal process of parliament operation.
Okay, but what I'm telling you, what is the urgency? You know, we have some urgent matters in Kenya. I don't
you
know.
have always been like this.
You have always been like this.
Your priority is always. The only thing you are in a hurry to do is make somebody president. But when it comes to Kenya matters, law matters, you say there is no urgency. You said BBI is not urgent. Now you're saying political party amendment bill is not urgent. Why is it that it is not urgent now? Okay. And when it comes to other matters, okay, you want them to be done like yesterday in the pretext of priority. Where do you get your priorities? Is it from the constitution or from the emotions of the people?
No, the priority comes from the needs of Kenyans. You know, there are some people, we have some people are,
the needs of Kenyans.
Yeah, Kenyans, me inclusive. We have the congested roads.
Okay.
So,
Jared, we have the congested.
My last question to you. If this bill is passed, what will it deny Kenyans?
If this bill is passed today, we are going to court. It's not adding value to any person. This one cannot see the right of the day. It will serve at the fate of PPR. Take it to Supreme Court.
You have told
These are waste of
Kenyans miss.
Okay, I think we let it rest there. Let's go to Promise.
Let's go.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, or is it good night?
Good evening to you. Go ahead, please. Make your submission.
Okay, I want to make a brief clarification before I make my submissions. Ngirishi, I've been watching the parliamentary proceedings up to roughly 45 minutes ago, and per the parliamentary records, Ngirishi was not in the house today. That's the clarification I just wanted to make, that she was not there, so she never voted. Now to my submissions. You know, I've been online and I've been reading what the Tanga team have been saying, that, you know, there are like 4 or 5 parties ganging against one small party. You know, we are only like less than a year old. You know, those are excuses that are used by referees in the field when their teams are defeated. You'll hear referees saying that, you know, the age of my players was not equivalent to the age of the other players. You know, we are not practiced enough. You know, blah, blah, blah. They'll come up with all sorts of excuses. But at the end of the day, what matters is the win. A win is a win. It doesn't matter how the AZIMIO people got the win. What matters is that they won. And that is what is important. Yesterday, if you guys listen to William Ruto, this guy dismissed what we call the deep state. And he said it does not exist. And if it ever exists, then, he could have known. If you want to know the existence of the deep state in the Republic of Kenya, look at what is happening in Parliament today. That is the deep state at work, where the means where the end must justify the means. Whatever we AZIMIO uses, whatever means AZIMIO uses is none of your business. What matters is that at the end of the day, AZIMIO will win. As I continue, you remember there's a time President Uhuru Kenyatta said, msione paka amenyeshewa, msione simba amenyeshewa, mkadhani ni paka. I think for a long time, the Tanga people have been seeing paka ambaye alikuwa amenyeshewa, they have been thinking yeye ni, they have been seeing simba aliyenyeshewa and they have been thinking yeye ni paka. Now the real simba is coming out. That is the simba you are seeing. And hiyo tu ndio what we call the curtain raiser. Come next year, things are going to be very hard on Tanga, I tell you. They are going to be very, very hard on them. I don't know how they are going to work it out, but things are going to be very, very hard for them. That's my contribution.
Okay, thank you, Promise. We appreciate your contribution. Let's go to Fred Kasuti and then King Katwe.
Hi, Papa. Let me say hi to my panelist colleague there. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Regardless with the debating with the time zone you are watching this from. So, Omwami, overe buhungu.
Ziribora tawe, lakini tukonget.
Okay, so I like some few things ambazo zenye nimeona hata sisi kama wana AZIMIO lazima zikuwe zinatupea, situpee changamoto fulani, situpee motisha fulani. When it comes to numbers, they don't have numbers. But when it comes to strategy, surely they have been us down, hands down. Why? We start with the na ile walicheza na Muturi wakairisha hiyo mambo ya kudelay. And then this one, AZIMIO people, they didn't see it coming. Another strategy they used when they realized that they don't have numbers in the parliament, they used what we call you cause chaos, you cause commotion. Nothing goes on. Kila kitu inaharakana. Go sit down. Oh, sijui what. Order. I try to follow it, but I see like these people, they are just behaving like children on a classroom, because the deputy speaker is just trying to tell them, please order, sit down. So, and then I'm wondering, you people, you are saying that that guy was beaten by Mbati. But as I was watching, I watched that clip very, very closely. These people were standing in a group, and the AZIMIO people, they were sitting. And then these people, they were surrounded almost pale karibu kwa deputy speaker. Wanapikia hapo makelele, wanaambiwa kaeni chini, wamekataa. Wanaambiwa kaeni chini, wamekataa. So nashindwa all of a sudden, wakiwa pamoja tu wamesimama na Ngunjiri, I think it was Ngunjiri na huyo jamaa pale, akimupapasa kwa kipara hapa. Nashindwa how comes mnasema Mbati alimpiga, but I didn't see that. So if somebody has the clip, anaweza nifuatia at least nipate kuelewa. So walitumia, that was the second strategy ya kucause chaos. Hii yote inamaanisha walikuwa wana buy time. Kwa sababu gani? Strategy nyingine wenye walitumia is to mobilize. Let me tell you, zile chopa zimekuwa angani leo hii, hazijawahi onekana tena. Zile chopa zimekuwa angani leo hii. Those MPs who are in the village, wherever they are, hata kama ulikuwa nje ya nchi, ulikuwa unafacilitatiwa uletwe kwa parliament. Your presence is being needed. Kwa sababu gani? And then that's one should serve us like as a wake-up call to make sure that we improve in when it comes to strategy, so that we can see what is coming ahead, and we can see what is ahead for us, and then we can be prepared for when you are engaging in a battlefield. If you lack the strategy, if you don't fail, if you lack strategy of winning, my friend, you are having a strategy of losing. And if you remember when the first, because another strategy they used to come up with so many MPs come up with amendments, and then when the first amendment passed, because these people of yellow fever people, the first amendments they print, they walitushinda, na walipotushinda, then ndio ma MPs wakaamuka. Every MP who was within Nairobi, he rushed to the parliament to save the day. Every MP who was within Nairobi locality, he rushed to the parliament, kwa sababu kungeendelea hivyo, hizo amendments zingine ya Alice Wahome, ya Duale na ya nani mwingine, hizo zingepita, hatungekuwa na cha kusema saa hii. But hizo zote zenye zilifuatiwa siliweza kulambishwa sakafu. So kile kitu hao watu nimeheshimia huyo, wacha tumpatie tu heshima pale, kwa sababu ana deserve. Kwa strategy na kumobilize amefanya vizuri, na ninamheshimu hapo. Nimeona amefanya kazi mzuri. Hata kama watu wamekula vizuri, mimi najua kuna watu wataanza kutuambia kesho vile wamekula vizuri. Kuna watu wamenona leo hii, watu wamelala wakiwa wamenona, mifuko zao zimenona. Alafu kitu kingine nilikuja kunote, kwa hiyo tu vile hiyo channel ilikuwa inaendelea, nikakuja kunote ya kwamba kuna wale ma MPs wale, hapa kulikuwa ni in between Raila, Uhuru, Gideon Moi, Kalonzo versus Ruto, Mudavadi and Weta. You see? So hao watu wakituambia ya kwamba hizi numbers zao zenye zimekuwa boosted, hawana numbers, because zikianza kuhesabiwa hawana numbers, because zile numbers zimewafanya wakafika mali wamefika ni namba za Mudavadi na namba za Weta. Hizo ndizo zimejaribu kuwasaidia kuwapush wafikie hapo, lakini kama hao hawangekuwa, asubuhi na mapema wangekuwa wameinua mikono na wamesarenda. So I think on strategy wametupika 9-0, lakini on numbers hiyo nayo wasahau, hakuna. I think that is my submission for now. If somebody can have a different opinion on that, he can.
Can I say something about the strategy? Can I say something about strategy?
Go ahead.
Oh, 1 minute, please.
1 minute, just give me 1 minute. There's nothing new that these people have introduced in the form of strategy. These are the things that we used to do when we were called. You remember the Security Misleaders Amendment Act in 2014? We did the same thing as the opposition, and we even did it better than them. So I don't know, I don't see how they were smarter in strategy. Because in strategy, if you cannot muscle enough numbers, then you are not doing anything for yourself.
Okay, thank you, Promise. Thank you, Fred. Let's go to King Ketwa. King Ketwa, King Katway, we are not hearing you. Remove your earphone. Mic seems not to be working.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better now.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I raised my hand during the time when there was a person, James actually. Was it James who was doing his presentation? There was somebody who was doing his presentation during that time, and he said that we are not. It's not James actually. There was another person. That we've got enough laws during the time, and right now we don't need more laws to be passed in Parliament, and it's not a matter of urgency. What I wanted to caution him is that as it is right now, we've not seen any UDA member propose a bill in Parliament with urgency to help any Kenyans. The only bill that they were passing, the only time they recalled a special sitting, they called for a special sitting was the time the chief hustler was, the change of guard for the chief hustler was being, there was a change of guard during the time the chief hustler was saying that it was very much unfair. That is when Cherargei was calling for a sitting, a special sitting in the Parliament. So there's nothing they've introduced that is new. So to my submission, today I would like to kick off with a very nice story because UDA is full of stories. And I want to, there was a man and his young boy who were moving around the forest, and there was a mountain nearby. And then by bad luck, the boy hit his toe to the ground and actually akajumiza kidole. And during that time of yelling, he yelled, and he had the same voice yelling back. And then he said, "Stupid." The same voice came back to him, "Stupid." And then he said, "Shut up." The voice came back, "Shut up." So he was asking his father, why is this mountain talking back at me when it has seen that I am very much in pain? Then the father told the son, you don't know the right words to tell the mountain, so it can tell you the same words to you. The father shouted, "You are a good person." The mountain shouted, "You are a good person too." So what am I trying to say? Over the years, Baba has never mastered the art of talking to the mountain. He has been moving around. That time he was just thumping, knowing that he had the numbers. Yes, he had the numbers. He had the numbers in the parliament. He had the numbers in Wanjiko, but he did not know them. He hadn't mastered the art of talking to the mountain. Now he has mastered the art of talking to the mountain. He's talking to the mountain in a very candid and soft language that the mountain understands. He's talking to them about economy. He's talking about to them about sealing the loopholes of corruption. He's talking to the very right people that the mountain are supposed to be talked to. Because that time, I said in the past that there are two types of people in the mountain. One of them is the Muteti, and the other one is the Mutongoria. The Mutongorias are the leaders of the mountain. These are the decision makers of the mountain, because you can hear the hustler saying about the deep state. These are the leaders. Take an example, the biggest economy of Kenya. It comes from the mountain, and the mountain itself, its economy is equivalent to the economy of Rwanda. That is the Mount Kenya alone. So Baba has mastered the art, knowing that these are the kingmakers who will put you into power. On the other side, the other person is just thumping, knowing that he has the numbers. He has never learned from his past mistakes. And that is why you see, even today, he was trying to shoot down the bill, knowing that he had made a political mistake in the past. In 2017, he made his own grave. He dug his own grave when he decided to merge URP with TNA. He committed a political suicide, and that is why he doesn't want the bill to pass. That is why he wants all of the stakeholders to be in the UDA, so that he can punish them the way they have punished him during the time when he had merged it to become the Jubilee Coalition Party. So he knows that these people had tormented me in the past, and I'm going to use the same tactics to torment them. That is why the likes of Wakina Moses Kuria, the likes of Mwangi Kiunjuri, had seen this coming. The likes of the former governor Kiambu William Kabogo have seen that coming, and that is why they are moving away from that, because they know this person is going to torment us. William Ruto, the only thing he has right now are the motetes. When you heard the MP from Turkana saying, we need to see this register for voting, because it seems like there was betrayal today in that parliament. Most of the people never knew that. Even some, it might have been that some of the UDA members had voted against anything that was being brought up in the floor of the house, knowing that they are the mouthpiece of the Mutongorias from the mountain. This is a message to the UDA brigades. Dear William Ruto, today I want to give you a free advice. Not everybody who walks with you and laughs with you is your friend. Some of them are decoys. Some of them are just friends for money. Because as you have seen today, some of the members who are there were there because they wanted to betray someone. And they did not want to betray someone because they wanted to, but it's because there was a call from the Mutongorias of the mountain. Thank you and good night.
Okay, thank you, King Katwe, for your submission. We appreciate it. Let's move on. Tuko kwa nani? Jakindube. Hali vipi leo?
Salama sana, nimefurahi sana, nimesikia, nimefurahi sana kuona mambo yale yametokea leo kwa parliament. Nimefurahi. Mimi nataka
kabisa.
Mimi nataka kusema hivi, hata mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya wote tuamke. Wakenya waamke. Kuna Wakenya wengine bado wanalala, waamke. Umepambazuka vile Bwana Raila anasema. Nataka kusema kwamba kuna story moja mwalimu alitoa, na mimi nafikiri nakumbuka vile alisema, na hiyo ni kitu ambayo inafanyika kwa kila mmoja wetu. Ukifikiria vizuri sana ama ukiona katika maisha yako. Mwalimu alisema kuna hadithi moja kwamba kuna msichana moja walikuwa wanaishi huko juu ya mlima, na hapa chini ya mlima kulikuwa na mama mmoja mzee, na huyo msichana ilifika wakati alikuwa anataka kuolewa, na watu walisikia kwamba ni msichana mrembo sana, kila mmoja alikuwa anataka kumwoa. Na sasa ukifika pale chini ya mlima unapata aka kamama kazee anakuambia, unataka kwenda huko juu? Eti ndio. Sasa anakuambia ukitaka kwenda huko juu kuna masharti fulani lazima uyafuate. Ukienda, wakati unaposafiri kwenda huko juu, utasikia kelele, huyo anakuambia usiangalie upande wale usigeuke, wewe uende tu, hata ukisikia kelele zinapigwa uenda. Lakini to make it short, watu wengi sana walijaribu, vijana wengi sana walijaribu, kila mara wakifika huko katikati hiyo kelele inazidi sana, akiangalia kando anageuka jiwe. Walifanya hivyo wengi. Mmoja mdogo akaja, yeye hizo kelele zilipigwa, na mama alimwambia, wewe usitoka, urudi kwa wazazi wako, wewe ni mdogo sana. Akasema pana, mimi nitajaribu, hata mimi nataka kumwoa huyo msichana. Huyo kijana alienda na kelele zilipigwa mpaka wakati yuko karibu anasema, huyo mshikeni tumchinje, shikeni. Lakini kijana hakuangalia upande. Alipofika mlangoni akafunguliwa, akasema basi, yule msichana akasema, sasa wewe umefaulu, wewe utanioa. Lakini sasa nitakuonyesha dawa, tukirudi huko chini uwapatie hawa. Basi akarudi na wale vijana, huyo kijana ameoa yule msichana, na karudi na wale wenzake ambao walikuwa mawe, akawabadilisha. Maana hiyo hadithi ni kusema kwamba tunapotaka kufanya mabadiliko au wakati unapotaka kufanya kitu, huwa kuna kelele nyingi sana zinasema, zinakwambia hapana, huyo mtu hawezi, sijui nini. Hata wakati mara nyingi ninyi mnajua, ukitaka kuoa watu wengine watasema wewe ni kijana mdhaifu, msichana sijui namna gani. Hizi kelele ziko nyingi, na wakati sisi wa Kenya tunataka mabadiliko, nataka kuambia kwamba hasa tabia ya Bwana Ruto katika siku zote tangu aingie katika hali ya siasa, mkiangalia mwenendo wake ni kupinga kila kitu tunachotaka ambayo ya maendeleo ambayo inataka kuleta uzuri kwa Wakenya. Ukiangalia rekodi zake amezipinga zote, hakuna moja aliunga mkono. Sijui kama mimi labda nasema uongo, labda kuna zingine ameunga, lakini mimi ile rekodi yangu hakuna hata moja ameunga mkono, zote amezipinga. Kwa hiyo nataka kuambia Wakenya, huyu ni mtu ambaye na hawa wafuasi wake hawafai katika uongozi wa nchi yetu. Wakenya waamke, Wakenya waache hii mambo ya kutaka kudanganywa. Huyu ni mtu, tuangalie sifa za mtu, tusijaribu kubahatisha, tuangalie sifa za mtu, rekodi yake, historia yake. Bwana Raila ni mtu ambaye siku zote ametaka maendeleo na kila wakati anataka yale mazuri kwa Wakenya, na hata akiwa kwa opposition vitu zile amepropose maendeleo, vitu ambazo mabadiliko ambayo inaleta manufaa kwa Wakenya. Kwa hiyo haya mambo ambayo yamefanyika bungeni, tafadhalini Wakenya tuamke na wajue kwamba hawa watu hawana namba, ni maneno tu, ni porojo. Kwa hiyo mimi leo nimefurahi sana na nafikiri hii ni dalili ya kuonyesha kwamba ikiwa sisi wote tutaunga Azimio mkono, hii Azimio itatupeleka pazuri na tutavuka ile mahali kulikuwa na mamba. Tutavuka na tutaingia kule kwenye asali na kila kitu. Yaani nchi yetu itakuwa na uongozi mzuri. Nafikiri nitaishia hapo kwa leo, kwa saa hizi.
Okay, thank you Jakindo Beit, nakushukuru kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako. Tunasonga mbele katika mjadala wa leo. Naomba kila mmoja hakikisha kwamba unajenga Kenya, ubomoe Kenya. Kuna taarifa kwamba wabunge wa UDA wanatoroka bungeni. Sijui hiyo pia ni strategy, tutaambiwa hapo baadaye. Max, huko? Max, are you there? Max? Okay, Max seems not to be there. Joe, take it, please.
Niko but acha mtu tu mwingine aendelee, nita nini baadaye kidogo tu.
Okay. Joe, take it.
Yeah, I'd like to, lakini unaona bado niko workshop.
Oh.
So you give me some time, let somebody do it, then I'll come.
Please,
Ruben, if you don't mind.
Sawa, thank you, Joe.
Okay, fine.
Ruben, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Please let me be around some lights. I'll come back to you later. Allow me, just a minute.
Sasa shida yangu ni moja tu. Nyinyi watu mnachukua space alafu mnazuia mchango na nijiandaeni alafu muje tafadhali. Thank you. Let's get James. Is it? No, Elisha. Maoni yako vipi watu wa UDA wanatoroka bungeni? Hiyo pia ni
Yeah.
It's a strategy, but you see, the game has to move on. The referee is still on the pitch,
Mhm.
and the Kenyans are expectant. We are waiting to see.
Mhm.
They started early, and it's a strategy, yes. But you see, even if you abandon voting, you see the Azimio La Umoja team is still settled. They have their leader. They have their assistant general is there, and he's even told them right now it is not time for speeches. We want to vote. If you are called upon to vote, vote. Do what you are tasked to do. This is what we came for in parliament. But you see, this other team, I'm meant to understand right now that Mr. Ruto has really done a lot today to try and ferry members from their homes. There are those who had even absconded this session today. But he has made sure that he has followed them to their homes and even brought them to Nairobi to come and vote, to come and try and add up the numbers. It's true. But it has not played well to UDA side. That is why you see they have realized that they are losing it. They are moving out of right now. They are moving out of parliament. They are going away. They have realized that they cannot make it. This team of UDA doesn't have people or the leaders in this team. They do not even believe in what they are standing for. They don't know what they are standing for. They're trying to adapt to Mr. Ruto's culture. It's a habit of opposing every national policy, every nationalistic idea that can help the country. He is always trying to, go against the national tune, the national dance. That is his habit. It's a culture. It is inside him. That is what he's trying to build his followers, especially the leaders, the members of parliament, and I'm afraid that a number of them had already fallen to his tune, and they were already dancing to his tune. But before he actually achieves his mission, a number again have realized that it is wrong for us to just oppose nationalistic ideas without purpose, without a mission that is actually going to be for the common good of the whole country. You see, people decide to abscond, others are pretending to be busy doing their own, helping their own constituents. Others are pretending to be, like right now, they already have realized that if we continue trying to oppose what has already been decided, and most of the parliamentarians have decided that this time we want to teach him a lesson, we will vote yes to this bill so that we don't have that party hopping after what do we call it, the nominations, the nominations. So it is a decided matter. That is why you've seen most of the Azimio La Umoja team members I just relaxed. They're settled. They know it's a done deal. Unless otherwise, we're yet to see, because the session is still on. We don't know what will happen, but everything is pointing towards a win for Azimio La Umoja. I pity UDA supporters and sycophants who believe that Ruto is the best or his ideas are the best for this country. When in real sense, you can easily see he's only opposing this bill. He's opposing the national policies simply because he's not in good terms, first with his boss, and then two, with himself, because he knows he's not a straightforward individual or a good leader for this nation. We can quote him, what he has said before, what he has mentioned, what he has put in the public before, he has promised before and never accomplished. What his intention is based on what he has delivered. He's actually delivered lies, corruption, and built on mere fantasies. He's telling us he will do several stadiums, launching projects without funds, with an intention to swindle cash. You see, going against his boss for all the 9 years he's been in office, and trying to amass as much as a political following using stolen resources to his side, only to support him, to frustrate national progress. It is time, as we've seen, it is time that right from parliament to the grassroots, to the ground, kule ambako wanasema wako na numbers, that Kenyans should teach him a lesson. Azimio la Umoja does not only belong to the Luo as one of our Kenyan tribes. Nimeona hata Waislamu, ndugu zetu Waislamu kutoka other counties supporting this bill. It is going to shape the political landscape. It will discipline the political, in fact, it will expand the democratic space, meaning that when an individual is elected to represent his or her constituency, he's going to work to deliver his promises or her promises to his people or to her people, knowing that when it comes to wakati wa kunominate, wakati wa kufanya michujo, that he will not have issues with the delegates on the ground, because if you have delivered, the people themselves will call for your return to parliament. You will not be afraid of anything. That shows that we will have discipline amongst members of parliaments. Awata rukaruka kama kina Aisha Jumwa katikati ya progress ya nchi, unaruka kutoka kile chama kilikupeleka bunge, unaenda kuchezea timu nyingine, huku bado umevaa jezi la ile timu yako original. So we will have that discipline of members of parliament, be it in Senate, governors, and even president, so that watu watakuwa wanaheshimu the led, wale ambao wanawaongoza, watakuwa wanaweza deliver, kutakuwa na discipline, watu wataelewa nisipofanya hivi, when the mchujo, wakati wa mchujo katika vyama utafika kabla ya election, nitatupwa nje. Lakini sasa wakiwafungia kwamba after mchujo hakuna party hopping, and you will not be able to go to the independent side, useme utasimama as an independent, you will at least belong somewhere. You will not be, a stray dog. You have to belong to a party, to a home. And that will strengthen the democracy of Kenya by strengthening, first of all, those institutions, the parties themselves. Otherwise, I believe in the majority who are actually voting for this bill, who are actually pushing for this bill to be passed. They have that good intention for this country, and that is why they are winning it. They have that support. They have the most majority. Even if their chief general has been sent away today, they have the most. And I personally believe that is the reason as to why most members have voted and have been able to stay until this late. It's almost 1 in the morning, but they are still there to make sure that they achieve what they believe is right for this nation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elisha. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Those of you on the comment section, we appreciate all of you for keeping the conversation going. Please, let's do so and keep inviting one another to join into the discussion. There are people asking on how you can join in the studio. The link is in the comments. You click on the link and allow StreamYard full control over your camera and your audio. That's the only time you will be eligible to be added on the studio. If you come and you get the notification that the studio is full, you keep trying until you get in. That means we can only host 10 people at a time. And so when we reach the number 10, you will always be told the studio is full. But when somebody leaves, you will get a chance to get in and share your thoughts on what is happening with UDA numbers. I understand that they have walked out of parliament, probably to protest. And let's look at what does that mean, and if that is going to win for them or against whoever they want to win against. But before we go to the next person to make contribution, I just want to say this. It is important that we all understand that leadership is proven in the time of crisis. And they say that the loyalty of the soldier is proven in the battlefront. When decisions are made for the interest of the nation and you choose to serve personal interest or personal agenda, then that makes you unfit as a national leader. And I think it's about time we all understood that this country deserves better than what we are giving it in terms of leadership. Beside numbers deciding, let us also go for quality. Let's go for sanity. Let's go for patriots. Let's go for people that have the interest of this country at heart, who knows that Kenya is Kenya with all the 47 tribes together, the 49 million of us together. But if we are still with the old canon book of rules, whereby you have to segregate and fight others in order for you to get space, that is past with time. We don't need it at this point in time. And so let's all awake to the reality. There is no proving point. The parliament exists first and foremost to make laws for the country. So any parliamentarian who is against making laws, amending laws, I don't understand why they are in parliament in the first place. And if the parliament exists to make laws and there are laws to be made, and you abscond it because you say parliament is for idlers, hey, that means you have no idea why the constitution exists and why the nation exists. And so when we go to the ballot in 2022, we have reasons to throw away some people and bring in new ones. And these new ones should not just be new because it is their first time. They should find their way into that honorable house because of the quality of leadership they can provide based on their personal character. Let's not just vote for anything or anything that is put on the ballot paper. Let's ensure that the people we are bringing in, they are going to help this country move to the next level. And you cannot put in people that are at the lower scale and expect to take the country to a higher scale. It doesn't work. So it is important that we all watch out for this. And the fiasco that we are being treated upon right now should be a litmus test. Hawa watu umewapeleka bunge miaka mitano imepita. Unajua kama umekuwa kwa class, the first year you can misbehave. The second year you can misbehave and be forgiven. But the third and the fourth and the fifth year, you are still doing what first years are doing. Then that means your purpose of being in that school or in that class is abused, to say the least. And so let us mature up as a people and be able to scan the people we are making leaders so that we are not treated to embarrassment or when they take up the platform to speak, you hold your hands and say, God hold their mouth, not for them to say something that they will regret. I believe we have a right to see to it that we give Kenya what Kenya deserves, not what Kenya has available. That somebody offers himself for the office doesn't mean he's qualified for that particular office. We are the people to vet them. Let's vet them and be able to get rid of those that don't fit that office and put people in office who are fit for that office for the sake of this country, not for the sake of protecting one person's interest or the other community's interest. We are all Kenyans for Kenya. Let's make progress. Joe or Ruben, who is ready?
I am ready.
Okay, Joe, go ahead, please.
Okay, nimewasalimia nyote mali mpo. And thank you very much, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity. Kidogo lilikuwa kwa workshop. Leo nimeshinda nje. I've come back home late. So I decided niingie kwa workshop. First and foremost, I want to castigate what happened in parliament today. Kama these people, because of their differing on a debate, leads to a fight. It's like animals. They behaved like animals. I don't think at this age and time, we need to talk, differ, agree to agree, or agree to disagree. But coming into fist fight, I think it's shameful in Kenya, and this thing is being watched all over. I'm very sure people in Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, our neighbors, Ethiopia, who are at war, are also now laughing at us. It's very, very shameful. Secondly, I'd like to say that the opposing team really tried. They organized themselves very well. They mobilized, and they did a better job than last time. It shows how determined Ruto is and how much resources he can put out there just to make sure that he's seen to be winning. So it was a good show, actually. It was a good show, and I think they're also bragging. That's why they were celebrating, because they knew they did a good show. And secondly, on the other side, AZIMIO, it is a shame that I think they are not either not disciplined, or maybe some of them have been corrupted to stay away. It was a shame to see most of some of the MPs, not most, some of the MPs from Raila side did not come to parliament. And it's a shame. It's a shame, actually. And these MPs, they are sitting MPs, they should be called and told what their duties are. When the party leader says you go to parliament, you should all go there. I don't see any other reason apart if somebody is sick, is when they can stay away from the parliament. They're being paid money to travel to and fro from where they are. So I don't see any other reason why they did not appear in parliament. Thirdly, I'd like to say this bill, to be honest, I don't think there was so much urgency. It's aimed at a particular people, and the people could be a minority. It could be Ruto and UDA. It could be ANC and Mudavadi. I don't think it is wise when we rush in a bill in parliament because of 1, 2, 3 people. A bill should be something that, all Kenyans will appreciate what the bill talks about, but it should not be seen to be fighting somebody or some or 2 or 3 people. And I think we should not even celebrate so much that we won. And when we are celebrating, actually, I know most of us know this bill was meant to stifle so and so. A bill should be there for the whole Kenyans, not for stifling 1 or 2 people. And I know all of us know here, all of us in this panel.
No, Joe, you will need to substantiate that. You need to substantiate that.
Yeah, because you see, we've held elections before without this bill, and already the members of the National Assembly were on a holiday. For them to be called back means a lot. That's how I can substantiate it. There was no urgency.
There was urgency because the law has to be in place 6 months before the elections. We have held 2 elections under the new constitution. Those elections have all the time ended up in a crisis. So if the bill helps to cure part of or cut down on the crisis that we end up with the elections, like party discipline, things like that, like recognition of coalitions, so that it becomes a law. It's not a gentleman's agreement. I believe that is urgent and necessary. Or should we create precipitate another crisis in 2022 so that we now sit and agree and look for another handshake and then another swearing in? I think the best leadership is to preempt a problem, not to wait for a problem to take place before we seek a solution.
I agree with you. That's your opinion. I agree with you. And I know there are so many people who think that way, but I disagree that it was not all that urgent. Ilikuwa sio lazima ifanywe tu haraka hivyo. Because if at all there are more things that are more urgent that Kenyans need. There are so many things in the BBI that the parliament could take through the parliament that will benefit all Kenyans. Kama ile ya 35%. They could have done it now, so that they take the 35% to the counties for all Kenyans to enjoy. And then later on, because I know there are so many things that they're going to put in the constitution after these elections. So some of these things could have waited. And there are so many urgent things that they should have put, for parliament, waweke bill na petition. Iko mingi sana. That will benefit all Kenyans cutting across. Hii mambo ya coalition ni sawa, it's good, yeah, they should streamline. But there's time to do that. I don't think we should be in a hurry. That is my take. I'm not opposed to anybody, but that is my take. So kwa vile sijasikia mambo na sikusikiza hiyo parliament sana, I want to stop at this, but that is my take.
Sawa, Joe. Let's leave it there. Their hands up. James, what is it?
I think we should not fall for propaganda. There is a group of politicians who have developed a habit of saying all things are not urgent. They have consistently done so with things that they would rather avoid. I'm therefore surprised that the person who has just spoken can now go ahead and tell us things that actually may determine whether we descend into another crisis. Is not urgent, whether he is serious or he is not serious. We know that our political parties act needs refurbishing. It needs to be rehabilitated so as to reflect the current reality in which we are living in. We've had this act for quite some time, and now we know ourselves, we know our political conduct, we know that we need to fix the political structure as it were. And we know that the political parties play a great role in organization of our politics. Therefore, if we don't find this urgent, yet we are moving towards elections in 8 months, then I don't know what it is. Yet the same person may bother to know that the issue of politics has been a drawback to this country because we have lost a lot of economic opportunities and resources as a result of our political situation. So I think you'd be well informed that this is the most urgent matter that the country is faced with at this moment. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, James. Yes, King.
I'm glad it's not a question. Alikuwa anafafanua.
Hold on, Joe, to respond, listen to all the questions or comments that you will respond. King, go ahead.
Actually, I'm just
Sorry, King, there's something with your audio.
I'm saying, yeah, if you can get me, yeah. Do you get me?
Go ahead.
I'm saying I don't know why Mr. Joe is trying to have something called selective amnesia about our political mileage, where we've come from. Because if you check on the way the bill has been drafted, it has been drafted to curb the mistakes that we've been having in the political milestones that either we've achieved or lost. Because if you check on that political coalition act, it is talking about even the sharing of the revenue of coalitions. And that is the problem that was facing the NASA coalition. You saw them saying that during our agreements, you see, it was all about the agreement. The registrar of political parties was not to admit or rather say that this is what, if they decide to dismiss it as a coalition, they were to dismiss it. And that is why you saw the registrar of political parties saying, you guys, this is what you had agreed. I don't know why you are changing this all over. So if this particular act passes, it will give the registrar of political parties power to distribute this money. And another thing, you've seen these bad manners by MPs, hopping from one place to the other. Political parties are made out of ideologies. If today UDA is for bottom-up economy model, that is an ideology that they are supposed to cling on. If AZIMIO la UMOJA has its own economic model, for example, the trickle down, it is their own economic model. So there's no way you can say after elections, now you can hope from UDA to maybe AZIMIO la UMOJA or rather ODM and say and be comfortable or rather be let stay there, because you went with the bottom up to your people and you were elected because your people believed in the bottom up. So why would you, after elections, hope to another thing that your people never believed in, which means you are using this as a vehicle? And I'm very thankful because in the recent past, we discussed here about the political parties being houses or vehicles. And we came to find that we've not matured enough to call them houses rather than these are vehicles. But as the way it is going, I think Kenya is the only East African country that has matured in terms of democracy in as much as we are having problems here and there. So to me, and the reason as to why the speaker called for this special sitting is that he had factored in also the issue of people going to court. Because you remember this, the same game these people played with the BBI. They knew that 1 year to the election, you cannot change anything in the constitution. So they were playing this, they were using this legal trick because they knew if this thing goes beyond in less than 6 months, there's nothing that can be passed. And we've been having these problems now and then. BBI was to solve all these aftermath political thing and all that, but we cannot move forward if we keep on having this political hit now and then. We need to move forward as a country. And remember, the president said that in every election we lose 1 trillion shilling because of the post-election fever. And this is what we are trying to curb. As in, if you've lost, you've lost. And I think the reason as to why the UDA members were some of them, I think, betrayed their own party leader today. I am very sure that some of them betrayed him, is because they feel like if I lose, and maybe they fear that in UDA there might not be the free and fair nominations, they will be locked out of the ballot. So I tend to believe that this thing was brought at the very due time that we wanted it. Thank you so much.
Okay, Jakindube.
Nataka kumwambia Bwana Joe kwamba kitu ambayo imekuwa iki elude, yani inawahangaisha Waafrika wote ni demokrasia ambayo inaitwa stability ya demokrasi. Tumekuwa na hiyo shida, na hii bill inatengeneza tuwe na stability. Zile sehemu ambazo zinatuletea shida zirekebishwe, kwa sababu unaona kama sasa wale wajumbe ambao wako kwa UDA ambao wanajiita wana UDA, hao kwa kweli wajumbe hao ukitranslate kwa ukisema tu kwa ukweli, hao wajumbe wote na pamoja na mkubwa wao ni wezi, kwa sababu wanaiba, wanapata mshahara na hawafanyi vile wameasi ile chama ambayo iliwachagua. Wameenda kwa chama ambayo inatakiwa kama upendi hiyo chama ambayo huko, una resign, unaenda unauliza uchaguliwe. Hawa watu hawajachaguliwa. Na mimi nawaambia kama kitu moja ambayo lazima tukubali, sheria au chochote ambayo haina masikilizano, huwa hakuna hiyo hata demokrasia. Watu wanasema vitu lazima ziwe na yani watu wafuate kanuni na zile masikilizano. Hii political ni masikilizano. Hizi mambo ambao wanazungumza kwa parliament ni masikilizano. Kile tunasikilizana kwamba tunataka hii ifanyike hivi, ndio inaleta utulivu. Nitarudia tena, Afghanistan wa Amerika walienda huko na nguvu nyingi zote, wameua watu, wameuawa huko wengi. Wameagain nini? Nothing. Si wamekimbia, wameacha hiyo nchi vile ilikuwa. Ni kwa sababu hawakutaka political stability. Kitu masikilizano ndio inaleta umoja, ndio inaleta utulivu. Kama huwezi kusikilizana, hata ukiwa na nguvu namna gani, hauwezi kufaulu. Kwa hiyo kitu ambacho Kenya inajaribu sasa hivi, president anajaribu ku make sure kwamba bill kama hiyo ambayo inataka kuleta stability ifanywe. Kwa nini isifanywe? Kwa nini hao wanapinga? Tunataka hizo vitu tufanye. Hatuwezi kusema eti tungojee. Kwa nini tungojee? Hao watu kazi yao ni nini? Kazi yao ni hiyo. Kwa hiyo wakiitwa wanatakiwa wafanye hiyo kazi. Hakuna kazi nyingine. Kwani kuna nini imeharibika? Hiyo ndio kazi wanatakiwa wafanye. Kwa hiyo tusiseme eti tungojee, kwa sababu tukingojea na siku za uchaguzi huko karibu, tutakuwa tujafanya chochote. Hao watu wanatakiwa wafanye hiyo kazi. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you Jakindube. Naomba sasa Joe uka respond.
Yeah, nataka kurespond kidogo tu. I believe in this country we had a new constitution, and this new constitution was to take effect the date it was promulgated. There are so many things ambayo haijaanza kufanya kazi. These things kaza ingekuwa inafanya kazi. Kama we want a good leadership, hizi constitution ingekuwa imeanza kazi vile ilikuwa imepangwa. We have NCIC, mambo ya ukabila, can take care of these things. Up to date, mimi sijasikia hata hiyo watu wamepeleka watu kotini, wajashtaki watu. And those are things that can take care of hizi mambo unasema tribalism. We have the political act ambayo inasema ukianza kuingia kwa chama ingine na propagate mambo ya chama ingine, hatua inachukuliwa. I think we have all the laws in place. But you see, people do what they want and they get away with it. Watu wanaiba, they get away with it. Watu wanaongea mbaya, mambo ya kuprovoke watu, ya ukabila, people get away with it. So why can't they strengthen these institutions zifanye kazi? Hizi vitu zingekuwa zimeisha. Hata hiyo mambo ya kuruka party hopping ingekuwa imeruka, ingekuwa imeisha. We have enough institutions to do that. And we had time because this parliament has been there for almost 4 years ago. But see, you see, the timing of this is what I'm talking about. I'm not saying that it's bad, because the timing comes when there have been a lot of political movements. Chama ingine inataka chama zingine ndogo ndogo zingie. Hii moja inakataa. Iko mtu wa ANC, he's not moving left, he's not moving right. So it seems this bill was there to fix some things in these coming elections. Because hiyo yote umesema, Jakindube, kama kungekuwa na hizo institutions, we have NCIC, mambo ukiongea mambo ya ukabila na kadhalika, it takes action, political act. We have it, it's there. Wewe ukuwa chama hii, umeruka kule, wanao kusema mimi ni UDA na bado uko ninio. There's a way to deal with these things. So mimi, I'm just saying, it's not bad. The law is not bad. But the timing, vile inarakishwa, there must be some arithmetics imefanywa because of one or two or three people. That's what I'm saying.
Joe, you know you are a senior citizen, okay? Understand that laws are made because of crisis. Just to remind you, the change of constitution to adopt prime minister seat in the old constitution was done one afternoon.
There was crisis.
There was a crisis.
Kenyans were dying.
Right now, there is a political crisis, okay? In the sense that the coalitions that were made out of gentleman's agreement have never been honored since independence, okay? Now, the people that are supposed to enter into coalitions are afraid of one another because there will be betrayals after the coalitions have been made. The constitution you are referring to is not clear. It does not even recognize coalitions. So there must be an improving on the political party act so that it can accommodate all this. Now, when people choose to weaponize that against themselves, they are free to interpret it that way. But I don't see, if you don't believe in coalition and there is room for political party, there is room for coalition. Why can't you just propagate your political party, leave the people of coalition to do their coalition, and not weaponize their law against yourself? Because I don't see anywhere in this act where ANC is told you must join AZIMIO, or UDA is told you must accept smaller parties. It is a law being made that will be applied equally to all Kenyans. And every Kenyan will accord themselves according to the specification of that particular law. So the reading sinister motive in the same, we cannot even avoid it. We cannot even explain it away. But that is only reading sinister motive in a clean law that wants to avoid a crisis, whereby when people get into coalition, you don't rely on big brother. Like ODM was parliamentary political party. It gets a political party funding, okay? Then it should distribute to Ford Kenya that has 10 MPs, and then the other one that has this number of MPs and all that. But all that is out of goodwill. Now we want to make it law so that when we are in a coalition, everybody will get their share. There will be no fighting. And if we violate, we can be taken to court because we have violated the law. But gentleman's agreement, we cannot take it to law. So I think we Kenyans like the world without rules. The world without rules. And that's why the DP is on record. It says we should not make an act of parliament to make help a grant. It said let just the Minister of Education write a letter. Okay? We like using extra constitutional provisions other than constitutional demands. Why? Because we avoid to be caught if we violate what we promised. I don't think we have the time and the luxury of that as Kenyans. It is about time we held everybody accountable. And the only way to hold them accountable is where we have an express law that says if you are in a coalition, you are a member of this coalition, you have supported this coalition, then if this coalition gets an allocation as a coalition, every party gets their portion. But if we leave it where we are going to be where we were in 2017. And I don't think any right-thinking Kenyan should want us to go back to where we were in 2017. How is this law affecting UDA? I don't know, because I've not seen even UDA constitution, okay? But if UDA constitution does not agree with this law, it is UDA constitution to be adjusted, because its constitution is subject to Kenyan constitution and not vice versa. So it is about time for us to appreciate that laws are made for man and not man for the law. So let's reason out and fight for what is valid. But saying the timing is wrong, or it is targeting 3 people, or we have always targeted somebody. When we are changing the constitution, they say we are targeting so and so. When we are changing the BBI, we are targeting so and so. These people will always be targeted, even when nobody is targeting them. Let's not buy into their whims. Nimeambiwa hapa niongee machache na AOG May TV. Sawa sawa, nimekata.
Nataka kuongezea tu kwamba wakati tulikuwa tunataka multiparty, President Kibaki wakati huo alikuwa kwa KANU, alisema hiyo ni kama kukata mti wa mgumo na wembe, na Bwana Ruto alipinga hii constitution ambayo sasa yeye ni vice president. Alipinga. Nani inamsaidia? Si Kibaki mwishowe wakati watu waliinsist wakaibadilisha, si alikuwa president, amekuwa president, na huyu si vice president. Kwa hiyo hizi vitu ikitengenezwa sio eti inatengenezwa kwa sababu ya mtu yule ameisema, inatengenezwa kwa Kenya. Asante.
Okay, thank you Jakindo Bey. Naomba tuende kwa nani? James, iko nini? Tuenda kwa Ruben.
I don't know whether the speaker is aware that maybe we have one of the most indisciplined political culture where somebody is elected on a political party and within 1 month he starts propagating the ideologies of another party. We have tried to discipline these people. They rush to court. You know the case of Aisha Jumwa. You know the case of Modongo here of Roiru and others. And we've ended up, parties have ended up not being able to bring discipline to their members because of how our laws are weak. So we need discipline in political parties, simple and clear, because you cannot personalize leadership. When you get leadership as a political party. Then you push the manifesto and agenda of this political party. Then you have time to shift to another political party when that period ends. But should you change your mind midstream, then resign and then go and come back with the political party that you now support. I think that is the political hygiene. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Let's hear from Ruben.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard. I'm sorry for being in the darkness up to now, but I think you can hear me quite clearly.
Yes, we can hear you and see you from afar. Karibu.
Asante sana. Mimi nimewasikiza na nimesikiza yale ambayo yanaendelea kwa mjadala wa siku ya leo, and I'm so happy for this genuine conversation that we are having tonight. Kitu cha kwanza kile ambacho tunafaa tuelewane ni kwamba sheria inatengenezwa progressively na inatengenezwa tu kila wakati, inaendelea tu ikitengenezwa. Hakuna siku tutakuwa na all laws zimetengenezwa mara moja. There was a time hata kulikuwa na mtu alipatikana na nyeti za mtu kutoka mochari somewhere sometimes in 2008 and all that. At that time nilikuwa nafanya kwa police wakati huo, na ilikuwa ni ngumu sana kwa umbi hiyo crime inaitwa aje, because it was not even in the law, kwa sababu sheria ikitengenezwa haiku contemplate hakuna mtu alijua ya kwamba undead person private parts are important. So hakuna mtu alikuwa interested, hatungejua sheria hiyo inaitwa aje. Lakini wabunge walienda wakatengeneza sheria na ikakuwa, because it was not there. Sasa saizi vile kunakaa ni kwamba when people are trying to make laws, are trying to commit crimes, first of all they seek the interpretation of the law first. Wanajua vile watainterpret sheria, wanatengeneza ndirisha ya kuchomokea in case hiyo kitu iwashike. So wao wanaangalia constitution vizuri, ni wanjanja, si eti ni wajinga wabunge wetu. Na hizi hawa watu wakubwa kama kina Ruto and his advisors wanamwambia hii sheria ikikaa namna hii, this is our escape route. We can say we are in UDA na cha ukweli wao ni watu wa Jubilee. Najua watu wa UDA ni kama wawili kwa mbunge. Those are facts, legal. Ni kama wawili hao kinanja hao wabunge ambao wamepigiwa kura. Sijui ni wawili ama ni watatu. The only UDA members in the parliament are 3 MPs. Hakuna wengine na some few MCAs. Hao wengine wote ni watu ya UDA, ni watu ya Jubilee, na kina Mohamed na kina Njumwa ni watu wa ODM. So sheria inataka kutengenezwa ya kuleta party discipline. Party discipline. Hiyo ndio inahitajika. And in fact this law ni ya kusaidia hata UDA yenyewe. Ni vile wao wanapenda kupinga anything that is inakuwa supported na Raila Odinga, wanataka tu kupinga for the sake of kupinga. In fact I have said in this forum not once not twice, mtu yule angekuwa benefit zaidi hata na BBI was William Ruto, kwa sababu the life span ya UDA itakuweko immediately, tutaijua immediately shelf life yake after mambo ya nominations. So hawa watu ndio wange benefit zaidi hata na mambo ya BBI kuliko hata watu wa ODM. But because this thing is fronted by their competitors, wanafikiri ni kitu kibaya. Wao ni kupinga tu, unapinga mpaka unajipinga wewe mwenyewe. We just need to make laws to be made, zile ziko straight and clear, ndio tutoke kwa hii shenanigans ambayo tuko saizi. Hii tunaona the deputy president is the deputy president of Kenya legally, lakini in practice he is in opposition. Tukijaribu kuanalyze mambo kama hii, inafaa iwekwe kwa sheria straight ya kwamba the government position of the Republic of Kenya ama ile iko fronted by the executive ni kina nani? Executive legally ni president na cabinet yake na deputy akiwa ndani. Lakini saa hizi unakuta kuna cabinet affiliated to the deputy president who is the member of executive tied to the hip na the president, president hawezi akamfuta. Kwa hivyo unakuta sasa kuko na a lot of problems na watu hawako gentlemen enough wasome sheria kidogo kidogo tu mtu resign, because in Kenyan politics people are not guided by principles. Watu wako pale kwa sababu ya mambo zingine. Number 2, there was nobody who cannot condemn yale mambo ambayo wabunge wa ODM walifanya. Kama mbunge ambaye amepigiwa kura atapotea bunge, hiyo ni kitu mbaya. Although ODM party and Azimio la Umoja walishinda hizo mambo yote huko ndani, these people are supposed to be called to order na wakuwe bunge kupitisha miswada ya maana kama hiyo. Finally, I want to commend the sobriety of this team na vitu zile mnafanya Bernard and my fellow gentlemen here tonight. Tunajaribu kuelimisha Wakenya wengi on the importance of being civil na mambo nyingi zile ambazo tunahitaji kufanya ndio nchi yetu iendelee mbele. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki.
Okay, thank you, Ruben. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. And this is our country. I keep reminding us, it's our duty to see to it that it becomes what we want it to become for the welfare of each and every Kenyan. Kenya is only Kenya with every Kenyan on board and every Kenyan safe and secure. But if one Kenyan is not secure, the whole country will suffer. Let's not forget that. Aya, naomba sasa tuende kwa JP Ireland.
Good morning, good evening, gentlemen.
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
We are good, sir.
Okay.
So thank you for the time, and thank you for this sharing that you are doing. I think this one is giving so many of us and so many people out there much direction, and usually this is the core function of these medias that give information to people out there, and even having brought us together to share and educate one another. Okay, I'll just do my way, then from there we'll see what to do. I have just like it's a statement because I don't want to enter into so much law and because the lawmakers are fighting. For me being just a lay Kenyan, a civilian, I don't need to fight. So, Mr. Bernard, thank you for the good, from the caption that you have put on the screen, Mr. Bernard and the panelists. I think this one depicts partisanism. That's my point, or that's my take. It depicts partisanism because if we want to put this thing into perspective, I heard there was one way when they voted these people. I had one getting 123, one getting 118, another one getting 150. So we can't really say that really UDA is failing as per what the caption is saying. This is a half-half. This is a half-half score, and we can see it, and we cannot even, we don't need to close our eyes and say that this is UDA failing. For instance, UDA is just a kid in the block, and he's been around for like 4 months or so, 6 months. So I don't think we should be saying that UDA is failing, and we have all these other brigades together. from KANU to ODM to Jubilee to everything.
JP, now, just for a minute, just a minute.
Yes.
UDA as a name, UDA as a name, it has been there for a short while. But as a party,
yes,
it was here in 2013, it was here in 2017. So it cannot be a kid.
You've been saying it's
it is misrepresentation to say that UDA was open. There is a political party we registered the other day. It's called Vitendo Nasera Party. That one, nobody knows about it. In fact, you are hearing it from me for the first time. But UDA just changed a name. Changing a name does not make you younger, does it?
You've been saying so it's been in a different form, but now it's UDA and it's been here for a very short time. That's as per my submission as we go further discussing all those other things. Raila being our father of multipartyism, now here time comes when we want to wind all that we fought come in the year 1992, and we want to wind all these things and bring about what we call coalition parties. Coalition party meaning we want to do away with all these other parties. I expect a situation whereby we are going to have even 20 parties. The DAP, the KANU, the what, all of them fronting their presidential candidates. Like I expected 20 or 15 or 10 or 5 parties fronting presidential candidates. But to an extent that now we wanted to umbrella this to coalition parties, meaning we want to make like, okay, let's call them further or bigger coalition political parties. I think it's against what we fought for and what really Baba or Raila fought for since 1992 when the multipartyism was being born into the country. We have been having this disregard of court orders, and you can't really tell me that if these laws are going to be passed, we are going to follow them as per what we say they are. We need them. They are so urgent. So this thing is there. I don't know whether it's a disease for Kenya alone, but even if we do them now, like for instance, party hopping can't happen in Jubilee alone, can't happen in UDA alone, can't happen in ODM alone. Like for instance, I'm an ODM, I've been an ODM diehard. From my place alone, you find that
just before you go on, I want you to make me understand how does the political party amendment hinder multipartyism? I don't understand.
Yeah, if you have been following this, and I know you are a scholar, now we are heading to what we call coalition parties. Like now the AZIMIO is now being termed as a party, which to my thinking it triggers my mind and tell me there is some fishy interest around. So you can't call AZIMIO a political party. You don't let
coalition. For example, we had CORD coalition, which was between ODM, Ford Kenya, and Wiper. After that, there was NASA. All those political parties that were part of NASA are still existing as political parties. So how does coalition kill multipartyism? As opposed to what Jubilee did in 2017 by dissolving all their sister parties into one party called Jubilee Party. I think that's what is a threat to multipartyism. But different parties keeping their autonomy but coalescing together on an idea. I don't see how that affects multipartyism, except you give me.
I need this. Why this what usually political parties have different ideologies and policies, right? But once they have come together, it means they must marry these things and become one thing. Like they are chasing just the same one goal, right? That means if the Ford Kenya was for something different and the ODM was for something different and the ANC was for a different agenda, that means it's like now this is just one party. Even if it's a coalition, now this is one party. That means they have married their agendas, their policies to just one. That's just one party. For instance, Mr. Bernard, you've been hearing of this that they call. I don't know whether you are getting me. There is this that they have been calling party positions. A party position, if it's in a coalition thing, like in the AZIMIO, like in the Jubilee, like in the ANC and the OCA, we must listen to the leader. We must listen to the leader who is the leader of the coalition. If you go against, then it means you are going to play your thing. Now you are going to have those disciplinary issues that usually has been bringing about what we call puppetism in this legislation, whereby you are supposed to dance the music of your leader. You are supposed to dance the music of your we call them your semigod, your demigod. These amendments they are making in parliament, my friend, they doesn't do anything or they don't facilitate anything in any way as per what you have been calling sharing of these monies. Okay, what is hindering Raila from sharing the money they got from these other sister parties? It's just selfishness. These are their brothers. These are their.
You know, you are not helping matters. Okay. Where there is no law, let me go back to my specialty. My Bible teacher. Where there is no law, there is no sin. Okay. If the money is allocated to ODM as a party, okay, how does that money translate into Wiper, Ford Kenya, and ANC? Unmute first.
These people were in a coalition when they were doing these elections. They were in a coalition, and being in a coalition, they had to share this money all together.
Which part of the law makes that mandatory?
In their own memorandum of understanding, because they might.
There was no memorandum of understanding in sharing money.
My point was.
We got the JP. I want us to have an understanding as we converse. Okay.
Yes.
As long as each political party filled in candidates on the seats, okay, that means every political party had to fight to get the number of elected members of parliament. And according to your number of members of parliament in the House, it qualifies you for the party funding. Okay. Now, if we competed, the ODM competed against ANC, competed against Fort Kenya, competed against Wiper, and ended up with majority. Then, because of having the majority, they will be given the party funding money. Will you now distribute the money to the people you competed against?
Mr. Ben, there is a point you are missing, and this point is this. In 2017, it was Jubilee against a coalition comprising of Musalia, Baba, Kalonzo, and others. So you can't tell me that they were not in one party. So meaning even this party funding they had to share. There is no another rocket science they had to use so that they can be sharing this money. This is selfishness.
JP, tukubaliane too, there is what you don't want to accept. Okay. Truth be told, there is no way we have gone for competition together. We have competed for the same seat. I have won 10. You have won 2. Okay? Me with my 10, I'm qualified to be given 100 million. Okay? But you with 2, you cannot qualify to be given the 100 million. What entitles you to my 100 million? Because you voted for me to be president? This is not presidential funding. It is party funding given by the government. But you qualify for it according to the number of members of parliament you have in the house. That is exactly what the law says now. Although that is what they want to cure in this law by improving on it, so that it will now not be a gentleman's agreement, it will be a requirement of the law. So that when we are in a coalition, we have fought together, we're going to share the money together. But where there is no law, there is no sin, so you cannot prosecute me for me keeping what I won by winning majority number of members of parliament.
Mr. Bernard, I don't want to follow your trade of thought, but still you need even to follow mine, because this political funding, once it's happened to those parties that participated in the elections, and once the man has come, these people, they should share. Now they are not sharing. This thing is not going to.
You are wrong. You are wrong. You are wrong, my friend.
Hold on, Jakimbe. Hold on.
Yes, in my own perspective, yes. Okay, as I almost conclude, court rulings has been in support of what the UDA Catalans been fronting out. The BBI, this unconstitutional way of the president doing things, it's been in their favor. So in any case, UDA has been there as a watchdog. Somebody was saying that Ruto is in government but acting as an opposition leader. Yeah, I think this guy has assisted us a lot to keep the government in position. Since the opposition that was to be granted to the NASA brigade and what have you, they lost their way and they joined the government and they started doing the things the government was doing. I know when there is proper opposition in our government, all these things usually can't happen or they cannot be accommodated. What I just wanted to say, I said from the beginning, I'm not going to.
JP,
yes,
JP,
sir.
To the 2010 constitution, where is the provision for opposition leadership?
Any party that has taken number 2 is an official opposition party.
According to which part of which constitution?
The 2010 and the constitutions that have gone behind.
Friend, please go and check the constitution. The 2010 constitution has no opposition leader. We have majority and minority. And the parliament is supposed to generally check the executive as a whole, no longer two sides of the house. Now, what you are talking about is out of the old constitution, which was replaced in 2010. That's when we had official opposition, and we had to have that opposition running a shadow cabinet that was to be used to do what? To check the executive and hold the executive even on the floor of the house. So
then it means
is not valid as at now until the 2010 constitution is changed to make room for opposition leader.
It's just an infringement or a change of the name. If it's a minority, means that and you are from the losing party, the losing side, you are the opposition. That's a flipping of the
minority and opposition cannot mean the same, Mr. JP.
Minority and opposition is the same thing.
How can it be the same thing?
because usually the majority wins. The majority are the ones that usually win. It happens when in 2007 when Raila won much of the seats than the government. That we even saw it. Huh? We even saw it. So let me finish by saying,
JP, I want us to move to the next person. Please make your
No,
conclusion, but let me make the records clear. The minority and the majority is not the ruling party and the opposition. According to the 2010 constitution, there is no opposition. The entire parliament is supposed to hold the executive in check, just like the judiciary is doing as a whole. Until we go back to the what is it called? To the hybrid system of governance, where we are half presidential, half parliamentary. It's when now the opposition will come in. But right now we are in a pure presidential system where we have the majority and the minority. We don't have room for opposition in parliament or anywhere else.
Let me finish then. After the handshake, Baba or Raila Odinga killed opposition, and the minority is the opposition in that case.
How?
That Mr. Ben, disregard of these court orders, even if you are going to make these things in law, what Uhuru and the brothers, what they have been doing, is exactly what's going even to feature, even when they make all these things. I was saying of this thing, like from my Kisi place, like now we have like more than five candidates wanting to get one ODM ticket. These all are diehards of Baba. These are all diehards of who people want to pin the government. Once you have gotten a right ticket in the right place, you are assured of getting then you tell me that this thing is going to assist in party hopping. These policies they are making, they are going to assist in party hopping. This party hopping is everywhere. It's going to be in UDA. It's going to be so. This thing should stop.
So
and wait.
JP, you want us to legalize party hopping other than control and instill discipline in parties? Is that what you're saying?
This thing should wait when we take government UDA next year. We streamline. After streamlining everything, we have.
Thank you for your reasoning, King Kachwa. You have a question, please.
JP happens to come from my back because I also come from Kisi. He's even making me not to be proud from where I'm coming from, but it's okay. First of all, I want to caution in that this party coalition amendment bill, it does not give any condition for someone to join your coalition. Whether we have a coalition of Tujibebe party and the Service Party coming together with the Martha Karua coalition party, there's nowhere it has given any provision that it is a must for you to join this coalition party. Because if it would have put that clause where that if you do not have certain number of members of parliament, then you have to join a coalition for you to be sustained in any parliament or whatever, then that one would be a bad law. Secondly, I want to educate my brother JP that the opposition leader, if it is to say that whoever who garnered the less votes in parliament in the last election was to become the leader of opposition, then Okuro Court is the leader of opposition. But as it is right now, we've got only the minority and the majority in parliament. And we have to understand this. That thing of the last constitution, where you find the leader of opposition was all the time was making a lot of noise in public, and there was nothing he was doing, came to an end in 2010, because the only time you are supposed to anchor your noise is in parliament. And that is the problem we have with UDA. They make a lot of noise in public, but when it comes to parliament, I really want to see one single amendment bill that a UDA will call for an emergency to bring to parliament for an amendment to say that whatever that this law is saying is bad to our people. Let them come in with even one bill as an emergency. The only time we saw an emergency was from Gerard Gay, and it's because his so-called party leader was in quotes being harmed with the security thing. Another thing, in terms of coalition money, the coalition money that was supposed to be split in the NASA the last time, the agreement was, and that is why these people never went to court. The agreement was the coalition was only for the presidential candidate. And that is where you saw them fielding candidates both in Wiper, both in ANC. We could see the candidates in ODM in one single constituency. So it was about the presidential election alone. And when they did not get the presidential election as they had anticipated, then we don't have anything we are sharing. But this bill is giving the registrar of political parties a mandate to scrutinize your coalition agreement and accept that whatever that you presented to me, this is what I'm going to act on. If they've said that this is what is going to be split between ANC, Ford Kenya, or UDA, or whatever, it is going to be like a standing order that once this money has been presented to the register of political parties, this is what we are going to get. I don't know why these UDA fellas want us to kneel down just because they are short so that we can become equal. It is not in order. So I have not seen where this political coalition act is hurting anywhere, AUD, unless they've got something that they don't want to tell us. There's something real they don't want to tell us, because I don't see where. They're arguing that JP is arguing that we've got 5 candidates. That is showing that ODM has got a lot of democracy. Because if got, and it is very true, we've got 3 actually in the gubernatorial seat. We've got Simba Arati, we've got Janet Ongera, and we've got Sam Ongeri. 3 strong political candidates in the gubernatorial seat, and it is going to be decided either by science or either by voting or whatever it is going to take. But it shows that people have got trust in this. You saw them having an issue over one county, Kirinyaga. 2 candidates coming, one is running away because they don't feel like it's okay to be. Why don't they go to the nominations if they are very strong? Let them go to the nominations and tell us if they can stand the tornado of nominations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, King. Let's go to David. David, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. I want you to come in. Then after you, we go to Kibe and then Oduor. Let's keep in that. I'm stepping out shortly. I'll be back. So from when David, you're done, let Kibet, are you there? So,
as always.
Good. So after David is Kibet and then Oduor, I think I will pick on Joe to be the prefect while I'm away. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I've just popped in, so I really don't have much to talk, just to greet you and maybe be a listener for some time, because I've just come in anyway. But one thing I can pick from the last speaker is that the term official opposition has been existing before the 2010 constitution, and when we adopted this 2010 constitution, which is a actually, to me, it's a photocopy of what happens in other worlds. The leader of minority is kind of, without say, took the position of checking government. The disadvantage which 2010 constitution brought to political heavyweights is that when you lose, you go home completely. You may not have access to parliament unless you have a caucus or a kamkunji with the MPs allied to you, then try to push your agenda through parliament. But as you know, most of our members of parliament are not guided by principle. So sometimes they are swayed and they don't represent the interest of mwananchi as they ought to. And that is why we have the situation we have currently. You know, ministers or cabinet secretaries were picked from technocrats who are supposed to be answerable to the entire parliament, regardless of your position or your party. You know, in other democracies, a good thing is supported by everybody, and a bad thing supported by everybody. It's not supported by everybody, regardless what party it is, as long as it has the interest of mwananchi. But in Kenya, you know, sometimes we support what our leaders tell us, and that's why everywhere you hear that people have to get enough members of parliament in order to pass their motions or even protect themselves as a party or as a government. So what's happening in Kenya, I can see, is that somebody wants to have enough people in his party without moving, which we call party hopping. But then, you know, Kenya is a democracy and you can't prevent people from moving. And if we are crowded, someone can look house everywhere, as you have seen before. When things go bad in party A, people go to party B. So for today, AZIMIO, you've got it. I think you would deserve a thumbs up. You must have marshaled your soldiers well. But still, we cannot stop there. That is one step. We need to move another step and then, of course, win the election. But after the election, we need to come back and see, are we having the interest of mwananchi at heart, or is just winning an election, then we celebrate and go honeymooning? I don't want to talk much because, as I've said, I've just get into the show. I can stop there.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. I totally agree with you that when you are elected in parliament, you are there to represent the people, either through your constituency and Kenya at large. It should not be we against them. We should look into what benefits Kenyans as a whole. So thank you very much, David. Who was supposed to speak next? Hello? Who was supposed to speak next?
Me.
Debate.
Me. Yes.
Haya, endelea.
Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Welcome, Demba. Nimeona umeingia.
Demba, unanisikia? Okay. Asante.
Kibetu, go ahead.
It's fine. It's Bernard. Okay, fine. Anyway, good evening, good morning, whatever. Wherever you are. My name is Kibet, as usual, and I'm representing the diaspora in Germany, a very democratic country and a very good example of a functioning democratic system. And I've been hearing hearsays that they want to use the same method that they're using in Germany in terms of political parties and coalitions and whatever. But it's let me just explain for those who don't know how the system works here and the political system works here in Germany. Is everybody goes to election with their own party, and the majority of the parties, the one that has most votes or the ones that have improved, get to form the coalition. So the boss in the case of this year was the Social Democrats. Can choose out of the rest 4 or 5 other parties which one they will want to form a government with. So in this case, the CDU, the Christian Union, the Christian Democrats were thrown out of the government for the first time in, I think, 15 years or even more. It will be 20 years. And I think that's the system that I don't know how is going to work in Kenya in the case of ODM, UDA, and whatever in the next year's election. If that's be implemented, if that was to be implemented, even later UDA and ODM can work together. But hadi ifika hapo venye imefika saizi hiyo nini, that wound has been opened too big now. So I'm thinking the proposal at the moment is actually it's very good. You know, I'm a KANU member, a KANU diehard, you know, blood and water, whatever. I'm from Baringo, and I think such it will cushion us such small parties. Well, small in terms of margin, but obviously KANU is a very big party. We have a very, very large history, or rather a very good history with ruling Kenya. But at the moment, you know, we are a very small party. We are very big marginalized, and we are suffering interiorly. So when if this thing will be passed, kama itaenda through, it is going to cushion us. We are going to be hard. Yeah, right now even I don't even know if my chairman ever talks in the Senate. You know, like it is that bad. You know, like we need to be hard, whether we kidney or dickney, we need to be hard, and that is why from next year the coalition that's going to come in. This proposal, it is perfect for us. It's perfect for the bus parties, for example, that are starting up, the DAP or DPA. I'm not sure. DAP, I think DAP Kenya, and I'm really looking forward. I followed today's proceedings for the first time in 27 years in my life. I followed the whole proceedings, the whole afternoon. I watched the exchange of words. I watched the cussing, the whatevers. But at the end of the day, I'm really, really happy that I'm saying we in quotes, AZIMIO la UMOJA, probably will come out victorious. And there's hope. There's hope for us, the people of Baringo, even though the guys down there for ground, they tend to be UDA members, but the section of KANU wenye tumefinyiliwa kwa ukuta, we can start hoping again for, you know, a better future if this coalition bill will be passed in the Senate in the coming weeks, or I don't know when it will be discussed. And yeah, that's my submission. It's a very short one, but hopefully I have touched the hearts of many. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kibet. We appreciate your submission. Let us build Kenya together with every other Kenyan. Themba, you're welcome. I'm happy you're here. I've been waiting for you. I even tried calling you because I needed you at the helm of power.
Yeah, I will. Bernard, thank you so much for that. I'm here rather briefly because I'll be stepping out in about 15 minutes, but I'll be back in about 40 minutes. So Joe can handle until I come back, or you can be here until about 40 minutes. Then you can handle. You can handle if that's okay with you.
Joe will hold on. Only the problem is the back office. Where is Wekesa? The parliament, I think, is through now. He said he will not be here until parliament is done.
Yeah, I'm stepping out in about 15 minutes, so I'll be back in about 40 minutes. So you can hold on until I come back.
Hold on until you're back because of adding people. Because Joe chairing is not a problem, but he can't add the new people that are joining, things like those. But no problem. Let's hear from Kelvin's, and then we hear from you before you go. Kelvins, are you there? Kelvinsi. Okay. Temba is make your submission. Kelvin seems not to be around.
Okay, thank you. Garabi, I have agreed with everyone. What I've said, though, I was listening to Joe. Joe made rather interesting remark a while ago. I don't know whether he was just trying to be controversial, or he was just trying to be political, or just trying to be on the other side. I think what I gathered from Joe is that he hasn't looked at the bill, and he hasn't read it, and he hasn't known what it is that it is trying to do. So that is number one. Number two, I think Joe is trying to give a Panadol for a cancer, because is trying to be rather preachy about how people should be good. Yet there's a problem in our body politic, and that is what is trying to be. If you don't cure a problem from the start, then you're likely to repeat it. So what the bill is trying to address, let's not look at it in isolation. Let's not look at the delay process that was the filibuster that was being applied by the UDA guys, because that is all they had. When you don't have the numbers, then you apply the filibuster, you delay the decision so that it is not made. You apply the filibuster. Is a way of delaying. The longest filibuster so far in history was done in the US sometime back, and it took 24 hours, 8 minutes. So it really went for a long time. It was when in 1957, when they're trying to pass the civil rights bill. So there's one senator who actually applied that, and he went on and on to delay the decision. So this is a normal process that the parliamentarians engage in. But I wish if they have the numbers which are not showing today, they could have at least even introduced some of the bills instead of waiting to introduce an amendment. They should have brought in some other bills that they think are friendly to people. They haven't done that. They waited until this bill so that they can come and give delaying tactics. I'm sure also they'll probably head to court after the bill has been passed, which is okay. It's their constitutional right. But of importance is to note that their behavior today in Parliament was rather telling. Working out when you think after you've delayed the process and you don't have the numbers, insisting on division, and then eventually working out instead of waiting until the end. I think also that was telling of their selfish need. So they have, like someone has said in the floor of Parliament, that they have exposed themselves for who they are, which I think is something as some of us who are keen observers of proceedings and political process, we are noting. And if you are to say whose hands you're safe, then you can simply get which side. They came rather, convinced that they will not pull any win, but they were trying to prove to their masters who are watching, because someone was even addressing their master who was watching, saying that shouting the loudest, trying to imply that they are really defending his view, and some of them even saying that okay, they have all come against us. But those numbers, at no point did the Azimio guy go past 158. I mean, if they had 160, 158 was a small number, So they were not able to marshal that number. So it was clear that all these things we've been hearing is just, you know, some numbers that are being thrown around the corner. And I think we should take them for that. They are not a serious bunch of guys. And if you can trust those kind of, you know, chaotic bunch of people with our country, you can imagine where it shall be going. Then, number two, there's nowhere that is written that opposition is reserved for anybody. Opposition is simply a side of the parliament that is picked by those who have not managed to take power. So there's no reservation for anybody to be an opposition leader or opposition candidate. On a light note, you know, Bernard, they were being taught how to be being given starter pack on being opposition. You know, could they handle it? Did they handle themselves as opposition today? I think they tried, in my view, to handle themselves the way they should as opposition. You need such kind of gusto when you don't have the numbers. You need to apply delaying tactics. You need to learn how to fight well. Unfortunately, one of them, they had a casualty. That is not supposed to be the end game. They are supposed to delay the process. They are supposed to filibuster. They're supposed to make sure that it doesn't pass. So I think they are good students of opposition. So far, as far as practicing opposition and a starter pack and emerging opposition, I think I give them a 7 out of 10. They can improve more when they continue that way as opposition. As a government in waiting, if they are going to be, I don't think they have performed pretty well. So that is all I can say for now. But I want to take Joe's comments with a lot of reservation. I don't think Joe should, as much as yes, we respect his view, but anyone who's been following anyone in the caliber of Joe, who's been keen on following political trends in Kenya, there are some statements I don't expect from them. He has fallen below my expectation today, and I'm a little disappointed. I don't know if he's just trying to be good. We don't need good. Martin Luther King says that there comes a time where you need to take the high road. You don't have to be. You need to take the unpopular route. You don't have to take the popular. I don't have to be political in your talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Themba. Joe, will you redeem yourself or what's happening? Before we go to Tony.
I can.
Yeah.
You see, like Themba, when you came in, I just said that in Parliament we should not be us against them. Let's not have that fixed mind. Let's look at the good things that will benefit Kenyans as a whole, not us against them. And
have you read the bill?
I totally accept what you have said on me. But
have you read the bill, Joe?
If you look at the comments, comment section,
have you read the bill?
Themba, relax, Themba. Thank you.
No, Joe, Bernard. Joe should tell us if he has read the bill.
Hold on.
What
Let
I'm saying,
Joe respond. Then you can.
I don't need to read the bill as such, but I can hear the debate that goes on even here. I can go by that. And the debate that was in Parliament, what people are saying, a bill is just a bill. Then people debate about on that bill. What the people say is what I take. Is it good for everybody? That's what is important, because not all Wananchi reads this bill, but they have an opinion over what their representative says. So reading the bill is not the ultimate. But I want to say, as much as you say you're disappointed, if you look at the comments, I have some supporters who are supporting me. So it is only you against them. Thank you, Mr. Themba. Welcome.
Even
to be a very good politician.
Even Hitler had supporters. So you cannot say just because you have supporters, then your position is good. What I'm trying to say, Joe, for someone like you who is an analyst of good repute, you know, that is what I've considered you to be. It is unfair for you to come and rely on simply what people are saying on the streets and then you make conclusions based on that. It is up to you to, first of all, appreciate what is the bill all about, so that even someone arguing from a point of ignorance, you can educate them, all right? So I'm also disappointed equally that you are coming and you haven't bothered to check the bill. So you are concentrating on the emotions around it. People will argue based on emotions around something. But now for you to comment in terms of facts around it, you need to engage your mind, not what we say, not what I'm differing with the Bernard, because when I'm differing with Bernard, it will probably be based on my emotional attachment to one side of it. But when you're arguing from a point of fact, you know, is this thing appropriate? Is this thing okay? Whether someone believes you or not, that's a different thing. But at least you have argued from a point of information. But you can't base your argument based on a parliamentarian coming to make noise on the floor of parliament. You know, like someone coming to say you're arguing based on someone coming to say that for the sake of hustlers and the defense of constitution, I vote no. I mean that's not something that can make you come and base your argument. For me, what I expect from you and panelists of good repute like Jakindu Bay, King Katwa, who is latest coming in, Bernard, David, you know, the names I'm mentioning. These are patriot names that have some heavyweights, you know. So when I expect these people to talk, I listen. But now when I'm listening to Joe, and then Joe is trying to be, you know, wishy-washy, you know, I'm just trying to be nice. Joe, anyway, thank you.
Demba.
Okay, Themba,
Demba,
Themba.
you
Let me just have one word, please.
anapeana dawa
Jakindube.
anapeana
Yeah,
dawa ya kichwa badala ya kudiagnose cancer, anapeana vile ulisema. Hiyo ndio Joe
Jakindube.
amefanya.
Sawa, Jakindube.
Anapeana Panadol.
Order of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
let me tell Themba one thing, please. Amenipiga sana. You see,
Yes.
when people go to campaign, they're looking for votes. They talk to the electorate what they want to do. Not all the electorates reads the bills or the manifesto, but they talk of what they want to do. And not all of us here are representatives. We are not MPs. We hear what the people say, and we decide on that basis. Not all of us can read the Constitution.
Joe,
Joe,
you know,
Bernard.
the more you talk, the more you incriminate yourself. Just relax, okay?
Bernard.
There is the ideal situation and there is the accepted norm, okay? Does the ideal situation require us not to check out what our MPs and members of parliament are giving us? No. The norm is we let them read. Kama baba amesoma na amesema ni nzuri, hakuna haja kuangalia. That is the breeding ground of deception and being taken for a ride. So us as custodian of the truth, which I believe we are, we must counter-check everything and ascertain that this is being said like this by Sudi, but is this what is written? If it is how it is, then we say they have a, because we have what measured what they say against what is written. But if we just parrot what they said, at the end of the day, we'll be accomplices. Okay, we are the people spreading the lie that they started for us in parliament, and we are giving it legs and giving it life. We shouldn't do that, especially as responsible citizens. So it's okay for our, let's say, our grandmas, in the village, those you know, semi-literate brothers that ran away from school, they are free to do it that way. But us should be the custodian of the truth, tell them, although it is this way, although it is being said in this way, this is the way it is, because this is how they act, and this is how it relates to the Constitution. We should be the balancing factor, not to be the one fanning what is below scale. I know that is that should be taken as pastoral. Okay, so
Bernard,
yes,
Bernard.
yes,
Let me just say something. Patriot, when you want to speak, kindly raise your hand to Bernard, then he will allow you. He mutes. Then, because when you unmute as he's talking, there's a bit of a kanini. I don't know what happened. So just raise your hand before you unmute, then he'll always allow you because of the interference.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There is how there is how Patriot's microphone and my microphone are not in agreement nowadays. And we'll do the investigation. I think he has joined DAP. And I'm still in ODM. So, so Patriot, is your turn. Make your submission, and then we move on. Karibu.
Thank you so much, my fellow panelists. I have been very busy watching what was going on at the National Parliament. And as you all know, the session started early. Had it not been the unfairness in the political practice of this country, some of us would have been member of parliament, because I ran one time, na kura zangu zikaibiwa. So I've been very keen watching what was happening today, and basically I didn't do work. I've just had my supper, watching on TV. I started actually 10:30. But allow me, before I dive to today's discussion, to just say something. On a light note, Bernard, just accept it, just to make the discussion a little bit neutral. I think you guys have hit on Joe a little bit hard. You hit him below the belt, and just for the following reason. The reason and the objective of having a discussion like this is, and you've always told us, Bernard and Themba, the essence of having such a discussion is to enrich ourselves. Even when somebody is speaking from the ignorant point of view, that should tell you that there are Kenyans who think that way and they make decisions the same. So it might be very difficult, in my view, for if one person has learned to think in one way, to just change today because you've advised him. Just accept them. That's how they speak. And going to the extent of being a bit semantics on a bit heavy word, like the ones you've used, Bernard, where I raised the hand. You will check at the YouTube after this has ended. It was a bit heavy on Joe. So my take is this on that one, Bernard. Allow people to learn slowly. You never know how Joe woke up today, so probably that's why he spoke the way he did. Just allow them, because the give and take, which I've always also learned, I think that would be better, because Joe is a smiling guy. Otherwise, if he was other people, would have been annoyed. You use heavy terms against Joe. I'm just being a bit neutral, and Joe is a gentleman always, definitely. So just allow that to be my last submission on the discussion you had before I speak on my stuff. Okay, now on today's issue, if I might go straight to it, Bernard, what has happened in Parliament is very, very historical. It is historical in many levels, in many layers, if you followed, actually. The morning when the first session began, the UDA won the story. They won the first amendment bill. I mean, that layer of the amendment bill was actually something UDA won, because they got a 123, then AZIMIO got 118. The reason was because of the traffic in Nairobi. People were coming from different places. The few of the hustlers were there early enough and were able to actually have the numbers. That was the reason. But as correctly put with most of you, the UDA didn't have the numbers. They don't have the number. They have never had the numbers. This was an historical moment where the truth has been separated from lies. And as we've always discussed on this platform, perception forms a serious basis on how politics moves around this country. The people out here have been having a serious perception that UDA have the numbers. It is the turning point for this country because the truth has come to the fore. We now know that UDA don't have the numbers. It is clear, it's clear white and black that UDA have been spreading, lies. They're using propaganda. And even I quote one of the speakers who said, it is true perception shapes politics, but propaganda does not override the truth. That's what he learned in today's, sitting. So I think it is a moment that we celebrate as a country. And for those who want to review and probably go back to the drawing board and see what they're doing, in this case, who happens to be the UDA, I think this is a golden opportunity for the UDA people to come to the realization that Kenyans want the truth, because you can't really ride on falsehood, speak to people with semanticism, pick slogans here and there and move with them around thinking that Kenyans will not think through. Trust me, Kenyans have learned a lot in today's discussion. And then something else I want to say that I have been able to see from today's discussion is that for sure, when it's your turn to get the dose, there I want to agree with Themba. I think if I got him lastly as I came in, when it's time for you to get the dose, please just stand. If it's an IV, or it's any other injection, because the IV is the first one, you just stand and get it, because the disease is so serious that that's the only dose that we can give you. Because if we start giving you Panadols, we give you tablets because of your choice, it might take long, and maybe it might take your life. So today, what happened is that these patients who have happened to be part of the pharmaceutical company that have been manufacturing these drugs, it is time that we actually gave them what belongs to them, because they've been sick for long, and the disease that they've been suffering from, which has been so much contagious that the numbers have been increasing so much that everywhere you go, and I think I like the way some of them had coined the term, the yellow fever. It's been everywhere. So you can't tell me, this is now back to Joe, you can't tell me that where you need to be given a jab, a quick one, so that it achieves concentration in the body very fast for the pathogen to be neutralized. We give you Panadol, we give you a tablet. A tablet will take long, So today was a real show of demonstration on how what you build can turn against you. And when it's your turn, please be ready to receive it. So I agree that at some point, it will not be nice when you really want to show somebody the might, because it's been asking for it. I remember at some point, Bernard, if I might elaborate this, at some point, the UDA's guys wanted to start to show how they want lectures. Actually, that was provoked the House. Now, people like our friend, the MP for did you watch Bernard? Did you watch? Okay, Babu Owino, he was the first one to begin. He went to a new trajectory, because when these guys were given chance to contribute, they will show that they want to make lectures. So quickly, it was a way of saying, baby come, we want lectures. So the AZIMIO UMOJA guys, because most of them are doctors, are professors. It is Professor so-and-so, Dr. so-and-so, from the AZIMIO. Unfortunately, now Turingi, most of us are well learned. So they asked for the speeches, and then we gave them the dose. I think they were flabbergasted. It was difficult for them to comprehend the terminologies. So they had just to leave. They had to take off. So these are things, in my view, that make a lot of sense, because when you provoke somebody who went to school, surely, and he starts giving you a bit of the English that he knows, don't feel agitated, because that is his game. That's the way he does it. So the UDA people have learned a lot. One of the things that Kenyans have learned today is that UDA are not properly schooled. That's one thing. Probably, let the truth be told, they are not properly schooled, and it's not It's not being unfair to them.
Go slow, please.
Let me finish, Bernard. I'm just saying, I didn't say they are stupid, but I'm saying their level of their academic credentials, when you listen to them, for sure. Because like ODM, you cannot win an ODM ticket from Nyanza if you don't have a PhD, or if you're not a student going for PhD. They are doctors, you must have a master's. That is education. So when you have...
What is the qualification of the governor of Homa Bay? Is he a PhD holder? You people stop losing votes for Baba.
David, allow me to finish, sir. Allow me to finish, David. So, what I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted with David, because that's what he does every time that I speak. What I was saying is majority of those who stand for Baba have proper credentials. That's not being insultive, and that's the truth. When you have the likes of Sudi, and you know the list is long, what do you expect? Did he even speak today? He didn't. So let the truth be told. They didn't have the numbers, Bernard. It has been demonstrated that lies have a very short shelf life. You know, you can't have lies being active. The enzymatic activity begins very fast. It loses its potency very quickly. Those are lies for you. But if you want to speak the truth, it will be consistent. It will be there. You will use it today, tomorrow, and years to come. So let me end by saying, Bernard, today was the day that we came to the realization, for those who didn't know, that the next president of this country will be based on the truth, will not be based on lies, it will not be propaganda, it will not be perception, but the truth of those who want this country to be a better tomorrow than the way it is. I want to thank you so much, Bernard, because I know you guys have discussed so much, but because of the excitement, the happiness I have, I wouldn't hide anything. Those are the truth. That's what has come out from today. For those who didn't watch, they can take time, like David, to go and watch. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Bernard, I have a rebuttal over that.
Okay, just hold on, David. You're coming in to do the rebut. Thank you. I want to appreciate Desai for that super sticker. If you want that super sticker, just go to the YouTube part. You will be given on how you can make contribution to Mtembei TV and buy that sticker so that every comment you make will be highlighted in that blue sticker. It is a Google program, but when you support the channel, you get that sticker. So be a genuine follower of Mtembei TV and also a supporter of the same. Thank you very much. So David, come in with your rebut, and then we go to Inawezekana.
I also want a chance to talk to Patriot, to respond to Patriot.
Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, Joe, hold on.
Bernard,
you'll talk to Patriot. Patriot is here, and David, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. You know,
and excuse David, just a second. Just a minute, Bernard, there's something you are displaying. Why are you quitting? There's something you are displaying, Bernard. Can you put it before David speaks?
Oh, which one? The
sticker.
The sticker.
No, the sticker.
The sticker or the comment?
The comment.
Oh, this one for Dixon Hagon. Okay, I think that's.
Should
Carry
I go
on,
ahead?
David. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
What I need to say is a quick point of what Patriot is saying. Patriot, kura hazitafutwe hivyo bana. Unajua, someone said sometimes back that people go out look for votes wakiwa na gambut, watu wengine wakisimama wawili watatu wanazimwaga zote. Please spare Baba that kind of crap. You know, we need those people to come and vote for Baba too. When you stand here in this channel and say people in Yuda are not well educated,
Bernard,
I don't understand what you mean.
I don't take that. I didn't
That
say
one
crap.
is an insult.
Patriot, hold on. Patriot, hold on. Patriot, hold on. Please, you're out of order.
Bernard,
Patriot, hold your horse,
hold
man.
hold on, Patriot. David, let David finish his sentence. You will have an opportunity to respond, please. Thank
I
you.
want to invite Patriot to the mannerism of celebrating. You don't celebrate while injuring your opponent. We still need those votes. So sometimes when we celebrate, let's adopt some kind of decorum and some respect, because you didn't expect them to win, or you lose and they wakukejeli. So that statement, Bwana Chairman, that the Yuda people are not educated, I know what, I don't buy it. In as much as I switched camp, I don't really condone unfairness. That's what I wanted just to put across. Those people are also professors. They have done their studies. So picking one person and then generalize that Akina Sud, and I can mention them, that is not fair. That is a father. That is a leader. We need also to have that kind of respect. That is my opinion, Bernard, though.
Okay, thank you, David. Patriot,
Let
what
me
is your response?
no, let me talk then.
Okay, Joe, go ahead. Patriot, hold on.
Yeah, I think most people think that maybe I've not read this thing and been at the Tukwa Parliament. I know about this bill from Kitambo Sana. The first concept was 2007. Maybe some of you don't know, but this bill, the first concept was 2007. Then it was not even carried to 2011. Now, from 2007 up to today, how many years are those? That it's now it is now that it's beginning, that it's so much, urgent that we have to rush it. From 2007, the big word here is corporate membership, and that's not so big, corporate membership. That's the objective of this bill. So I want to tell people like Themba, people like Patriot, I know this bill. It has been there for a long, long time. It's now becoming so urgent because there are some political strategies that have not worked. And that's why they need to put it in place that quickly, because the elections are just coming, they're just around the corner. Otherwise, I don't see, even if it was wrong. I mean, in the past, NASA was built 2 months to the election, or 3 months. So why is they pushing it? It has to be 6 months. Those are the kind of things that I'm saying we have to think of from 2007 to today. I don't know what Patriot will say. But I know he's come here with a lot of excitement. He's happy. I think he's seen the best movie he's ever seen today in Parliament. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Bernard, with all due respect, I'm one person who weighs on my words. I do so much. When we speak facts and you find that they're offensive and you go vulgar, that's not being fair. David has told me that I'm speaking crap. I think I'll be right to say that it's being petty because I didn't go that direction. What I said was facts. And when you interrupt somebody speaking, you need to interrupt for a good reason. I thought there is something he's telling me that is important. I said the AZIMIO people are learned. Is that being insultive? I don't think so. The examples that I gave are real. I have never abused anybody. I don't advocate for abuses. But when you say that I'm saying crap, you're being petty, David, and that is being insultive. That's not what I said. So I think that's what I was saying, Bernard. Let's protect each other the way we speak here. If what I've said you don't like it, speak in your way, but you don't get vulgar and you start abusing others.
We tulia bwana, uko na kiherehere mingi, tuliza boli.
Order, David. Thank you. I think we are making a mountain out of a molehill over nothing. we are all educated, but at different levels.
But Bernard, when you become
Hold
that's
on,
being
Patriot, hold on, Patriot. So we can't rule that we're not all at the same level, whether we be parliamentarians or lay people or cabinet secretaries. We are all at different stages in life and different seasons, and we also have different levels of exposure. So comparing those levels is not insulting, in my opinion. But demeaning somebody because you think their level of education is lower and yours is higher, that's when it becomes prejudice and it becomes evil. But saying mimi ni A level na wewe ni O level, those are just levels and we cannot deny them. We have O level people, we have A level people, we have professors, we have doctors, and that is how our society is. So let's appreciate the whatever the variety that our society provides, but not use them as weapons against one another. It is said that when you talk about what is it called? Say, don't talk about dry bones near an old woman because you will say you are talking about her. I think we are becoming oversensitive and then overprotective, especially when it comes to the lower cadre. Okay, as much as we need to look out one for another and support one another, we should also understand that excellence demands this, right demands this, progress demands this, and things that are demanded are such that are primary. We can't do without them. I have said that one of the reasons why this generation particularly is lacking behind in coming up with progressive ideas is because we let the comedians take over from the scientists. Okay. In the past, invention were done by the scientists were the one leading the way, then people were following. Today, even a scientist require a comedian to do an advert for him. So we let the art people to lead the way. And that's why we are suffering what we are suffering today. We cannot sustain our world because we let wrong people sit in the driver's seat. It's something that we need to admit. Hata kama tukubaliane naye, inaweza kuwa ni chungu, lakini tukubali kwamba tunakosea wakati ambapo tunaacha akili ndogo itawale akili kubwa. Na sio mimi nimesema, nimequote mtu fulani alisema hiyo. Thank you very much. Naomba tusonge mbele, tuende kwa inawezekana.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bernard and the whole panelist fraternity. Today, or rather yesterday, we had the opportunity to watch our honorable members having some live action. Was it an action movie or it was just a presentation and debating? And it was really interesting and nice when one of the biggest marketing strategies really failed by one William Samoei Ruto. The UDA fraternity has always been marketing to us that they have the largest number of members of parliament. They have the largest following on the ground. They have really been lying to us until I think maybe some members from the other side, that is AZIMIO, maybe we believed them that they have numbers, they have following, but I would like to appreciate the the leadership from the AZIMIO side. I think President Uhuru and Raila, they have a way of giving the UDA, giving the William Ruto the chance to like prove himself if what he's saying is right, is correct. So like this party thing, changing of party, I think it was an opportunity for the DP to present himself, to to prove if he is right. So actually, it turned out that he was wrong, and it was not right what he was telling us, what he was trying to perpetuate to Kenyans. The DP has also been trying to tell us that his bottom-up strategy is better than any other strategy that has been presented in this country. But Raila came up and told us that we can have Baba Care, we can have the 6K given to those who cannot help themselves. So in summary, what I would just like to say is that people, the Kenyan people should open their eyes and should open their ears very wide to listen to what these leaders are telling us. We should be careful and we should know what is right and wrong. The DP has been lying to us that he has numbers and he does not have numbers. Today, the UDA guys were telling us now they have changed. Now they are telling us that it is one person against six people. That again is not correct, because Mudavadi, when you watched this, when you followed this proceeding, Mudavadi's people were on the same side as UDA people. So in reality, it is 2 people against 5. So that was again another flaw. And this equalization fund, I can coin it as an equalization fund, when my respectable elder Joe was, I think he was trying to say that we should be like polite to the UDA guys and all that stuff. I think we should respond to them in some kind, the way they respond to us, the way they speak to us. I think we should also respond to them. And this is politics. Politics haina kubahatisha, and politics haina like kubembelezana. We just tell you the way it is because you are telling us the way you think it is. So with that one point, I thank you, Bernard, and maybe I contribute if I have another chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Inawezekana. We appreciate your continued support and contribution on this platform. We are glad that you are here. Let's keep talking. Mzee Mulumbu is here. We are ready to listen to him, I believe. And then after that, we will take another round as we wait for Themba or Wekesa to come through. And I'll be out of here. All the same, let's keep the conversation going. The comments, please, thank you very much. Just keep it within the boundaries. Anybody with an welcome language, please notify us if you don't see it. We want to clean up this platform completely. Kama una point, unyamaze. Ama sio lazima ucomment, lakini kama una comment kutukana watu, hiyo hairuhusiwi. Asante sana. Mulumbu, you're welcome, sir.
Hey, good evening, good morning, and wherever it is.
Good morning from Nairobi.
Thank you so much, guys. I've been hearing you when I've been busy, but I've been following you, what you're trying to say and what was happening. I didn't have much time to watch what was going, but I see a little bit. So to me, before I go to what happened, I just want to give some advice to some of my fellow on this program over here. I think when we are here to educate our Kenyan people that who cannot be, who doesn't know where Kenya is coming from, and who doesn't know the meaning of UMOJA. Because when the country does not have UMOJA, there's no the way that country can grow. You'll forgive me because mimi si mtu wa kusoma sana Kizungu, sikijui sana, na ipambanya tu kupambanya. Nilijulia kwa kusikia, sio kwa kuisoma. I'm sorry to that because that's how life sometimes is. But I feel so offended nikipata watu ambao wamesoma, sometimes the way they express things, it sometimes pains me. Because kama mtu alienda shule vizuri, yafaa unaweza articulate na ueleze wale ambao hawajaenda shule vizuri. For example, mtu kama David, nafikiri wewe mtu umesoma vizuri sana na una familia, ambapo when you are talking you have to weigh your words. Ukiambia mwenzako usimchome na maneno ili ya kuonyesha kwamba unamdharau. Use a word that you know akipata ni kitu ambapo ina heshima na ina build. Because what Patrick said, I say kwa plural, kwa sababu level ya masomo hajatusi mtu, amesema level ya masomo ni kama hii nini, level ya masomo somehow is down according how they behave. Hajatusi mtu, lakini wewe ukitoka kwa direct unamhit direct pap acha kwamba ni crap. That why Spain, yani it's like a needle to me. Sijasoma lakini it's like a needle. Mtu kama David, you have to use the words. I don't know how sometimes nafikiria, because kama unaweza ongea namna hiyo, I don't know how you do it in your house with your kids, because you have to, when you use the language you use, that one is the one you're supposed to be using in your house, because hiyo watu wote wanaona dunia mzima. You have to have a language that builds. Mtu kama ameenda komba, mrekebishe, mwambie hapa is supposed not, usimudunge. Hiyo sijafurahia. Nikienda kwa Mr. Anaitwa nani, my old friend Joe, I don't understand. Wewe ni kama tumetoka line moja, tumekaa Kenya, tumeona for a long time. Sasa if you can explain to me that hiyo law imekuweko 97, 2002, imevuka 2010, imevuka pika 2020 and 20 something, na unaniambia ati imeharakishwa. Really? Something has taken almost more than 30 years, na unaniambia sasa ati inaharakishwa. Really? Don't you see it's late? And they need to implement it so that it can work. How can we grow if we cannot implement something that can help the country and remove us in that situation ambapo wherever election comes, people die? And I feel so sad if some people come to talk here as if election people doesn't die. Hamukuona vile serikali iliua watu wetu? You don't see? You are happy because your brother, your sister did not die over there. One of me, I should tell you here, niliponea chupu kufa na watoto wangu kwa nyumba. Chupu. Mungiki walikuwa ngekata kichwa wangu. So I feel so sad some people come here and kama ya kwamba there's nothing happening. Business inaharibika, watu wanakufa, nchi inarudi nyuma. And then mnatuambia ati hiyo leo ilikuwa harakishwa. Badala warekebishe, these the same people ambapo walikuwa nafanya hivi vitu. Sasa leo zinakuja mbaya rekebishe. Election ikija, watu wafanye election kwa usawa. Unaenda upige kura yako, toa maneno, hakuna mambo ya kupigana. And then you find ati wanaharakisha. And then when I go back now to what happened today, I feel so sad. Nikiona watu ya UDA wale very well educated malawyer, wameshindwa kwenda kuarticulate kuongea what the law says, wameenda kufanya campaign kwa bunge. Wanaenda kwa vile wana advise mkubwa vile alivyo, vile amewin. Is that what they took in the parliament? Then they are shouting all along. Instead of mtu kutoa maoni yake, waongee, everyone one by one waongee, wajue ni nini inafanyika. You got uncertified. Actually, then when somebody said some of them are not well educated, no mtu anasema kwamba that's wrong. Guys, we are here to educate these people. When something is wrong, tell them it's wrong. The time of ODM walikuwa upinzani, these people were fighting for the rights of the people. Serikali ilikuwa inagandamiza watu. That's what I was fighting for. The other people were kina school Matiba, all of them that during that time. They're fighting for the right of the people, the constitution that you people are having. This to say to vile tunaongea, this is what they're fighting for us that we can discuss here. Is when you compare what UDA is doing and what the upinzani for Raila was doing, is it the same? Is UDA fighting for what can help mwananchi, or wanataka kutufungia watu riche mali tumetoka? Guys, we are here to educate. We are not here to come and insult each other. Tuko hapa, kila mtu atoa hii ingefanya namna hii, ingefanya namna hii hata imechelewa. Hii sheria ingekuwepo, kuwe na sheria, watu waanze kumangamanga. How can you be a UDA and the part that took you to the parliament is Jubilee? Ni kama unaniambia wewe ni bibi yangu, nimekuoa, sasa unaishi kwangu, unakula kwangu, na jamaa mwingine ndiye anaenda kukunyonya huko. Hiyo si wizi wa mchana? Is that right? Sasa wakisema law ikuwepo ya kwamba ukishaolewa uolewe, kama umesema utaki huyu mwanaume, toka kwa hiyo ndoa, upate talaka, uachane nayo, uende uishi na mwanamume mwingine. These people wanaathiri nchi yetu, na mnaona, and you're here supporting. Kwani elimu mlienda kusoma nini? Si mndichangie mimi pia niende university nipate degree, twende pamoja na nyinyi huko, because you're not doing your job the way you went to school for. Guys, let's say what's wrong is wrong. Kama watu let's teach the wananchi, do not select somebody who is lower. Select somebody who is well educated. Akienda kwa bunge, he knows what ataenda kutengeza law, asome mahesabu, ajue. Don't just select somebody that ameiba pesa mahali, he has a lot of money, and then unampeleka bunge. He cannot do that. What he knows ni ngumi, ni matusi. Then mtu kama nini, kama Badi anajitetea, you don't see, ameuma kidole, you don't see that. Mnaona ile sasa alikuwa anajitetea, akamgonga yeye pia, sasa yeye ndiye anakuwa punished, wale wengine anakuwa punished, wale walikuwa zaidi sijui ngapi, nobody was punished. Is that right? Thank you so much.
Bernard, give me a chance, maybe.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mulumbu. We appreciate your contribution. Let us please listen and apply to what we are hearing. Let's not listen to respond.
Yeah, I want to put some things straight.
What is being said because we are preparing to respond. And in the process, we lose the conversation. Let's keep the conversation going so that the people viewing can also enjoy the conversation by us building up on one another. Thank you. Joey, what you're saying?
Yeah, I just wanted to put some things straight. It seems like people are not getting me right. I have not said this bill or this law is bad. What I'm saying is, in 2007, this country was almost going down. And the concept of this bill was first put in Parliament in 2007. When the Political Act of 2011 was being debated and enacted, this actually bill of corporate membership was not carried into the Political Act of 2011, despite it had been there 2007. What I'm saying is this. If it was there 2007, when actually we had a very bad moment in this country, then when they were enacting the Political Bill Act in 2011, it should have been a priority by then. But because it was not serving the powers to be on during 2011, they ignored it. Up to today, 2021, that's 10 years later. Now, the people who are driving this bill are actually His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the ODM party leader. They have been in this political field since 2011. But because they are not together, that's why it could not come. Or because the political situations were not, conducive for this bill to come in, that's why it was delayed. But now that they're together, and maybe they're fighting, or they're fighting the same political war, if I might use the word war, it's now, they now see it deemed to be enacted. That is all I'm saying. I'm not saying the bill is bad. The money part of the bill is actually in Article 114 of the Constitution. And actually, if you're married, the Mulumba Mesema, and una nyonyo upande ingine, we have Political Parties Act that can act on that thing effectively. And it's not been doing that. So let's not say the bill is coming to correct it conclusively. If we have those tribal sentiments, we have the NCIC, it's there. I think those people are earning salary for nothing. They have never done, we have never seen them take any case to court. This is all what I'm saying. I'm not saying the bill is bad. I'm not saying that. So people should not take me on that.
Okay, Joe, I want to follow the trail of your thoughts. But I would just say on the constitution perspective, 2007 we had an old constitution. 2010 we had a new constitution coming into play. Kibaki had an opportunity of starting out the implementation of the new constitution, but the person who has functioned as a president under the new constitution completely is Uhuru Kenyatta, both from 2013 to 2017, then 2017 to 2022. What I believe the bill is trying to address is the crisis that we have run into in 2013 and 2017, which were as a result of not having an express law. You know, when the law is vague on an issue, that becomes a fodder for people to take advantage of. And that's why Aisha Juma is still in parliament, earning salary as an ODM member of parliament, but for the 5 years, she has served UDA. With that vague address of the constitution. Do we want that perpetuated or we want that corrected? I believe if we have it corrected, when it's expressed, the moment you associate with a new party, you begin to push the agenda of a new party, it is deemed you have crossed over and therefore go home and look for new mandate. But this one, you'll be taken before the party tribunal. Then the party tribunal, you can appeal it in court. Then from the court, you can go back to the party leader. As long as there are those games, politicians enjoy it. They know they will buy time, continue earning salary, and perpetuate impunity. I don't think we should be supporting that. King Katwe, what is it? Is it a question?
Actually, it was a food for thought on Joe, because when he's talking about that bill being from 2007, for lack of a better phrase, I'll put it this way, yeah. That necessity is the mother of all inventions. We did not need that law during that time, as it wasn't that burning, but as it is right now. You remember the president saying, and I repeat, that we are losing an estimate of 1 trillion Kenyan shillings on these shenanigans of elections. And it's because we do not have sufficient election laws. Remember that Aisha Juma, even Aisha Juma's case is not that bad as compared to Isaac Mwaura. Isaac Mwaura was a nominated senator by Jubilee, and he was acquitted in the court of law because of lacunas in the law. Because you see, they know how to meander through the law. But this one is coming in to bring in this stiffness of being strong in the law that you cannot be doing all this while you are in a certain political party. I stated clearly before that parties are built on ideologies and policies. There's no way you can say this now you've abandoned this policy that you believed in. So the party gave you nominations, or rather gave you a ticket because you believed in their party. It's like in the US, in the Democrats have policies and ideologies that they believe in. The Republicans have these they believe in. There's no way you can shift from one gear to another without being surcharged. So the political parties act that is being discussed right now in Parliament is to tame these bad manners by our politicians. Secondly, I on a lighter note, patriots, ever since I started listening to you, I've been respecting you so much, and even right now I respect you so much, David. It's a privilege that we come from the same place, and I respect you so much. And you see, as I'm looking at all these panelists, I think I'm the youngest here. I don't think if it's good for you to argue so badly and sending innuendos across, because we are also young scholars in politics. We also want to learn. And if we are going to learn this kind of, I don't think we'll be moving any further. So but I really want to congratulate everyone. Joe, I think the only point Themba was trying to put across is that you are very right to bring a point of order in the way the bill was ill-timed according to you. But the problem was you were not informed from the point from the knowledge point of view, because the only way you are arguing, even me at some point I was disappointed with you, because I've known you for some few days, but I felt like I was disappointed in the way you argued, because now we need it. If as a young scholar I feel like we need it, what about you who has been from the ancient past of around 6 to 7 elections? You've been seeing the kind of problems that we've been facing. You've been seeing the kind of persecutions that have been going around because of the post-election violence, and also the political instability that has been in this country. So I really want to say that the panel is okay, but on a lighter note, Bernard, too, kindly, we are raising our hands until we have fatigues. Kindly try to check on that. Thank you.
Thank you, King Ketwa. No. Raising hand, you are allowed to, but we try so hard because interceptions also interfere with the followership. You know, when we are sharing, we are not just taking care of the 10 of you. We have the 151 who are watching on Facebook. There's others on YouTube and all that. And we are watching the comments, and then we want to have a flow. So please bear with us and understand that we are speaking in intervals, and those intervals also have sequence. Like if James spoke an hour ago, okay, and you're lifting your hand and you just spoke 15 minutes ago, whose hand am I supposed to pick on? So let's understand one another. I want us to go to David to give his response first before go to Patriot. David.
Yeah, I was responding to Mulumbu. I think equally as they are disappointed with me, I'm also disappointed with him, because he is coming here to lament instead of giving the strong points and say why he's celebrating. I am not against the bill, and I don't think I've stated so, but what I rebutted is the notion and the idea that people in UDA hawajasoma hiyo ndio nilikataa. So, and my term of mentioning crap, that means extremely poor argument. It's not an abuse, but we equally have things we have celebrated for and they have disappointed us. And there are things we have celebrated and we have succeeded. So in as much as we celebrate this bill and it is an enactment, of course, in the few days to come, we shouldn't be honeymooning a lot and forget the bigger picture. The bigger picture is to have leadership given to garnered by Baba, of course. I'm not saying given, but Baba becoming president. So in as much as we, the supporters, celebrate, it is my weakness that let us not insult and prejudice those that we perceive are against our ideas. That's where I was coming from. Because at the end of the day, Raila Odinga is going to be the president of everybody, including those who are saying no to his ideologies. And again, you need to take this tag away that Raila ni mzuri, lakini watu wake, supporters wake, wana to keep at bay. So we need to watch on that. That's where I was coming from, Bernard. And therefore, I want to distance myself from what Mulumbi insinuated, that I'm coming here to insult and shout. That is not right. Because when I have a point, I also put it and articulate it. When I don't have, I say, Chair, I don't have that one, let somebody else talk. Lastly, Patriot, it's not always that when I interrupt rudely, but I did it because it was going on air. And if you can watch, you can put another button there, see what is on YouTube and what is on Facebook, as Bernard said it. There are so many people watching. So when you say that everybody in AZIMIO is a professor, one wonders which professor is Joe, if I can mention. So I want to rest my case and say, let us treat each other with respect in as much as we have divergent opinion and a different viewpoint.
Okay, thank you, David. And I'd want that matter rested. Patriot.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I think regardless of how we are talking, we are making progress. So relax, Bernard. things are okay. We will always talk and find a way to go forward. So what I wanted to say, I think that was very important when I listened to Joe. And Joe, you know, we have a lot of respect for each other. This is just a different view of looking at things. When you're building a house, the fundi is on top of the house. The way he looks at the roof, it cannot give him the proper perspective of the structure until he gets off the roof, and then he looks at the house from a distance to know there are two fundis. Kama unakumbuka zile nyumba za zamani zilikuwa zinajengwa hivi, I'm sure you know that. Kuna fundi mmoja wa chini huko na wa juu. Ndio, because utapiga msumari kumbe iko hivi. Yule atakwambia haya tengeneza and then you balance it. We are only looking at this issue from different perspectives. That's why the way he will see it is not the way the fundi is on top of the roof will see it. But they are both fundis. That's one thing I want you to get, Joe. So I want to agree with King Katwe that your submission, Joe, is in order. But when we scrutinize that, we look like in law, they talk about the spirit of the law. You know, what is the objective of the sentiments that you have actually brought here? When you say, I don't mean this, but I mean this, some of us look at what you don't want to say, because reading between lines, we can see what you're trying to pass, but with respect, Joe. And you've actually let the cat out of the basket when you finally said that Uhuru Kenyatta and the Prime Minister are now together. They must be having an objective while they are actually wanting to pass this law, if I may paraphrase. That's what you simply say. You fell short of saying that this bill is specifically to benefit Uhuru and Raila. That's what you're simply saying, Joe. And that's why we are faulting you on that. Because I'll say this, democracy is not static. It is not static, it's progressive. When you look at the circumstances and the politics of this country, you realize that we have made a lot of progress. the dynamics and the demographics of the elections, the 10 years down the line, you know, before where we are, you realize that things were different. And Joe, you'll agree with me, there are a lot of things that have changed. Circumstances are different.
Patriot, 1 minute. Bernard, mute. Please, Bernard, mute.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Now, when you look at the way we have progressed, there are a lot of steps that we have made towards the right direction in as far as our democracy is concerned. So, you know why we are reprimanding you, Joe? We expect you to look at the positive progress of our democracy in as far as AZIMIO La UMOJA is concerned. But when you come and start pointing mistakes here, how do we look at that? For instance, I'm just saying, which is still okay. It is like you've married a wife. She has 2 kids for you. Then now, when she's almost going to labor, the third child, who happens to be probably a son, and the rest you've been having daughters, then you're asking, mbona hukunipea kijana wakati ulizaa firstborn? You know, that's what you're simply asking. Mbona unataka kunizalia kijana saizi na hii muda yote umekuwa ukinizalia wasichana? Some things have a lot of circumstantial reasons why they happen, and I think King Katu, you tried to put that into context. So Joe, we have a lot of lessons that we have learned from you, and personally, you know, we listen so much. So we will reprimand you and ask that please, the priority that we have now is to make sure that Baba becomes the 5th president. Other stories will come later. You know, that's the point. Later, you will advise us. We will take you to Baba, advise him on how to do the right things. Some of the things that he didn't do, if you want that proximity, we will help you. But for now, priority number 1 is to see that Baba becomes the 5th. Something else I want to say on a light note about my brother David, and apparently I'm sure we come from the same villages. He comes from my upcountry home, just like I do. I want to tell David something here, that strong submissions will always be there. Yeah, but it is true, we are speaking to the audience that is across the world, and it's not very difficult to know when somebody is insultive. I don't necessarily need to win to say that you are insultive, but honestly, that language was a bit harsh, because I don't personally go to that direction. So I'll be happy when you correct me, you correct me with respect. I also do the same. Then that is the way to go. Now, there's something here I must mention, Bernard, before you become an ease. Relax, Bernard. There's something I must say here that is very important. You know, I watched today's session, and there's a lot that I need to bring forward that Joe might get it, just to enrich what we know. Part of the bill, why we were having the bill today, the bill that is being discussed, it has a lot of amendments that touches on the party formations in relation to the peaceful coexistence. The peace that we are talking about has a lot to do with how we formulate laws around the parties that we form. One of the things that they wanted to bring in terms of strong legislation is having a party that must have its ideological document, you know, put together when they're going for registration, so that it's understood what ideals do this party stand for. And the details of that is you get a slogan that does not jeopardize the feelings of the people, such that everything is in harmony with democracy of the day that includes the entire country. For instance, the example that they gave is that you'll find somebody saying, for instance, you go and register a party saying, Mungiki Party of Kenya, Mungiki Democratic Party of Kenya. You see, the way the law is today, it will easily pass as a party, okay? But when you come and look at the slogan around it, it does not augur well with the peace of the country. So putting legislations in place in matters that are loose, katika sehemu ya kutengeneza chama, I think it's very prudent, and that's what they're doing now. Number 2, which is the last part I want to submit on, we learn from mistakes. It must have taken long, Joe, for us to realize the mistakes we have done. That's very true. And if you read the journey of the Israelites from Egypt. They were supposed to walk through, the Red Sea and across over to the promised land. It should have taken them 40 days. How long did it take them? It took them 40 years. Did they stop going to Canaan because they're taken too long? No. When the time came, they entered into Canaan. And from the generation that came from Egypt, it's only two. The rest, perished on the way. But the promise of God of taking the children of, Israel from Egypt, from the land of bondage to the promised land, it surely came to pass. In my view, this is where we are. We have taken too long in the desert. Life has been so difficult in the democratic space that was not peaceful. The Kanu era was very, torturous. You know that. You understand it better, Joe. Life was so difficult. Can't you appreciate the progress that we have made to the level where you will find a Kikuyu, a Mount Kenya saying, Aluo, anaweza kuwa kiongozi. Don't you see that we are opening a new chapter that all of us must celebrate? So in my view, Joe, with a lot of respect, let's concentrate on the positive, okay? We have our mistakes. Then those mistakes will be corrected at the right time. That's what I want to say this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Petro. I think Bernard is not there. I think maybe somebody's turn to talk. But before they talk, I'd like to
Don't replace me. Don't replace me before I go.
But we're not seeing you. I know when you go. But I want to say, you see, this thing
my camera has just gone off.
Okay.
I didn't put it on direct power. But
take it positively that I thought you're not there, and I was trying to keep the show going with some decorum.
You're doing that. In fact, I just want to leave you to do that. As we wait for Themba, Themba will be the one to close the station. So I want to leave you an open floor. Let Harun share his contribution, and then just please let's keep it civil and factual, and then that will happen. In case Themba does not show up in time, Patriot, you can buzz me, and I'll be able to shut down the studio. Because if it is not shut down, it's a problem. Okay? Bwana Joe, endelea kutoka hapo.
I think Bernard is already appointed who should be speaking next.
Joe.
But even before that, I just wanted to make it clear that this bill was about coalitions and murder. The only new word that is there is about corporate. That's the new word that is in this bill. And you see, under the Political Parties Act, that is 2011, on merger, they say that two or more political parties may form a coalition before or after an election. And then they shall deposit their coalition agreement with the registrar. These things are very clear. That's about coalitions. And when we talk about mergers, they say a political party may merge with another party. Yeah. So these things are very clear. The only one that is new in this law is cooperative. Corporate. That's the only new thing. And a few blocks here and there. Yeah, but it's good that Patrick, you have said it right from the beginning that this is meant for Kibaki and Raila to win, which I also know, and I think most of us know.
Joe,
accept it. So please, can the next person speak?
Look here. The coalition can deposit the agreement at the registrar of parties. Okay?
Yes.
But the law does not allow presidential candidates to run on a coalition name.
Yeah.
That is why Raila remains an ODM candidate. Kalonzo as running mate. He has to forfeit Wiper and run as deputy president our running mate to Raila on ODM ticket because IEBC is only, wherever according to the law, supposed to run presidential election for political parties, not coalition. That is what is necessitating the revision of this political party act so that a coalition can be recognized as an entity that can get into wherever, participate into an election as a corporate, whereby we are 20 parties, we are supporting one presidential candidate, and this our candidate, we are running into that name of that coalition, and it's not a political party, it's a coalition. Unlike NAC, NAC became a party and it was Ngilus, and until today is Ngilus, although everybody ran on it in 2002. So these are things that need to be polished. So
what about
that
NASA?
we
What
have
about
a
NASA?
structure of people running. Not I am wiper, but when you come to vote, I am orange. So which is which?
Bernard, let me make this clarification, Bernard, additionally to that, if you may like. The most important thing why this law is very unique for this country at this time, let's be very flat on the details. The very reason why this bill was passed with the majority parties today, it is because of the financial component when it comes to parties that need to grow. Joe, let me now put that. You guys are failing to see it. Why we need this new legislation, the main reason, the undertone, it is because once a coalition has been identified as a party with its members, affiliates, they'll be able to enjoy the financial support that is given to parties, unlike the way the law is today. Just the way Bernard put it, currently ODM will only enjoy any monetary benefit as a party, but those who reign with them are not recognized by law when it comes to financing. So when you have it under one umbrella, that people can form a collusion which is given the merits of a party, the most important significant here that we must note that makes all the difference is that this new coalition will have to enjoy the monetary benefit that it gets from the government, where the members are included by law. You remember the NASA, which you asked Joe, one of the things that made NASA become a bit of a loose entity, it is because the law did not recognize them in as far as funding is concerned. That's why ODM was saying the money we were getting is for ODM. Then Wiper were like, no, we were with you. So once you have a new recognition, an orderly recognition in law, that once you deposit your collusion arrangement in the registrar of parties as OCA, call it AZIMIO, all those parties are recognized by law. They will take you to court if you don't give them their piece of money that they are supposed to. That is why today you saw all the parties are happy to join in passing this new law, because when it comes to funding, they will get their piece of cake in terms of funding. That is an important component that we were forgetting. I thought I should add on that.
That's why the word corporate is there. In fact, that's why the new word is corporate. That means the financial gains. That's the new word in this party. Corporate. I think Bernard, are you still there? I think Bernard is away. So who was supposed to speak next? Is it Haron? Yeah, Haron, you go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Joe, and my fellow panelists for giving me this very chance in order for me to air my views in as far as the topic of today is concerned. In fact, Joe, I've listened to you because I heard you saying that in fact this political party bill has stalled since 2007, and then now you are getting worried. Why now? In fact, everything that which takes place under the sun has got its timing, and that timing is from God. You never knew why God did allow this bill to stall, so that in 2021, regardless of what you saw, which happened in the August House, that bill had to sail through. And in fact, and also remember, 2022, it will be the year of our Lord. Reason being, we don't want, in fact, to gamble with the leadership of our country. So lazima watu tujue kuwa, in fact, this is God himself who is forcing. Ni Mungu ana force hizi vitu zitendeke tu namna hii, because there is nothing ambayo kwa hii dunia inafanyika pasipo uwepo wa Mungu kuwepo. So mimi nimefurahi, na in fact kidogo tu watu wetu walikuwa karibu wanaachwa kwa mataa. Reason being, wakati niliona First Amendment imeanguka, hata mimi nilishtuka, nikasema da, kumeendaje? But mobilization ilifanywa. I don't know vile kulienda mpaka hizo numbers zikajazwa haraka haraka, but we thank God. Then kitu chingine, hii bill by the way, kwa small parties hizi mnaona sasa hivi zinataka kuingia ndani ya Azimio. In fact, they are going to enjoy these political party funds, so that money, because it will not be a big the older party or a bigger party which will be distributing money to these small parties. Money will be coming from the registrar of political parties, or as per the MOUs which will be submitted, which will be submitted by coalitions or political parties. So whosoever who is going to go astray or contrary to the MOU, that which will be deposited at a registrar of political party, then someone in fact can be able to take such a party which has done something which is contrary to even court, so that a judge or magistrate can take action against such a coalition. So in fact, right now things are very good. And then now for Azimio, I really love this bill. Reason being, now these small parties, because they will be now feeling that at the end of the day, even us, if it is DAP, as long as we are young, if we are going to get funds, we are going to grow and become big like ODM. So at this particular moment when campaigns will start, the likes of Wamunyinyi, the likes of all these smaller parties which will be able to come into one umbrella of AZIMIO, the leaders of those particular parties, in fact, they are going to work very hard to ensure that the presidential candidate of AZIMIO, they have sold him to all parts of the country in order for them, at the end of the day, to have something to give their members. So in fact, hii ni jambo la muhimu sana. Halafu tena about party hopping. This political party bill, in fact, it has come in order to tame this issue of members of parliament. Like now, look, all this bad behavior which is going on in Jubilee. People, the likes of Alice Wahome, who are chanting up and down in parliament, making noise, they were elected under Jubilee. But right now, they are selling policies of a new party, contrary to the party which sent them to parliament. That is why, in fact, this bill has come to ensure that, in fact, members of parliament are there to follow the political party which sponsored them to parliament. Reason being, this one will create what we call political stability. And at the end of the day, the constituents or us voters, we are going to reap big from these members of parliament. You know, once you are a member of parliament or you are a leader who is coming to ask for votes by use of such and such a party which you want to use, in fact, you find that it has got manifestos. And then these manifestos, in order for this party, if it wins elections, the members who will be voted in one way or the other, they must ensure that they must ensure that whatsoever they promised the voters during their campaigns, they will have to ensure that they are fulfilled in that time frame. Like now, look, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the likes of Alice Wahome and Ndini Nyoro, and what have you, they have run away, leaving him to bring in opposition to allow him finish his big four agendas. It is really wrong. It is really wrong. So it is us voters who will not get the fruits from these very leaders. Reason being, these leaders, if they continue with this bad behavior of hopping from party to another party,
So Aaron,
their manifestos can't be achieved. I thank you, sir.
Okay, tumekusikia vizuri na tumeelewa hiyo points umesema. Tunashukuru. Jacoredo, nafikiri umengoja sana. Tafadhali sasa uzungumze, uongee na watu tusikie maoni yako. Tumebaki wachache, tuko na time mingi ya kuongea. Kwa hivyo ongea.
It is Jakendu Bey, not Jacoredo. Jakendu Bey.
Jakendu Bey.
Oh, asante sana Joe. Asante. Ulisema tulikupiga, pole. Pole. Ni kwa sababu kwa mtizamo wetu tulikuwa tunatazamia kwamba hii ni mswada ambayo ilikuwa inatakiwa ipitishwe kitambo, lakini ilikuwa haijapitishwa. Kwa hiyo ipitishwe kwa sababu sheria hutengenezwa kwa makosa, zile makosa ambazo zimetokea, kwa sababu watu wa NASA walikuwa wanalia wanasema ODM inachukua pesa haiwapatii. Sasa ilikuwa inatakiwa sheria kama hii ndio kila mtu ajue yuko wapi, na hii itafanya tuwe na political stability. Inatakiwa siasa, ndio inatakiwa siasa ikiwa ni stable, inchi ni sawa, inchi inakuwa maridadi, vitu vyote tutapunguza, hata kuiba tutapunguza, hata watu kuwa na njaa tutapunguza, hata kazi, watu wengi watakuwa na kazi, kwa sababu tutakuwa tunafanya kazi pamoja kwa masikilizano. Politics inakuja tu wakati watu wanasikilizana, wakati watu wanavuta pamoja. Nilisikia mtu mwingine alizungumza juu ya Wajerumani. Ndio, kwa sababu hiyo ndio inawafaa, mazingara yao ni hivyo. Hata sisi Kenya inatakiwa tufuate vitu ambavyo zinafaa kwa mazingara yetu. Hiyo itatusaidia. Hii mambo ya UDA ambayo ilitendeka kwa parliament, mimi nasema kusema ni jambo la busara kwamba wameshindwa, na hii inadhihirisha, na mimi nasema inadhihirisha vile nilikuwa nikisema kwamba uongo mwisho ujitenga. Mtu ukisema uongo sana, inatakiwa ukisema uongo uwe na kumbukumbu nzuri, ndio usije ukasahau kwamba ulisema uongo jana. Lakini hii uongo katika UDA imezidi sana, na hii imedhihirika kabisa mbele ya Wanakenya. Kwa hiyo mimi bado nasisitiza tu kwamba Wakenya waamke. Tunataka tufanye kazi pamoja, tuijenge taifa letu pamoja. Hakuna mtu atatujengea, hatuwezi kuijenga na uongo, tutaijenga na ukweli na haki. Hizo vitu ndio zinaweza kutufanya tujenge nchi yetu. Patriots hakupenda nitumie lugha zingine, na mimi nimeacha kutumia, lakini nataka kusema viongozi wengine kama hawa wa Hoka ni viongozi ambao wao na deputy president wako ukiwaangalia ni sehemu moja, kwa sababu nchi, hata ukitaka president unatakiwa uwe kwa msingi fulani. Hawa hawana msingi yoyote ambao wako, lakini wanataka kuwa president. Sasa utataka kuwa president bila kuwa na msingi, bila kujenga ile msingi, bila kujenga taifa lako kwanza. Mtu kama Mudavadi anakataa upresident. Sasa ameshakataa upresident mara mbili. Kuna wakati ile Kibaki alikuwa anachaguliwa, yeye ndiye alikuwa anatakikana, wenzake walishamwambia wewe ndio tutakuchagua, alafu akadanganywa na Moi akarudi huko. Sasa alikataa. Mwenzake alimleta, Raila alimleta, mwambie bwana kaa na mimi hapa. Sasa tena amekataa. Na Haili aliambiwa kwamba uongozi watapata kutoka ziwa na ilikuja vizuri, anakataa. Tunaambiwa kila siku, wahenga walisema mvumilivu hula mbivu. Ukitaka kula kitu cha tunda nzuri unalingojea linaiva. Unaona? Sasa usipolingojea liive itakufanya namna gani? Hiyo haifai hata kidogo. Itakuwa umekula tunda ambayo ni mbivu, ambayo ni chungu, haifai. Mimi naweza nikasema kwamba kiongozi kama huyo amekataa uongozi. Na sasa angalia, alikuwa anasema kwa mara nyingine anaunga Azimio. Bungeni wafuasi wake wale wake wanapinga Azimio. Na yeye ndio walikuwa wanalalamika kwamba ODM haikuwalipa pesa. Sasa hiyo inataka njia ya kwamba kila mtu alipwe pesa, anaipinga. Anapinga hiyo kitu tu alikuwa anasema anataka ifanye hivyo, anapinga. Au ni viongozi ambao kwa kweli mimi siwaamini hata kidogo, na sioni kwa nini Wakenya waamini. Mimi naweza kuomba Wakenya tujiunge na umoja, azimio la umoja, ili tuwe na nchi ambayo ni tulivu, na hapo ndio tutapata maendeleo ambayo tunataka. Mimi nataka kutoa wito moja kama huyu mtu niko nje ya hiyo, lakini nataka kutoa wito kwa Ababu na Mwamba, kama ananisikiliza. Ababu na Mwamba ajiunge na azimio la umoja, asiende huko kwa tangatanga, kwa sababu huko atapotea. Huko sio kabisa. Alijaribu, aliona what happened. Arudi nyumbani kwa azimio la umoja. Yeye ni kijana shupavu, anaweza kuwa kiongozi bora. Arudi nyumbani, aache kutangatanga kule. Huko hakuna chochote huko. Asante sana Joe.
Karibu sana, lakini unaona vile nilisema tuko na wakati mwingi. Sijui kama huyu bwana David yuko. Bwana David hayuko?
Inaonekana hayuko. Kuna nani tu Harold.
Mimi Jakindu Bey, mimi unajua vile tunakanga, na mimi napendanga kusikiza maoni ya kila mtu, sababu hivi ndio vile utajua ni watu gani wanafikiria wapi, na hapo ndio tutapata labda mjadala, kuongea na kurekebishana, ama wewe pia umwambie vile unafikiria. Mara nyingi naona kama kuna watu wa UDA wakitoa maoni yao, tunaona kama sisi upande huu mwingine wa Azimio tunachangamka na tunaenda kwenye store na tunatoa majembe na kila kitu ya kuonyesha kwamba huku ndio mzuri. Lakini unajua mara nyingi pia hawa wanaona kwao vile wanasema ndio mzuri. So maoni hapa ni kutoa maoni tu, na watu siogope. Nilisikia mtu sijui ni nani aliita mwenzake kwamba ameongea crap. Hiyo sio lugha mzuri kabisa, sababu hiyo ni kama umekuja na hasira ama madharau na vitu kama hizo. Sababu hiyo labda inaweza kuwa ukisema umeongea crap, inaweza kuwa ni maoni yako peke yako ambao unasema hivyo, labda kwa wengine sio crap. Kwa hivyo mimi hutaka, kama tuko hapa, nafikiri kila mtu atoe maoni yake vile anafikiria. Kama kuna kurekebishwa, rekebishwa, na iwe na undugu, vile unasimamia sana mambo ya undugu, umoja na upendo. Hapo nimekunga mkono mara mingi, na hivyo ndio vile Kenya itaendelea. Bila upendo hakuna, hata kwenye jamii, kwa familia, kama hakuna upendo familia itaanguka. So sisi hapa kwamba tuko hapa Kenya, Kenya ni yetu yote na itakuwa hapa sisi tutaenda. So ni vizuri tu tuache historia mzuri, tuache sheria mzuri, tuache mfano mzuri. Vile unasikia watu waudo unasema historia sio mzuri. Historia ndio hata vizazi vijao wakikuja kusikia historia ndio watajua kweli hapa ilikuwa ni mzuri na hii jambo mzuri tuliweke vile lilivyo. Na kama mali tulifanya makosa, wanasema hapa naona wazee wetu walifanya makosa na tunaweza rekebisha. Na hivyo ndio maana parliament iko pale kurekebisha tu zile labda sheria zilikuwa mbovu, watoe zile ziko mzuri waongeze. Kwa hivyo mimi kikao kama ya leo nakubaliana naye, na nimesema hapa mapema nakubaliana naye sana. Sijasema ni mbaya. Ile nilikuwa nataka tu watu waelewe, si ati mimi napinga. Nataka leo kwamba hii swala ilianza 2007 wakati Kenya tulipigana, tukaleta chuki, tukabomoa manyumba, tukaribiana biashara. Ndio nafikiri hii swala iliingia katika mawazo ya watu. Lakini sasa wakati walitengeneza sheria 2011, Political Act ilianza 2011. Bala kuleta ile mswala ilikuwepo ama ile mafikirio waweki kwenye Political Act, wakaliwacha nje. Sasa hiyo ndio imeleta shida, na ndio unaona sasa hivi wanataka kuliweka ndani. Kwamba tuwe na ile kitu inaitwa corporate. Corporate ni kama mtu ako na shares katika vile wamesikizana. Ile ikione matunda ikitokezea, kila mmoja ako na dividend zake. Na hiyo ni mzuri sababu hata mtu kwa hizi masako ukiingia, ni ile shares yako lazima upate dividend zako. Hiyo ni mzuri, inapatia mtu nguvu, hata kama yule mtu ako na nguvu, inampatia nguvu. Kwamba mimi naweza ingilia katika hii uwanja ya siasa, niwe na chama changu na sitakuwa naenda hasara, na iko kitu pia nitapata ya kujenga hii chama changu. Hiyo ni vizuri sana na mimi ninafurahia hivyo. Lakini kwa upande mwingine naona pia hii kitu lengo lake pia itapiga yuda zaidi sana kuliko chama zingine zote. Hata Mudavadi ni afadhali. Sababu sasa watu wengine labda wako kwa UDA watasema kwa nini sio lazima nikae hapa niwe nikitegemea Ruto ndiye anipatie pesa. Naweza anza chama changu sababu mimi mafikira zangu ziko tofauti na huyu jamaa, lakini naingia tu kwa vile sina namna. Lakini akipewa namna ambaye amejua hapa mimi pia nafikiria mafikira zangu, nafikiri naweza jenga hii Kenya, naweza anza chama changu na nikuwe na manifesto yangu, na kweli nitapata kitu pia kuendelesha hii chama changu. So hii mswala ama hii sheria sio mbaya, lakini iko mtu itapiga sana kuliko wengine. Hivyo ndio ilikuwa nikisema. Lakini mimi I support the laws fully kabisa. Sheria zingine ambayo naona tumeongea hapa ziko katika political acts. How a merger should be done, how a coalition should be done, how you should deposit it, how hata the solution should, mukisema sasa tusikizani vile mtawachana, ziko kwa Political Parties Act 2011. Zote ziko tu. Ama kama wewe uko kwa chama hii lakini unapiga debe kule, iko katika sheria. Na mimi nasema iko masuala mingi ziko katika sheria, lakini unakuta hatufanyi kazi vile hizo sheria zinasema. Saa zingine hatuwezi sema ati kuna mwanya. Hapana. Kama mambo ya NCIC iko very clear kwamba ukiongea mambo za inaweza chocha kwa kabila hii na kabila hii, sheria inachukuliwa, hatua inachukuliwa. Lakini sasa hizo constitution ziko, hizo institutions ziko na zinategemea pesa ya wananchi, taxpayers money, lakini zimekaa tu hazifanyi kitu. Zingine zinatumika na serikali ile ipo kwenye uongozi.
Ni kwa sababu hizo sheria hata zikiweko, ni kwa sababu tumekuwa tukikosa kitu kimoja, umoja. na uwiano na masikilizano. Sheria zikiweko, ni lazima tuwe wamoja ndio tufuate hizo sheria. Kama hatuko wamoja, hatuwezi kufuata hizo sheria. Hizo sheria zipo, zimekuweko. Hata ukiangalia Afghanistan, kulikuwa na sheria kali na polisi na nani barabarani wakilinda wataki fujo, lakini hawakuwa na uwiano, hawakuwa na masikilizano, hawakuwa na mazungumzo, hawalipoteza undugu. Hiyo ukishapoteza, hata ukileta sheria kutoka wapi, haitafanya kazi. Sheria inafanya kazi panapokuwa na stability, utulivu, amani, sheria itafanya kazi. Kama hakuna hiyo political stability, hakuna. Kama hakuna mawiano, masikilizano, angalia wakati ule 2007 tulipigana kwa nini? Kwa sababu tulikuwa tunaambiwa Kenya ni nchi ya umoja, Kenya ni nchi ya... Mbona tulipigana? Kwa sababu hatukuwa tumejenga kitu inaitwa taifa kwa njia ya kusikilizana, kwa njia ya undugu. Hiyo kama hakuna kwa nchi yoyote, hiyo nchi haina peace. Hata tukisema wa Amerika walipigana, waliuana watu wengi sana, mpaka mwisho wakasema bwana, lazima sisi ni ndugu moja. Ndio maana nchi yao iko stable. Hizi nchi za Europe ziliuana tu, zilipigana tu, zikauana ovyo ovyo, mpaka mwisho wakaja wakasema sisi ni wandugu, lazima tukiwa na shida tuzungumze. Sasa kama tungekuwa tumezungumza, kama Kibaki wakati alichukua utawala, kama angeanza na kujenga taifa, ulikuwa unasema economy ndio, lakini ilifanyika nini? Ilisambaratika kwa sababu hakukuwa na msingi. Kwa hiyo ni wakati huu inatakiwa tujenge msingi wa nchi yetu, zile sheria ambazo zinaweza kutusaidia kuijenga, kufanya msingi wa political stability iwe nzuri, tuitengeneze wakati huu. Ndio nchi ikianza, hatuna shida. Uchaguzi wowote ukifanyika, hakuna shida. Asante sana Jo.
Hapo nakubaliana na wewe 100%. Sheria bila umoja haiwezi tupeleka popote. Hapo mimi nakubaliana na wewe 100%. Sijui bwana Themba utaongea ama Harun utaongeza, alafu ndio tupatie Themba ushukani wake aendelee mbele. Harun.
Themba.
Oh, David ulikuwa umeenda wapi? Ilikuwa uongee bana, alafu ukapotea.
Nilitoka tu kidogo kushughulikia jambo moja ama jingine tu hapa kidogo, but I was listening to you.
Okay,
That's why
sawa
when you
basi.
called me,
Okay, endelea.
I was able to come back. Oh, okay. I've sat here for like 3 hours now. Really long. I want to say that not all that we celebrate finally benefits us as common mwananchi. As we celebrate, we need to be on the lookout not to avoid pitfalls. The law is good, but unless our politicians implement that law to the benefit of us mwananchi, we may not have anything to celebrate. Secondly, I want to say that Mswahili alisema mpishi ni mmoja, mchele mmoja wapishi ni wengi. You have one packet of rice, but the manner and the method of cookery may present a different meal altogether on the table. We want to wish ODM and AZIMIO good luck now that they have won. We applaud their mobilization strategies and the planning. And we hope that at this point, what they are bringing on the table is trickling down to mwananchi and the benefit mwananchi, and I wish and pray that they be good implementers, they be good cooks to bring a delicious meal on the table. But if it's a matter of just celebrating and stop there, then we'll only be massaging the egos of politicians, and still Kenya remains the way we are. I know Kenyans are pregnant of good dreams, the dreams that we once held in 2002 when Kibaki came to power. That spirit is what turned around the economy of our country. And if my memory serves me well, that's the time we were able to finance our budget 92%. We were actually running about 80% deficit. Currently, as we speak, we are running into debts. I think we are budgeting, we are around 40 something. We are not even 50%. Why? Because the spirit is low. People seem to be disillusioned. And we need someone who can give Kenyans hope and the spirit to work. And this is what we've been looking for. So we want to wish the Raila Odinga-led team well. And we want to wish them good health as well. But I want to put a caveat to some of us. We may be having our own problems as individuals, but you know, every person, every community has a tag. And there is a tag that is on our shoulders as AZIMIO supporters. We sometimes celebrate a lot and forget that we have a task at hand. So I want to say that if I used a wrong terminology to my fellow panelists, I'm sorry, but I was clipping that idea that we shouldn't celebrate in a manner to humiliate the ones we have already defeated, because we have already defeated them, but we need them on board, because this Kenya is ours. This Kenya is ours. We want it respectively, like players. You know, if you watch football, those guys, when team A wins team B, they finally hug and do what? And pat each other and move out. I'm dreaming of that situation where politically we can say, look here, hapa leo umenichapa, nimekubali, nimekupea kongole. Now we say, I planned well, I'm gonna maintain so that you don't beat me next. But don't just say, then call me names. You know, you're making me be defensive and run away because I don't feel accommodated. So we want to shed off that tag on our light touch, and we march forward as a team. Lastly, I want to agree with Joe that that bill is good because it builds parties. However, lest our manifesto, our values, our beliefs enable us remain where we are because of what we believe. I've been in a society where if a lawyer goes to court and lies against, speaks lies, the following day his law practice license is withdrawn. I don't know when Kenya will reach at that point and say, ukisimama unaambia Wakenya ukweli na umejitolea kuwafanyia hayo maneno. We may have a very good law, quite good one, airtight, but mwanadamu ni yule yule. If we don't have the spirit of helping Kenya as politicians, we'll still maneuver it, change it at our convenience, and argue so much to an extent where we will confuse the people we are leading. I want to stop at that and congratulate the OCA guys, the AZIMIO guys, sorry, and then ask my former UDA friends, dust up yourself, dust up yourself, go back to the drawing board, see where the rain beats you, and put your house in order. It's a competition, it's not war, and your day will come. Thank you, Joe, for your chance, for the chance you gave me.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bwana David. Maybe before I hand over to Mr. Themba, I'd like to maybe sema asante sana and congratulations if you saw that labda ulikosea mtu numekuja forward na apologize ukasema kusamee. That is a show of maturity, because tuko hapa leo, kesho na kesho kutwa. Maybe today you are saying this thing and he's saying that thing, kesho utakuta mnasema the same thing on the same side. So for you to see that na kuapologize kama ulikosea mtu na liona umemkosea, I say that is a sign of maturity, and congratulations for that. With that, I think I can now hand
Mr.
over.
Joe, Mr. Joe, one question to Mr. David.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. Let me just finish. So then, but it's good, it's timely you have come back, because you see, we were running out of panelists, but you see, all of a sudden now the screen is full. So you have come at the right time. Na wale wengine pia wako bado kwa comments, mujaribu tu, mtaingia tu. Sisi wengine follow, tutapatia nafasi. So maybe Themba, you can take over as this other guy asks the question to Mr. David. So go ahead.
Thank you, Joe. At least you have captained the ship to right now. Really appreciate. Kwani David ulikosea watu tena? When I was away, I thought you were peaceful.
No, ni ile crap wanasema.
Ni ile nilisema spare about this crap. You know, when we are celebrating, let's celebrate with decorum, and somebody was offended. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry for that.
So kuna kitu ulisema watu wakakuwa offended. Okay. But I think generally speaking, karibu Princess Zaina. At least today we are putting the face to the name. We've seen the name that has really blessed children in this forum and has been very, very active. Karibu Princess Zaina. Karibu Captain Rubani. Karibu pia wewe. We will give you time in just a few minutes to Harun. What is it? You want to ask David a question?
Mr. David, kindly, today I saw a lot of anger in UDA people. Is that anger good for the people of Kenya?
Where was that? Maybe I didn't see it.
Yeah, the way they were speaking. Yeah, in fact, it was like they were burning from inside, which was not really good in Parliament. Yeah.
You know, Nyangweso, I think you are the Yawezekana. I know. Ama ni mwingine. What I need to say is that you know, these are political contests, and when you are under instructions, for example, from maybe different quarters, your political bosses, to deliver a point, believe me, the level of adrenaline will be very high. You can't blame them because they want to deliver a point, and that is their house. But again, you know, they are honorable members. We can't excuse them from uncaught behavior. If you noted that, I'm sorry, I didn't see it, but we can excuse them. They have a task to deliver, however good or bad, depending on their mission. That is not the tag, but whenever you have something that you want to deliver, adrenaline is high, you can behave differently, you know. Even us here, sometimes we have a very heated debate, you know, and sometimes we exchange. So that's the nature of a human being. We can't tag them like that. The same way people can celebrate differently.
Thank you, David, for that. Yes, Jakindube, what comment do you have?
Mimi nilikuwa nataka tu kumwambia David kwamba amesema kwamba wale watu ambao watatuwakilisha anasema kwamba wafanye kazi vizuri. Hao watu wanaweza tu kufanya kazi kama tukiwa tunawahimiza wafanye kazi bila kukubali hongo, bila kuwakubalia mambo ya kuja kwa mazishi, mambo ya hizo vitu wanakuja kutupatia vitu hizo, tukatae, tuwaambie tunataka service. Hiyo tu ndio watafanya, ndio mambo itakuwa vizuri. Tukikataa mambo ya wao kutuletea pesa, hiyo ndio itawafanya wafanye kazi vizuri. Lakini kusema tu kwamba wafanye kazi vizuri na huku tunawaambia sijui mtoto wangu anataka kwenda shule unamuomba pesa, sijui, hiyo hawatafanya kazi vizuri. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much, Jakindube. I want to bring in Princess Zaina. Karibu, toa maoni yako.
Mi nimewashukuru wote wanachama Themba, kila wakati huwa ninawaona huku, kila wakati nahudhuria hapa. Kile jambo ninayo kwamba Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Kwa mjadala wa leo sitazungumzia sana, lakini kile ninachohimiza wa Kenya ni kwamba
I think we lost Princess Zaina. Pole sana, kindly you can click and then come in again. Captain Rubani, tafadhali toa maoni yako. You can unmute and talk. Unmute yourself, Captain. We can't hear you. Captain, can you hear me? Whoa.
poleni sana, hii nini yangu sijui ina nini leo, ama kuna mtu alikuwa anazungumza.
Karibu tu Captain, subiri kidogo, Princess amaliza alafu.
Okay.
Yeah, just mute kidogo. Yeah, okay. Princess, endelea.
Nchi za kama za ng'ambo, niseme Amerikani, kama Amerikani, ujue ya kwamba saa zile watengeneza sheria wale wabunge niseme kama senators wamchagua governor, waenda kumchagua, sio yeye atakupa hela, ni wewe mwenyewe unaingia kwenye chama na unafanya nini, weka hela yako pale. Ukiweka hela yako pale, unajua ya kwamba unataka huyu mtu akufanyie nini, kwa sababu unasikia uchungu wa ule hela yako. Na unajua sisi katika nchi za Kiafrika tumezoea kwamba nipe. Kwa hivyo mwanabunge akiwa anakupatia, yeye anajua anakununua, sio eti anaenda kutengeneza sheria pale ile italinda mwananchi. Yeye anaona ya kwamba anakununua. Kwa hivyo akienda pale bungeni, anaenda anakaa relax ya kwamba hela zake zilitumika pale. Lakini tungekuwa tunajenga vyama vyetu ya kwamba sisi wenyewe unaweka hela yako pale, ili mwanabunge akienda kule mbele atajua ya kwamba hela ya yule iko pale, kwa hivyo yeye mwenyewe anataka nimtungie sheria ile itakachomlinda. Na kwa mjadala wa leo sitazungumza sana, kwa sababu ninaona pale bungeni tulikuwa na wamama wenzangu, lakini hatukuwa fanya vizuri sana, sababu wamama ndio wanafaa kuchunga. Tungekuwa wapole na kama sheria inatungwa tuwe wapole na kuelekeza. Manake inasemekana mwanamke mzuri ulinda nyumba yake. Sasa Wakenya pale nilikuwa naona sisi wanawake ndio tuko na makelele nyingi sana pale bungeni kuliko hata wanaume. Kwa hivyo mimi kile ningependa wanawake sisi ambao tuko wale wako bungeni tujaribu sana kuwa tunaangalia na kukaa na kuangalia sheria itungwe kama sisi, yani tunakaa mbele ya sheria na kuona ya kwamba ikitungwa vizuri italinda watoto. Manake inasemekana tumbo ambaye inazaa ndio inaumia. Kwa hayo machache nitakuwa nikiingia sana. Ninawashukuru wote, Jakindu Bay na wengine wote. Ninawashukuru wote, Temba. Shukran.
Karibu sana Zaina, Princess Zaina Mpole, and asante sana kwa kununulia mtoto diaper. Nani Patriot angekuwa hapa leo angeweka jina kwa nini kwa yule aliyetuma hela. Nashukuru sana kulikaribisha mtoto. That was very good of you. Thank you so much. Captain, toa maoni yako kaka.
Thank you Themba. Joe, David, Bernard, Jakindu Bay hapo, hata Princess Zaina or Siana, I think. I don't know. Nataka nianzie Jakindu Bay alisema wale watu hawafanyi kazi vizuri. Wabunge hufanya kazi vizuri wakati wanajiongezea mshahara. Wabunge hufanya kazi vizuri wakati wamepoteza mwenzao, labda wakati kuna msiba ama nini. Wanakaa pale bungeni, ukiona vile wanaomboleza mpaka wanajibadia dakika 1-2 ya silence for their departed one. That is when they are working very well. For today, hata ni UDA kwa na huko ama nini tena. Mimi ni wa UDA. Mimi ni diehard sana wa William. Lakini kidogo numbers naona sijui hatuna numbers ama nini. Tunaweza sema labda wengine walikuwa hospitali kwa yule jamaa alikuwa amejeruhiwa kidogo na John Bad. But tena ukiangalia ile numbers walishindwa naye ni mingi, ni wengi. Hii walikuwa wanahitaji like 20 MPs ndio wafikie wale watu wa Azimio. So mimi naona labda sitaki nitaje jina, lakini kuna watu wako kwa William Ruto wakivuna pesa, siku ya kupiga kura itakuwa mambo mengine. Wakati Millie Odhiambo aliongea akasema naona watu wanajisoesa kwa opposition. Mimi najua kuna watu 2-3 hapa wangu wa UDA. Msinichukulie kwa ubaya, mimi ni wa UDA sana. Lakini hiyo kitu Millie amesema mimi naona inafika. Guys, me I'm seeing will be on position of the next election. Kulingana na ile mambo naona vile naangalia geni na vile Baba na Uhuru wanasukuma, kuna mtu mmoja anapoteza ya not Uhuru kati ya Baba na William Ruto. Sisi vile tunaongea support from this community from Mount Kenya. Na wale watu kwao ni kama ujinga. Yaani pesa wanashindwa watatumia namna gani? Na watatumia mbinu zote kuhakikisha Baba anaingia pale. Sababu moja hawataki William kwanza kuingia pale. Sitaanguka, siwezi sema hapo. Ukiangalia kwa media William kule
Mr. Temba, Captain anakata na kuna mambo mazuri anaongea hapo.
Captain, sijui audio yako iko
Katika
namna gani? Hebu tengeza audio yako vizuri tuweze kusikia.
nafikiri ni kuna one of my headphones is swinging then
Yeah, iweke vizuri ndio tukusikie.
sijui kama
No, bado unakatika katika.
Istanbul, by the way, Istanbul. Turkey huku network iko mbaya sana.
Uko na headphones ama hauna headphones?
Yeah, niko na headphones. Sijui iko namna gani.
Hebu jaribu kutoa headphones uongee bila headphones tusikie.
Hapo iko but mimi sasa siwasikii.
Sisi tunakusikia.
Itabidi nirudishe headphones. Sasa siwasikii hata kidogo. Hapo iko aje?
Haya, endelea, ikiharibika tutakwambia.
Unanisikia?
Tunakusikia.
Hello.
Tunakusikia.
Iko sawa lakini siwasikia. But kama mnasikia iko sawa. That's good. I don't know where I left. What I was trying to say is that wale watu wetu wa UDA, mimi sana nikiangalia, mi naona tukienda opposition na singependa tukue pale, lakini mara mingi wanasemanga unaweza chagua rafiki, lakini jirani ni ule umeletewa. So tutakuwa jirani pale bungeni na watu wa Azimio. Hesabu zetu asiko sawa. Kuna mahali jamaa fulani, sijui ni nani amesema, I think David ulisema we put our own house in order. Maybe I can go direct to watu kama kina huyu jamaa alinyang'anywa kofia na Junet huko Kibera. Jamaa mrefu hivi.
Dismas Baraza.
Siwasikii lakini nasikia kuna mtu anaongea hapo. Huyo jamaa kuna wakati alikuwa ameenda leave, sabbatical leave. Akatoka kidogo kwa UDA kwa upande wa kusupport William Ruto. Hata alirudi tu.
Anaitwa Dismas.
I don't know
Dismas
what happened.
Baraza.
But for me what I know and what I'm assuring is huyo jamaa ako kwa William Ruto sababu ya pesa. Hayuko pale kuleta kura. Jo, ukiangalia ile uchaguzi ilikuwa pale chini, kuna huyu Nabulinda alishinda. Kuna jamaa tena mwingine pia hapo mwenye alikuwa anashindana na Nabulinda hapo. Wao ndio waliharibu kura pale akiwa na Sudi. So hapo our house is not in order as UDA. And again, when I go out of what was happening today from the parliament, we will not have direct nomination on UDA. Let me tell you guys, I think you better hate me. Wale wa comments, you better hate me for telling you the truth. Kuna wakati Ruto juzi amekuwa nyumbani pale kanisani mahali karibu na KSS. Akasema nitawaachia nyinyi hizi za nyumbani kina governor, kina senator, kina women rep, kina MP na MCA, mtengeneze hizo. Ile ya juu nitafanya mimi. Lakini William ni nani? Akiwaletea mwenye atawaletea, either mkubali ama msikubali, ni huyo. Watu wa UDA, do you know why speaker mwenye ako sai, deputy speaker wa bunge ni ako huko? Kwa sababu Jepkut aliletwa under independent na mwenye kumweka independent ni William Ruto. Ndio huyu speaker saa hizi aingie pale kama deputy speaker akitafuta numbers. Ruto is somebody I cannot even I can divine. He's my brother, he's my neighbor by the way. But kuna mahali hayuko vizuri sana. Saa hizi mimi natoka hapo Soi. Even some of you like Nangweso hapo, najua unajua nyumbani hapo Soi hapo juu Kipsangwe hapo ndio nyumbani. Saa hizi unaona kuna war between Chelili Mpale governor na Caleb Kositanyi MP Soi anataka governor, lakini ako pembeni, hajaonekana bado. But there is a word going around that Soi MP Caleb Kositanyi is saying, mimi tayari niko na certificate ya UDA ya governor na hatujafanya nomination. So those are some of the things that yani inatufanya tunachoka sana tukifikiria vitu kama hiyo. Kazi ni kazi, tunajua hiyo. Saizi ndio tuko kazi ni kazi. Na wheelbarrow ndio, si ati tunapewa wheelbarrow, hiyo ni kama chungwa pale, watu hawapewi chungwa, hiyo ni kama label tu ya kutumia pale kwa siasa. Lakini mbona utumie ile nguvu uko nayo kuangamiza? Kama walikuwa wanasoma leo, angesoma. Ilifika kiwango mpaka ODM, let me call them AZIMIO, wakatulia. So muliona Junet alitulia vizuri sana, hata hakuwa na kelele tena. Tukienda hii voting, sijui ilikuwa ya 3 ama ilikuwa ya 2, ndio UDA or whatever, because they call them UDA Asla Nation, wakawa na 130, wale wako na 150. Wametulia. Ile kelele ODM walikuwa wanapiga zamani, ndio sasa UDA walikuwa wanapiga hiyo kelele leo. ODM wametulia pale. Is that another way that we are trained to be in opposition? Are we trained to be in opposition? You do not accept, but I know myself. I see that is where we are heading to. Sometimes ukisikia William anaongea anasema ile ujanja kidogo wao wanaona wanajua, hata yeye anajua. Lakini unajua sasa wezi, binadamu ni ule ule, wezi kuwa mjanja kila mara, hata yeye kuna wakati atajanjaruka. Last election 2013, how many people walikufa? Ni wengi sana, na ilikuwa upande ya ile ingine wenye wako wanamsupport. Sasa hizi tayari unaona Dennis ameanza kufinywa, na wanafinya wenye wakufinya Dennis wako kwa serikali ama sijui wako. I cannot say that sisema wako kwa serikali, ni swali nimeuliza, sijui. And you guys are fellow Kenyans, let me tell you, hapo mbele kuna vifo mingi sana bado tutashuhudia. Unasikia mtu alikufa mahali, alipatikana ameuawa. Musanda alienda wapi? Saa hizi tunaenda pale pale. Unajua sisi Kenyans, we are so good in forgetting things. I've never seen, like last week nilikuwa na listen mpaka hata nani Temba ulikuwa unasema na Bulindo alikuwa sponsored the same seat huko Kapuchai, walikuwa wana sponsor, William Ruto alikuwa na sponsor 2 candidates wake na ule wa the other side. Sikupata wakati wa kuchangia, nilijaribu kutafuta hiyo link nikakosa kabisa, but from the look of things ilikuwa hivyo. Naona, so tuangalie tu hapo mbele. Wacha nisiongee sana, this is my first time, let me not take your time guys. If I'll still get time, nitarudi. Silali, nimetoka shift yangu sasa, nimemaliza, bado tuko na nyinyi mpaka karibu kama ni saa 12 asubuhi. I'll still come. Thank you very much guys.
Asante sana Captain, tumeshukuru sana kwa maoni yako. But David, you see, what has happened right now, it is not it is just a battle. The war is still there because you see, those are just amendments to the bill itself. So there was a bill, and there were proposed amendments to the bills. This proposed amendment, there were about 27 of them. About 3 of them were thrown away because they were going to change the structure of the bill. So this proposed amendments were proposed by different members, especially from the Tanga group. So they were voting in whether to include those amendments or not. I mean, different members had proposed different amendments. So it is not yet over, but out of 9, I think out of 9, of course, 3 thrown, then 7, 1, Tanga took 1. I mean, they won in 1. But after that, the rest were won by the AZIMIO guys. So they are just battles that have been won today. Still, we await to see the general general direction where this will go. And of course, they played delaying tactics. In spite of knowing that they did not have numbers, they pulled the delaying tactics. One thing that I'm finding interesting, though, for purposes of debate, is the near forgetfulness of us Kenyans. We have forgotten so fast that some of these Tanga guys or UDA guys, a few 4 or 5 years ago, when they were enjoying the largesse of the government, their behavior was not considerate of what now we are preaching to the Azimio guys, and nobody was coming to say what has come consistently is there's this tendency to expect a certain kind of modus operandi on the Azimio guys, like you when your constitutional right is being trampled upon and you're picking the constitutional response, which is picketing, you are the one on the wrong, And now when you are on this side and you have probably now gotten into this arrangement, and you have the numbers now, you're trying to do certain amendments, you should not celebrate so loud. You should always be
No,
let me finish, David.
Chair.
Let me finish, because I'm picking your argument is the same argument that I was bashing.
I wish I could give
Joe for.
an interjection, then you answer everything all together.
Because I found you giving that scenario, so I'm just trying to give a background on that. That is there a different expectation on the ODM guys specifically and on the Azimio guys generally? Because when there was security, if you have been following Kenyan Parliament, when security laws were being passed in Kenya, there was a lot of accusation towards the opposition then. There were called names. They were told why they came, and even they talked against it. But the people who celebrated the passing of the security bill, there was nothing that was said about them. They were not told to celebrate lying low, to celebrate pole pole, like right now the thing is coming. So is there a certain expectation from the ODM guys? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think your argument is right. But before I answer your question, I wanted to welcome Captain. Captain has gone, Rubani. Rubani, let me welcome you to ODM. We were once in the same camp, you know that. We won election together. We parted ways for whatever reason.
Just a second, David.
So I want
David, just a second. Pen Nyagaka, can you just log in on the login is there? Log in, come and speak. If you have any differing view from what people are sharing here, don't just shout on the comment. And David, your friend is here, the one you feared to have a debate with this week is here. So come on and give us your views.
So, Chair, I wanted to welcome Captain to Azimio. Why I'm welcoming him is because of the following two reasons. One, we are brothers, we are neighbors, we are Kenyans, we are one people,
and we are Nilots.
It will be prudent that we settle a problem once and for all, because the moment you keep on hiding behind the truth, basically this issue keeps on magnifying. We love William Ruto, yes. He's our kinsman, he's whatever he is to us. But this guy has still time, in my opinion. Let him put his house in order, he'll be president. But Raila Amolo Odinga, as you all know, because we were in the same camp, we voted for him. He's a man who has been humiliated. I mean, I want to speak to you directly. He's a man who won election. You voted for him. I voted for him. But this election was taken away. This has brought a thorn in the flesh of Kenyan politics. How I wish we could come together and brothers and solve this problem once and for all, so that he can tell us what does he have for the country now that he is there. Because the moment you keep on saying, oh, that thorn still remains there. Two, you have basically said here that you have told this panelist, at some point, your man disappoints you. He has disappointed many for some reason, but I don't want to say it because we are his supporters before. He has a few homework to do before he can take up the mantra of this country. You also know that. So in my opinion, I want to extend this olive branch to you as a brother, as a neighbor. Get 2 votes more for Baba. When time comes for Ruto, come and borrow a vote if we will be there. Because we are all Kenyans. We are all in the same party before. Now, let me answer the question Temba asked. Temba, when someone hits you, you don't hit back. You don't solve a problem by hitting him back. If your opponents celebrated and humiliated you, you don't do the same. You need to show a different approach. And I gave an example of footballers. 2 teams go to a field, one wins, they shake hands and move out of the field. They wait for another day. These are political contests, not a physical war. And that's why I want to say that if we win today, we can celebrate with the decorum, respecting our competitors, because if they were not there, we couldn't have anybody to compete with. And in any case, they are there to check us on what we are doing so that we come out a good product. Remember, even in marketing, if there is no competition, chances of selling substandard goods are very high. But when there is a competitor, you know that if your product does not meet the quality and the quantity expected, then it means you can't have buyers, you can't sell, you can't be in business. So our competitors are doing a good job by being there as being our competitors, but when we win, we want to extend and say, come on, the same way we have told Rubani, come to this boat, let's support this mzee, let him have enough votes, not even 50+1, let it be even 60%. And that is when we can now say we have accomplished the mission or the goal of Azimio la Umoja. That does not mean that Azimio la Umoja has no loopholes. The loopholes can be filled at our own house. When we are there, we don't need to spare these leaders so much. We need to tell them point blank, we can't say this in public, yes, but we need this and that. And that's when we can keep our leaders on check. That's what I wanted to follow up, Temba. Sorry for taking long. Seemingly is not there.
Can I say something when kama Demba bado yuko aja nani? Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza Captain Mrubani jambo fulani. Nilikuwa nataka, lakini sasa simuoni. Yani kitu ninachotaka kusema David. Don't you think we as Kenyans, because of tribalism, tumeshindwa kufanya vitu ambavyo kufanya makabila zetu zote ziungane pamoja? Don't you think kwamba ni problem? Kwa sababu tangu tupate uhuru uongozi wa nchi yetu imekuwa inatoka Central Province na Rift Valley. Unafikiri hiyo sio problem kwa hizi national hizi sehemu zingine Kenya? Vitu kama hizo,
I may answer it differently, mzee.
ngoja nikwambie, vitu kama hizo unaweza kufikiria watu wamenyamaza, lakini zinaleta ugomvi kati ya watu, inaanza kuwafanya amsikilizani. Inafaa tuwe na hata vile tunaangalia hata kina wanawake, hata watoto, hata walemavu. Hivyo ndivyo inatakiwa tuangalie kila kitu, tupime iwe, yani kila kitu iwe na kipimo chake. Kuna vitu Amerika wameweka ile inaitwa college na sehemu ambayo inazuia ku abuse, na sisi tukiachilia, kuna vitu vingine tukiachilia ita abuse, alafu inafanya tunagombana ama inafanya tunakuwa na mizozo fulani kati yetu. Unaona, kwa sababu tukianza kuchaguana na kikabila inaleta hata wizi wa kura, inaleta tunauana, hiyo ni lazima tuhakikishe kwamba kuna vitu fulani hatufanyi. Ndio maana hizo sheria zikitengenezwa, inatakiwa hata morally tufikirie, hata sisi wenyewe morally, hii kitu naifanya ni nzuri kwa taifa langu. Asante sana. Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza captain lakini lakini hayuko, nitamuuliza.
Chair, there was a question asked. I don't know whether I can answer quickly before you take over.
Ben Nyagaka, why are you showing us your mother? Why are you being unfair to mom? It's your face you want to see, not your mother's face. Yes, David, go ahead.
So what I can answer Jakakindu is that there is that unseated bitterness of a robbed justice. That's what makes many people to kind of be defensive. It is my prophecy that today, if Raila Amolo Odinga becomes president, believe me, you over 5 million Kenyans will just let it go. They will just relax and start working. But at the moment, I'm very sure they are lying somewhere waiting to see what is happening, because they feel at some point they were shortchanged. And those who are defending the shortchanging, they don't want to hear anything from this side, just want to defend whatever that comes into their side to keep power on. But it's good the president has realized this, and he has seen, if it is really true from within him, that this is a solution that can solve an underlying and long-term problems, or problems that is bedeviling the Kenyan politics. You know, that's a simple way I can answer. But who comes president from where tribe? You know, we are 42 of us in terms of tribe. We may not have everybody in power. But if we have genuine leadership that gives services, you don't care who is in power. I can tell you, for the few years I've lived, I have found more help from my friends who are not even my tribesmate than even a brother or my sister. If today you become president and serve me, do I care who becomes president? No. But if you become president and apportion benefits to only a few individuals who happen to come from your tribe, then the rest will be seeing and say, okay, maybe that's the way to go. Let's have also our man there. But believe me, you, in working democracies, the few days I've been around, we don't even know the name of our governor. By the way, I can tell you for free. I don't even know his name. But he's there. Maybe I know the president because he's overly talking on TV. But services are running. So if today Raila becomes president and serves me, I don't have to fight for Matiang'i to be president so that he can help me. Why? Because I'm getting the same service. So that is the problem we have. Accountability of leadership and the injustice. When people are robbed of justice, they become bitter. They don't do their business as it's supposed to be done. And people kind of stand and wait and see how things happen. That's my simple answer I can give, sir.
Thank you, David. And what you're saying is actually a problem that we have in our body politic, because we are still suffering from hang-ups of the Kanu regime. You know, our way of political practice has been, you must know a person, you must know people. And even right now, when you see some of the politicians speaking, when they get the position of power, they kind of want to prefer their cronies. Take an example when the Jubilee government came to power the first time. When they were given opportunities, most of them were people who were their cronies, that they gave those positions, even cabinet secretaries and all. And when you tend to have that cronism in when you're considering public office, rather than your how you're able to perform, your ability to perform in a particular position, then we change the debate. And that's why there is a lot of you know, you bank a lot, you put a lot on the position that someone is going to get. Can you imagine, David, in spite of us having fought for a devolved government, devolution government, we have 47 devolved units of government. We have 47 governors. What does that mean? That we have been able to decentralize the idea of power from just one place. But even with that in mind, we are still fighting for that one position, which was in the previous constitution. You know, right now, the people that we should be holding so much, in fact, the place we should hold so much import is on the governors and the MCS, the people they are choosing down there, because those are the people that bring development to us directly. The national government on the other side, there are parts constitutionally that are played by the national government. They just make sure that the systems are moving, issues of infrastructure, issues of, you know, making sure those systems are moving on well. But the part where development hits us most is at the governor. Incidentally, we are not paying so much attention on the governors we are going to choose. We are not looking at who is going to be the governor, who is going to be, because that is where now, look at right now, consider some of the counties where the governors have worked. Look at what they're telling us. They're telling us the way they have invested. They have brought up some industries. They have innovative ideas of how the people of that county are gaining. I'm informed reliably that in the central counties, road network connection is very top notch, but you still find some counties where road network is zero. And then some of those MPs are the ones who are going to come here and start yapping and tell us that are we going to eat roads? Yet they're supposed to go back and build those roads. You know, there are roads for national government and roads for counties. I wish the Kenyan population would now start thinking it is not so much about the presidency. It is so much about the government, county government. What are they doing? Even if we get the best leader up there, and you still elect people who are mediocre in the county government, we are still going to be stuck. You'll have the best president that you wanted, you'll have the person you wanted at the top, but your county is not performing. You are not, you know, like utilizing the raw material in your county. You are not developing, you're not creating jobs within your county. So you find the debate so much so we can have the best, like someone said here, we can have the best constitution. Constitution is just a structure. Constitutionalism means that it has to be given life. What are some of the things that we are holding accountable in our counties? Now, Pen Nyagaka has joined us here. This Pen Nyagaka is one of the guys who wants to be a governor. But his comments and behavior consistently have indicated to me that I don't think he's prepared to be that, because he's not exemplifying the mien of someone who wants to to hold the position of a great. I don't understand how I can have a governor who is constantly yapping about a person. County governors need to be yapping about the Kisii County. Welcome, Penyagaka. Give us your views.
Can I say one thing, please?
Penyagaka, are you there? Hold on, Jakindube. Penyagaka, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
No, we cannot see. We want to see your face. Yeah, we cannot be a governor whose face cannot be seen.
Can you see me now?
No, we can't see you. Can you see yourself?
Yeah. No.
No,
Yeah, I can see myself.
put the camera in a place where we can see you clearly. How can Kisii people be seeing a person that they cannot see, whose face they can't see?
Oh, your road Kisii is accepted David, so I ain't got no problem with that. Can you see me?
There are so many people watching. No, can you see yourself? Remove the cap.
Yes.
Can you see Jakindube? Can you see the people here? We want to see you well.
There's one person I can't see.
You want to be a governor and you're hiding your face.
No. I can't be a governor of ODM. You guys are all ODM. Okay, can you see me now?
No, your voters, the vote that they hold is not written ODM. So you're addressing Kisii County voters, and there's no vote written ODM.
Yeah, no problem.
We can't see you, Penyagaka. Anyway, go ahead. Say, talk. I mean, you are the one vying, not me. I'm just trying to help you, but you seem not to get it.
Yeah, I see myself, so I don't know why you can't see me. No, but I wanted to say, for one, we just had a new constitution, 2010. All of you guys in the room and everywhere in Kenya thinks that Raila brought that. How can it be the same person who is coming up with a handshake with BBI that can never be found in the constitution? All these countries you quote, Germany, America, anywhere, they follow the constitution at the end of the day. Hillary Clinton won the elections by 4 million, but he didn't change the constitution for that. They have a collected, whatever they call it. So in Kenya, if we can really follow the constitution, we will be okay. The parliament today was about Oka. It's the ODM forcing Oka to come here. Where does Uda come in? Uda want you to leave everything at the door and come inside. That's it. Simple as that. Last one is, how can the people from the mountain and the Rift Valley rule Kenya for as long as they have? You guys have not put yourself together. Look at America. For 230 years, it was a white man ruling until Obama came and put the action together. And guess what? He became president. So in a democracy, it's an argument, academic argument, or a street argument like Trump did. That's how you become a president. You cannot become a president by organizing, by handshaking. In a democracy, you talk. I come to show you guys because most of you are an ODM, but the hosts are encouraging us to come. You know, I don't have no problem with that. Most of my siblings, my own siblings, they are in ODM. If you are in ODM, then we can vote you governor. But I will never go to ODM because of all kinds of principles that are different from me and ODM. So my point is this. Can you guys, the last question I'm going to ask you, can you guys even spend a whole day talking about what's good about ODM? Because every day, every speaker, they're trashing. If we do not Ruto, it is Uda. You cannot win elections by trashing somebody. It's just like, tell me you are not good. You say so many things about you that are bad so that people can like me. That don't make sense. Thank you, gentlemen.
What you didn't tell us, Penyagaka, is that America is a federal state. Kenya is not a federal state. And secondly,
Kenya is.
hold on. America is a federal state. Kenya is not a federal state.
Yes.
Number
True.
two, in
What
America
is the
state,
difference?
what's the difference? You don't know the difference.
No, I wanted to know what did he mean by, because hizo maneno amesema mengi kwa sababu hiyo nani yake haikuwa inatoa nani vizuri.
Okay, David, you want to say something?
What do you want me to elaborate on? I mean,
What he said.
Huh?
I wanted to ask Ben Nyagaka one question. I don't know whether he's able to hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you have mentioned clearly that most of your friends and even siblings are in ODM and they're urging you to go to ODM and you have said no. What are some of the strategies you have put in place to ensure that you win an election, because election is won by votes? If these votes are saying they are not in your party, are you able to get votes other than these ones? Maybe you can share with us, because some of us hold high the number of votes.
No, like I said before, and I'll repeat it again, David, is that when I'm in Kiki, then I will share my ideas with the real voters. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I just don't. Because most of the people that are running for offices, they act like they have to get it. No, there's a lot in life other than the elections. That's all I can say. People say that all the time in Kenya have face. That's why I was showing you my mom's picture. She's the one holding me back. She's not feeling that well and all that stuff. And that's a different story. But when I am in busy with somebody, if I hold a meeting, wherever I go, I'll start from there.
Ben Nyagaka, Ben, we can't hear you. We can't.
Okay, then I can put it in. But if they don't think so, I move on.
Ben.
I've stayed in the outside Kenya for a long time. And I've
Ben,
realized
hold on.
in Kenya, the elections are everything.
Ben.
Yeah.
We can't hear you, man. And again,
No, I can't hear you either. Hold on.
You know, as a politician, you're already going to fail. No politicians.
I'm a novice politician. I've not that experience.
I can definitely tell that from your argument. Which politicians come to say, if I get, I get. If I lose, I lose? Which politician is that? You are losing, my friend.
I'm more than a politician. Because it's nonsense for people, 10 people to think that they all gonna win, my friend.
As a politician,
one person will win out of the 10.
As a politician, if you're going to be a governor, already we are seeing that yours is you're just going there to gamble. You know, you just want to appear in the ballot box. You know, because you're saying if I win, I win. If I don't get, I don't get. Even when we are told that the people that are going to vote for you are in another party.
I'm telling you that on this forum, but I'm just not saying that if I'm standing in front of the people in Kisi, I'm telling them, if I win, I win, if I don't, I don't.
Are watching. The people in Kisi are watching. This thing is watched the worldwide.
Yeah, I'm calling from outside now. I can say anything, but when I'm in Kisi, it's going to be serious. Where the ground is serious. It's different.
These people are listening to you. I mean, David is here. He has people and people in Kisi. They are listening to you.
I think I answered David very well, unless he got any issues with that.
You are not a serious politician. You're just a joker.
I want you to have fun like that. When I'm asking for elections in Kisi, I want everybody to smile and be happy. No seriousness of killing each other and all that stuff. There's two emotions. There's a happiness emotion. That's what I'm bringing.
You're a joker. You don't want to be a governor.
No, I'm not a joker.
Yes, Jackie Dube, what did you want to say?
Really, I didn't get what he said a lot, but there were things I was getting, which I was saying like that Raila want to change. I don't know whether constitution or.
Yeah. Jakendube, I was saying that we are very proud that Raila brought this constitution of 2010. Even when some people are reading the constitution somewhere, and I'm very sure Jakendube will remember that. And it was Raila number one who joined this group, who wrote this constitution we are in Kenya. And Raila told the guys, no, let's get in and we change as it goes. That was it. But how can he be the same person who's bringing PBI, who is bringing handshake, which is a part of a dictatorship? It is two people that shake hands and they change all of everything in Kenya. I'm from Kisii. Where's my share on that? Two people cannot change the constitution anywhere in the world. Kenyans were not special, we're not different. We're the same people, like anybody. A democracy is a democracy. I was saying, if it is Raila who brought this constitution in Kenya today, how can he be the same person who's sending us back to dictatorship? PBI is a dictatorship. Handshake is a dictatorship. That's all I'm saying. You can't have it both ways.
Okay. Mr. Nyagaka, ndini Mr. Nyagaka?
Yes.
Mr. Nyagaka?
Yes.
Kwa maoni yangu wewe ni mtu ambaye hataki progress, kwa sababu hata wewe ukijenga nyumba leo, kesho ni wewe tu utataka kutengeneza kama dirisha imebomoka au kama ukuta inanyufa. Ni wewe, huwezi kuleta mtu mwingine, ni wewe tu ndio utamuleta fundi atengeneze. So mimi nataka kukwambia hivi, usema ati ni wao hiyo constitution wakati ikiwekwa, wewe mwenyewe umesema kwamba kulikuwa na vitu fulani mbaya na walisema waje tuichukue, tutabadilisha hiyo tukienda. Sasa wakibadilisha amekuwa dictator.
No, the constitution of Kenya, Jakidube, was
sio kubadilisha, kurekebisha. Amekuwa dictator.
No. Can I answer that question, statement?
Yeah.
The constitution of Kenya, as we know it, of 2010, was talking about for last 20 years. Yash, bad guy, the Asian guy, all the other people, the former Chief Justice, everybody participated in it to change it where it is. Yes, the constitution is not static. It can be changed, but it can never, ever be changed by two people. Let these people involve everybody and talk about it, not bribing the MCAs to pass the law. My friend, this constitution we have in Kenya today, nobody was bribed. How can you then change again when you approve a new constitution, living in the European constitution, and then change it within 10 days by two people? That's why it's a joke. And I'm sorry when I say something like that, but I'm for you. Any constitution does not change just like that. Any democratic constitution changes after 20 years. Kenya is not different. If you followed that we are going to be a constitution republic, we have to follow the constitution. And the constitution, you have to talk to everybody, not two people. That's my problem right there. When you say that I'm anti-progressive, I've lived everywhere in the world and I've observed all this. All of them follow the constitution, from Germany that you talk about, to Australia, to Canada, to America. They follow the constitution. If they want to change it, they change it to where it doesn't affect the people who are changing it. It affects the future. We can be modernized. It is shameful that Obama will never be a president of Kenya because we are being so tribalistic and simplistic. For somebody as eloquent as Obama, at least a Kenyan. But we are not following any rules that anybody can follow. So if I become Kisii governor tomorrow, I can change it to anything and make any argument. That's not a democracy. That's a dictatorship.
Mr. Nyagaka.
Yeah.
Wakati hiyo constitution ilikuwa inabadilishwa, ilichukua muda gani?
Kama 20 years.
20 years.
That's why I said. That's why I said Yash, Bal, Guy, whatever. When they started, all the other people were fired. Moi brought this other group. You know the whole process. It wasn't just two people. Moi shaking hands with the Kenyatta. That's it. No.
No. Wewe, mimi nasema hivi. Wewe utaki mabadiliko kwa sababu hayo mambo ambayo BBI sio Raila aliandika wala Uhuru hakuandika hizo vitu. Hiyo kitu ilitembezwa Kenya for 2 years wakitafuta maoni ya Wakenya, lakini kama wewe umeamua kwamba hiyo hutaki kuona ni sawa, lakini hiyo ndio process. Tena inatakikana baada ya miaka 10 ni lazima kuwe na change baada ya kila miaka 10, kwa sababu huwezi kutulinganisha na Australia na America sijui na wapi. Kila mtu ngoja nikwambie, kila mtu ni vizuri kuangalia masilahi na kanuni za nchi yenu na mazingara ya nchi yenu. Sisi sio kama Australia, Kenya sio kama Amerika, tuko tofauti. Inatakikana tujiweke sisi kama Wakenya kufuata hizo, kukopi hizo nchi. Ndio maana tuko na problem. Ndio maana nchi za Kiafrika zote, Waafrika tu ndio wanatumia lugha za watu wengine kuelimika. Waafrika tu ndio wanakopi. Hiyo ndio maana ndio maana maendeleo yetu yako na matatizo, kwa sababu tunakopi mtu, na huyo mtu tunamkopi, yeye alikopi nani? Amefuata vitu ambavyo zinafaa mazingara yake. Tunatakiwa Kenya, siku tukifuata vitu ambavyo zinafaa mazingara yetu kama Kenyans, hatutakuwa na problem. Lakini tukifanya tu kukopi, eti wa Amerika wamefanya kitu fulani,
let me answer you the question. You are repeating yourself.
Mimi nakwambia, ngoja, mimi nakwambia hiyo itatuletea shida siku zote.
Yakilube, Daromorangi Oturutu to Sadio Sarar. Awajinia. I was giving an example of those countries. I emphasize the constitution you got in Kenya today is copied from everywhere in the world. But let us Africanize it. Let us make it Kenyan and follow it. That's what I'm saying. The BBI does not follow the constitution. The court has told you so. The handshake does not follow the constitution. Anybody can tell you that. So all I'm saying, I'm not saying copy this person in Australia, copy. No. This is what we are different. All I'm saying is that the constitution that we promulgated and we're very happy about, we should follow that. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying follow America, follow this person. No. All the America said was Obama, who is our son in Africa, he became a president in America. But he could not be in Kenya because we are tribalistic and simple. That's all I'm saying.
Yo, lakini Mr. Nyagaka, I hope siku moja tutakutana uso kwa uso. Wewe. Wewe.
No problem.
Nitakupatia mawaidha ambayo yatakufungua macho na masikio.
Any knowledge is good. I have no problem. Like I told you, the other guys over there.
Nyagaka, I have a vote. I can vote you as governor and still vote Baba. So we also need your vote for Baba as you vote for yourself as governor, because you understand the kind of injustice. Yes,
David, yes, I'll be lying. Sitakudanganya. I will vote for Baba. Huh? I was with Baba. I was with Raila when he overthrew the government of Moi. I was proud of that because Moi had ruined Kenya. Kenyatta left the country good and Moi had ruled it. When Raila did that, I was proud of it. Now he says he didn't do it. But I was with him on that 1982.
Nyagaka.
That was good. So for me to say right now that I will support Baba for the next election, I will be lying. I will not. Because he has gone to stay with the millionaires. All these groups that Ruto is carrying around, he hustlers. That's where Raila was. That's where he won the elections in Kibera.
Nyagaka.
Yeah.
I find it a little hard to debate with you because your history is really skewed. And you're just in my view, your statements are not reflecting the realities as they have happened. They are filled with a lot of is your phone ringing?
Go ahead.
Talk to you. Your electorate wants to talk to you.
Hello? Somebody calling me.
hazina coherent, hazina ukweli.
No,
So,
no, 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 no. I know that
Nyagaka,
I'm
let
in
me
a
finish.
room of
Let me
ODM. I
finish.
will not make sense to
No,
you guys.
no, listen, Nyagaka. You see, I would appreciate if you would start your argument from the true picture, you know, from the facts, and then you move to your interpretation of those facts. Instead of coming already twisted facts, which are going to just fill up to
Like
what
what?
you want,
Give me an
what you
example.
want to produce. Number one, I want to take you slowly by slowly. Do you know why the handshake took place?
Yeah, I was in Kenya.
What was
It took place because Kenyatta wanted to protect his money.
No, hold on. Now the guy has just disappeared. You see now the guy the kind of argument that this guy. Marty, how are you?
I'm okay. Habari zenu?
Why are you hiding in the curtain?
Niko sawa. I'm not hiding. I'm at my house.
Yeah, so why are you hiding in the curtain?
Well, ninasikia ile mnaongea. It's very interesting.
What is your fear?
Well, I'm always fearful because nikiona vile mambo inaendelea Kenya, like I've been listening to you guys while I was driving home, na nasikia mtu anasema ati today we won. I mean, when I look at it, when in Kenya have you seen MPs wana convene during these Christmas holidays around this time? Hawa ni watu huwa wana disappear kabla ya Christmas and they come back late after. There's a reason why. And when I look at this bill, nasikia kuna watu wanasema ni mzuri, kuna watu wanasema ni mbaya. I don't know much about the bill, so siwezi criticize ama kuipraise. But the effort that I'm seeing our MPs are putting into this, ama wakati ya BBI, if this was a bill about employment, ama security, ama anything else that's about mwananchi, and this is the amount of effort they put in, ningasema bas. But this this is a bill that is being created now because because of what they want to form the coalition and everything else for these coming elections. So the danger is we cannot keep on making bills because we want to fulfill a certain ambition and for certain. Let us not make bills for politicians. To go and pass laws just because of politicians, we are heading in a different direction. And I can guarantee you this, and I've told most of my friends here, and everybody's saying, prior to 2007, moto iliwashwa, haikuwashwa hata wakati ya kura. This thing started in 2003, wakati Kibaki waliingia, then they sidelined people like Raila, then upande hii mwingine ikafika mahali mtu akifutwa kazi, Mkikuyu anawekwa, mwingine akifutwa sana ilikuwa ni Mkale na Mkikuyu. Those tensions pile up. And as we are seeing now from, let me say, wacha mambo ya 2018 at the handshake sijui nini. Just from what happened this year, vile walikuwa na push mambo ya BBI and it failed. Alafu naangalia vile and the tensions, already the tensions are already very high. And I'm going to tell you this thing. Nimesikia kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Nyagaka, he was talking about Baba alituacha. Hata mimi I feel Baba ametuacha. Because now what he, the symbol that he was for fighting for mwananchi wa kawaida na kila kitu, Baba ametuacha kwa mataa. Ameenda kwa mabilionea because billionaires waliangalia around themselves, hawana potential candidate anashinda kura. So he has been co-opted in, or maybe all these years he was just part of them. It was just an argument about nani atakula ugali size gani. So now the truth is coming out about Kenya. And when you look at it, me as a young person, I'm not a young person anyways no more. But when I look at it this way, I tend to look at the bigger picture. Sio mambo hata kurati ya Ruto, sijui Raila ama sijui nini. We have a problem in Kenya. Do you realize that ever since independence, even if Baba wins, that means the same last surnames since the cabinet of independence have been the ones ruling Kenya up to now. The same last names. So except maybe what Kibaki, ilikuwa Moi, Kibaki also was a PS. Huh? But he was part of that. He was a PS or something at the time. So when you come down unaangalia unasema na sisi tunazaa huku where I'm not using even the Ruto narrative. Who has emerged? Hakuna. No one has emerged. And now I can guarantee you with Raila coming in, assuming he wins, I guarantee you the DP or whatever that's going to come has to come from those people of that Mount Kenya Foundation. I'm at that group that have, benefited from the time since independence. So in Kenya kama kuna mtu nasema oh ni sawa, kuna mtu alisema ati oh ni sawa baba ati baba akishinda ati oh that would be good, ati siku kutakuwa na healing and everything else. That is a dream that has been tried everywhere. It never works. Mandela came to power. It never brought nini. Kwanza tunaona saizi kuna xenophobia. It never solved nothing. We can continue and talk about so many people that have fought. Ama mnajaribu kubalance. It never brings any difference. But a case of South Africa is one of them. Because and Mandela was smart enough to know I'm not going to stay here more than 5 years, because after 5 years hiyo euphoria ya kushinda watu wataruhusa hata kusema na majob zetu ziko wapi. And because he knew the larger population of mainly black South Africans, watu shule wako wameenda. In terms of up to now, that problem is still there. That's why unaona hiyo xenophobia. South Africans, people from Kenya, Zimbabwe, whatever, owning shops. South Africans still really poor, so they feel like watu wamekuja kuchukua. Now they're turning against the poor, turning against other poor immigrants because wana feel the opportunity yao imechukuliwa na immigrants. But the people who they have elected have not really addressed. If you look at South Africa, well, this just reason they're still the same people. You know, in as much as mzungu alitoka, the stakeholders, either iko waindi ama wazungu ama you name it, hata the people who are leading now, ilikuwa Mbeki was the son of Goma Mbeki. Mandela led. Zuma was what do you call it? Zuma was what do you call it? Ramaphosa was what do you call it? Alikuwa kama Atuli. You know, so it's been the same. It's the same people. The same thing we're having in Kenya. So I feel sorry for anybody. Mtu atakuja sema oh, sasa baba ameshinda. Yes, baba akishinda, maybe for tribal pride. A person from Luo atasema at least, you know, baba ameingia na mtu wetu. But it doesn't mean that whatever is going to trickle down to you as an individual. And secondly, the sad thing is, kusema ukweli, we go to the same churches, we go to different things. We don't like each other because the same people who go to the same church, people could be Catholics, wanaenda kanisa pamoja, wanachanga pamoja and doing everything pamoja. Mbona wakati ya kura kila mtu anarudi anapigia mtu yao? Instead of looking at the bigger picture. So let us all, even in as much as we talk about hata baba akishinda, you know, the thing is when Kibaki won, watu wakasema Moi ametoka. No, the status quo won. Kibaki was part of that Mount Kenya mafia that had been there, ilikuwa inasumbua Moi in the 70s. So it's the same thing. So saizi baba akiingia huko, first of all, with these people who are sponsoring him now, baba actually has become defunct. When he becomes president, now he cannot go after. Hata mambo anasema ati kuna matundu. Those matundu imekuwa there for those people, not for mwananchi wa kawaida. Mwananchi wa kawaida wewe hauna choice, hauna kitu una own someone unasema una evade taxes, unalipa taxes through products ile unabuy. But those big people who can make $1 billion in a month, ama in a year, because they have loopholes, those loopholes are going to continue because he cannot go after them. He cannot. Because he has already been defunct. So let's look at the bigger picture. Mambo ya kusema, you know, even if Ruto wins, still those people own the country. The only thing what I would say, and I know this trajectory tunaenda saizi, I'm looking for a day, I don't know when an MP atakuja kusimama na kusema, this is a bill I'm going to pass ya kusaidia mwananchi hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Naona, lakini mambo ya kuunda, what scares me ni, as we are going forward, there are still going to be more bills that are going to be aimed at 2022 election. Assuming that election is done with. Kama vile watu walikuwa na support mambo ya BBI. Me, I looked at it nikasema haki, you know, people are not saying BBI actually was going to bring back the laws ile ya Moi. Sasa nilikuwa naangalia sasa baba, why did you fight all that time, end up in prison na kila kitu, to come back with a president who's going to be like the times of Section 2A? And that's what it was about. No, yeah. Because to say the truth, what most people, I hope some people wanakumbuka vitu vingine. Hii constitution tulimake yenye ilikuwa ya 2010. Of course, it came as a result of 2007. The thing is, the status quo came and realized we had created a constitution that was so ironclad. No. So they've always been having this ambition of clawing back. Kama nakumbuka hata in 2010, wakati walikuwa bado wanavurutana nini, ndio wakafikiria Raila. Unajua, these people were pegging on Raila akuja aseme anataka tu prime minister, ndio wapinge. And I can guarantee you that is the group here, not even Mount Kenya Mafia. Let me just use the status quo in Kenya. That's what they were pegging. They were wapinge they never wanted the constitution. After my personal belief, I believe when Ruto was opposing, so you remember Moi and Ruto were opposing the constitution. I believe funds ilitoka hata kwa watu ya status quo kusupport, to try and see if they could overthrow the constitution. They didn't want this constitution because they had looked at it. Now, wakati sasa constitution ikikuja ikapita, Not even before Peter. If you remember, there was one meeting. For those who ever followed, there was one meeting at a time. Watu walikuwa bado wana sita Kibaki akina Kalonzo wamejoin hivi, nakumbuka mambo ya watermelon na kila kitu. Michuki at the end akaamuka akasema uko sawa, nipatie hiyo kofia ni sawa tu. And that was emblematic of where the status quo was. The status quo never wanted this new constitution. They never wanted to change because they had wamekuja wameangalia. So slowly tukaenda kura ya 2013. Sawa, wakafanya ile walifanya. Me, I believe Baba alishinda, but you know what it is in Kenya. 2017 wamekuja wameangalia. Now all these people have come back slowly. They are clawing back, and if people don't watch out, tutakuja kurealize tumerudi back to the constitution. Yeah, you know, I mean, thankfully to the courts, the Supreme Court na kadhalika na Court of Appeal, we are not wamestopisha hiyo maneno, but slowly unaona kuna clawback. Slowly unaona wakati ya Kenyatta, ministers are not supposed to be doing politics. Mambo ya Matiang'i kwenda kuambia watu ma chiefs sijui nini, mimi vile president amesema, they are not supposed. There is a reason why that was done, because during Moi time, people who are appointed are not doing jobs. Hao watu ni kufuata Moi kwa convoy all over Kenya. Watu wanaiba pesa. These people are stealing money because, you know, and in fact unakumbuka wakitaka ni mambo ya BBI, watu wakuwa wanatoka parliament. Mtu atakuwa anaenda kwa ministry anaiba pesa, ndio akuja achange pesa ya the next time anaenda kufanya nini? Kuwa re-elected. You know, in the United States here, there's a reason why walifanya. Hata Nini cannot even comment. I remember when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, kuna question aliulizwa about your re-election ya Obama. She couldn't comment because now she was like a public servant. You cannot do that. No. Lakini maana unaona Matiang'i, now everybody sees, you know, let's say what they are doing now. Matiang'i na Zuia kina nani wako kwa groups ya kupanga mambo ya election house sijui nini, we are in charge of security. God forbid something goes wrong next year. Alafu na watu wasimama, si kutakuwa na fujo. And that's where people are not seeing.
Mercy, ngoja. There's a particular prophet in the Bible, anaitwa nani? There's a prophet ambaye all the time zile vitu alisema ni vitu mbaya tu. What was the name of that prophet? Alikuwa analia sana.
No, I don't know who that prophet is.
Uliza Bernard ndiye mhubiri.
Yeah.
Bernard amepotea kuna prophet, because all you've done is actually, even people are saying you are lamenting a lot.
No,
you know,
I'm saying no.
Wait.
Okay.
You have lamented a lot. You've gone full circle on the nature of politics. We know the way politics has developed, and if we were actually to strictly, you know, go by what you're saying, then you see the Kenya, what people would think about is to have is it a revolution, so that we have a completely new system of government coming in. Your perception about what has been happening, I think it has missed certain kind of very important milestones that have happened along the way. Even America, in its 100 years of you know, movement, it comes to civil rights movement, it took so many years for it to even for us to come and find Obama. You remember Jesse Jackson reigned so many years back, I think in the 80s. And normally a particular event in a political movement and in whatever, it's a milestone. There's never a time, not in any democracy, that has happened that they've actually reached the zenith, they have reached the top, that there's no more movement. Every time in every democracy, unless it's a kingdom where you just have a queen, there's always, and even in the kingdoms and whatever, those particular you know, jurisdictions, there are places where they reach and they say, okay, fine, we no longer want a king, right? So even when you're quoting the idea of South Africa, when they came and they got the independence, that's a milestone. Milestones do not mean it's a start, it's a abracadabra moment that everything now should follow a certain direction. There are other things within a political system and within a society that follow themselves.
Yeah, but that was my point.
Hold on, Mr. Mercy. You're giving a gloomy picture of everything without offering solution. What is it that people should do? Now, number one, you're even giving a very misguided, in my view. Right now, our discussion should not be over reliance on government, because right now you're saying until we get someone. No,
We need to move away from over-reliance in government. And you know that. Like, for example, where you stay in the US, sometimes, like David was saying, he doesn't even know the name of the governor. You know, but systems are working. You see, instead of telling us we need to move away from looking at such tribe, we need to move away from looking at this to look at our systems working. If I wake up, can I go to work? Can I go to the place I want to go to? Can I get my services? No matter who I vote for. That is where I want to go. We don't want to look at people's tribes, people's names, people's what. It doesn't matter. Now, that is the mental, someone call it mental emancipation that we need to have, because we have grown up thinking of people in terms of families, peoples in terms of tribes. So you're saying you see, and so it's a Kikuyu mafia. It doesn't matter. We don't care the mafia or what. We need to move away from that. And those are the solution. We need to start educating our masses. Because if we have systems that are working, it will not matter even if it's a family. Bush Senior and Bush Junior became president in the US. Why wasn't that an issue? And they're not the first family members who have become president in the US. So we should be able to say, okay, fine. Are our systems working? How do they start working? Systematically. We don't wake up tomorrow and within 50, I mean, we are at 50 years of independence. Constitution is working and everything is working. It has taken America more than 200 years to be where it is. So you should be, in my view, as a progressive thinker, move away from us thinking of people as tribes, people as, you know, the over-reliance on individuals that I'm going to benefit my people, to are we building systems? Number one, devolution was good because, first of all, now people are given the opportunities. Government is brought closer. You are now holding systems closer to you. Your MPs, I don't need to know my MP. Take people away from knowing, do we have to have people voting by clan or by that? Having less attractive public offices, so that someone is not going to a public office to make money, but going there to serve. You see, now those are the things we need to talk about, not starting to tell us, oh, you know, when you see Kibaki coming in, it was the same thing coming. I mean, that is painting a gloomy picture without giving people the solution.
Look here, you misunderstood what I meant.
Just hold on right there. Hold on right there. David, yes. Go ahead, David.
Before he answers, I just wanted to put an interjection so that he can answer all together, because you kind of talked so many topics, but just I want to ask you simple questions. Mercy, you've mentioned that let us look at a big picture. Me and other listeners want you to give us this big picture. Kindly, if you do that, we'll be very happy. Two, you have mentioned that over time, several cabinet cycles, we will be seeing similar names. Do you find any problem with having people having this kind of view that leadership has also revolved within two tribes? Does that one also concern you the same way you are concerned with similar names appearing to be in the cabinet list year in, year out? The other one, I think Themba mentioned it, but I wanted you to give a response to that. George W. Bush and his son became president of the United States. Did that one bring any problem to the US people? The same way we have similar names in Kenya. And lastly, in your view, is the 2010 constitution perfect? And if not, do you think we need to change it? And if yes, at what time? Or at what point in time? There are so many, but you can try to within your.
So, okay. First of all, sawa, naongea. Kuna sauti nasikia around.
Pen Nyagaga, can you mute? Because I'm trying to mute you and you unmute yourself.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, go ahead, Mercy.
anyways, so maswali ni mengi, but I'm gonna say this. My main point, actually, you guys are talking what I'm saying. Look at the bigger picture. This idea, that's why I was using the example of MPs when form, trying to come up with bills for something about the next election because of an individual. That's where the country goes down. Some people are trying to say I'm painting a gloomy picture or whatever and everything else. I personally have family members who are affected by the post-election violence. That's why when I look at things,
number one, Mercy, qualify your statement. They are coming up with, when you say something and then we need to qualify it. Okay.
Let me
Now
give you an example.
Wait. Qualify that the bill is serving an individual. That's a political statement, is not a factual statement. Because you and I know that when a law is made, it doesn't come with anyone's name written on it. All right? I want to give you an example. 2010 Constitution was passed by Kenyans, and one Deputy President, William Samoei Arap Ruto, headed the no campaign. But when the law had been passed, whoever went to vie became the Deputy President. So a political statement like it is being formed because of that's a political statement. Can you qualify that the bill, as it is right now, specifically there's a place written that it is going to be made to suit a certain individual? When you come here, it is okay for us to have some political, like what Pen Nyagaka was coming here to say, BBI was about 2 people. That's a political statement. It can serve in a political rally. But even if the BBI was a bill that was going to pass, it was not going to be to any one individual. That's a statement that is made when you want to galvanize people towards a certain direction. I will agree with you if when you're saying that this bill is passed towards an individual, if you favor a certain direction and position, if you qualify that and you say, okay, fine, I'm for this particular people, so I'm arguing on their behalf, that's okay. But for as much as you are coming here to say, okay, fine, it hangs in balance when you come and say, you're passing this bill because of an individual. Where the bill, once it gets into our constitution, it is not written Nyagaka, it is not written David. Anybody exercising that constitutional right under that bill is covered. So you see, when we come and then we start saying, this is passed, you lessen the arguments on this forum. I mean, you reduce the level of debate, because now we look like we are just coming here to yap even facts based on certain perspectives. You have a right to follow a certain perspective. You say, okay, fine, I'm supporting UDA, I'm supporting ODM. But when it comes to things like factual matters, I don't think it's fair. But if you can qualify that, I will let it pass. You have a right to your view.
So, you know what? That's my opinion. And my opinion is this. Someone can come up with a law, like what we've seen in Russia, we've seen it in Rwanda and everything else. Yes, that law can be passed, and at the end, anybody who will gain from it 20, 30 years from down the road could be somebody else. But at the moment, that bill is being, like let's say, let me give an example of this bill that they're talking about, MPs wanapigana na kila kitu. Why is it coming up now? Because they are looking for this next election in terms of the coalitions that they're trying to form. That's what it's about.
That is also not true. That is also not true, because you haven't even read the bill, Mercy. You have not read the bill. You have just read what people are saying, those who are opposed to it. Have you listened to also those who are supporting it? Because that is the
listen.
That's the argument.
Did you hear what I said?
No, that's the argument of those who are opposed to it.
Did you hear what I said?
Of those who,
no.
Hold on.
You didn't listen to me when I started talking the first time.
Exactly.
I have not checked much into the bill. Remember, I said that.
I heard you.
Yes.
Wait, I heard you when you said that. But right now you are talking as though you already know what the bill says.
I am not saying I know. I'm saying that's my assumption according to what I've seen on the media. Okay?
Now, Mercy.
Yes. I hope that's not the case.
Hold on.
Listen. So watch and analyze my statement, then you can come back and answer. I am not saying that is the case, but that's how it appears to me.
No.
Just like just listen.
Mercy, hold on. Be fair. when you come to argue from a point of not knowing, then you come from that point of not knowing. You need to have two arguments and counter arguments. All right. Number one,
You didn't let me finish.
you are
You're not letting me to
disadvantaged.
listen.
You are disadvantaged because
Listen.
you don't understand the bill.
Listen. I already said I have not. That's what I started that with that fact first. I said I don't know much about the bill. That's what I said. But I said according to how it looks, and I hope if it's for the good of the country. I hope it's for the good of the country. I hope it's not going to, with the acrimony we are seeing now and the fights, we'll have to see what it's going to come up. And sometimes you can pass a bill. And I know maybe you know a little bit about law, and I know about a little bit about psychology. Sometimes when you pass something, the consequence, there's something called the law of unexpected consequences. Sometimes you can pass something with this direction you think it's going, and then unexpected something else comes up. It could be better, something good, it could be something bad. It doesn't mean you're going to get the consequence that you really expected. And that happens everywhere. Even with Obamacare, it happens. If you want, I can give you so many examples of, results of unexpected consequence. It happens. It happens. You cannot assume that this bill is going to be good or this bill is going to be bad. I have learned
fine. Now,
I don't assume that.
Mercy, you have argued largely on the negative. Okay, argue largely on the positive, assuming it's good.
Well, if it's good, if it's going to allow for people to come together and form coalition, the way I understand it, okay, and I could be wrong, but I'm saying if it's going to allow for coalitions and everything else, I mean, I'm for it. I don't mind that. The only consequence, according to my understanding, I hope it doesn't lead to where, I form a party. I don't name my tribe, but it represents my tribe, and then we end up having 42 different small parties in Kenya.
But who registers political parties, Mercy? Who registers political parties?
Registrar political parties.
So what is the qualification to be registered as a political party?
Listen, I don't know the qualifications. Let me answer.
Good.
Let me answer you that.
If David, wait, if Mercy, we need to go slowly. If David here wants to register a political party,
yes,
he meets the constitutional requirement.
Yes.
You are saying Nyagaka is also a Kisi. He wants to register a political party. He takes it to the registrar of political party. Both of them meet the requirement.
Yes.
Do you think they should be registered or they should be denied the registration?
They should be registered.
Right
Good.
now, we have 90.
So what if now we have 90 political parties that have been registered with the register of political parties?
Yeah.
Is it their mistake that the parties have been registered, or is it that they have met the requirements of the law?
It is that something in the law needs to be changed in order to facilitate. Look here, what I'm saying is this. You're looking at it in terms of just the law. Listen.
Which law in America says that you need to have a Democratic Party as the major party and Republican Party as the major party and the other parties as the minor party? Which law?
Actually, the Democratic Party is a coalition of parties.
No, which law says that they are supposed to be one? Those two are the major parties, and
there's no law like that.
So why are you saying that we need to have a law?
Listen, no, I'm not saying you're not understanding me. What I'm saying is this: at the end of, I've just said sometimes you create a law and then there are unexpected consequences. I said I hope it doesn't lead to the formation of such whatever, because the ideology that we have back home. And people are now in Kenya, we have a problem, people forming parties. And that's why you see these fights between DAP and Ford Kenya and everything else, because people use them as briefcase parties to go and, to pitch and say, oh, mimi niko na kachama yangu kidogo hapa, mkini co-opt hapa hivi mimi nda, mimi naweza kuuzia hii party ama whatever, where you buy it or whatever. That's what I'm saying. That is the unexpected consequence. And I hope that's not where we are heading. Although we are kind of there in a way, because my main issue, actually, in this whole thing that we're talking about, even when I talked about the Constitution, I talked about my main number one thing, I really pray that we have unity in that country, because I've seen what has happened before. And that's my main concern. That's why when people are trying to, that's why I say, no, that's the truth.
You're a prophet of doom. Okay, respond to David's question.
Listen.
There's a question.
There's a question from David you haven't responded to.
Listen, you got to take that back, because by you labeling me a prophet of doom, all the prophets in the Bible, almost all of them, and as much as said good news, they also say that they wanted the people, if you don't do this, you're going to do that. So, sour. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. You got to take that back. Because me, Pia, I can call you something, then we'll not have, you know.
No, if you're prophesying doom, what are you?
No. I'm just saying, sometimes that's how I look at it. But
okay,
we still have hope.
I take that back. I take
yes.
okay. I take that back. Respond to David's question about the bigger picture.
I'm going to answer the question. You asked a question about, was devolution good? I think it was good. And that was the best thing that ever happened, because before that, there are counties that never saw any development anywhere, unless we were close to Moi, the window kneel down, Nini. That was like one of the best things that ever come up. And I hope, and I know there's problems anyways, as we are starting this, but I think there is improvements to be made, but I think it's a good thing in general. I think it's one of the best things that ever happened. Okay, David asked a question about the George Bush or whatever, you know, coming into office. No, it was not a bad thing. And I'm not against people, the same names coming into office or whatever. What I'm saying is this: it doesn't matter who comes into office, whether it's the son or the grandson and everything else. As long as, and Temba, you said this, you want the systems to work. Those systems to work, you know, for system to work, they have laws to have, you know, to come and control for those systems to work. We are not having people who are elected who are coming up with the laws that are making this, that are even creating the systems, not even making the system. The reason why that you say that maybe we don't care about the governors here, those systems did not just appear. Someone went and sat down and saw a problem and came up with a law, and then that law had another law that makes that to be effected. That's what I'm begging for. That's what I look forward to. That's what I'm saying. Our leaders are not, you know, are not coming up with laws that are going to help the mwananchi. And that's what I say in this fight that we're having. I hope if it was about a bill about creating employment, pengine watu wapigane kwa sababu ya free college, ama wapigane kwa sababu ya barabara kujengwa somewhere, I'd rather have that in parliament, people having that argument, than argument about these bills that they're talking about. The systems we have here, the systems came here because there are some things that even people died for. But laws were created, and laws and whatever was created, they have checks and balances, those systems. In Kenya, we have nothing like that. Coming up, what I'm saying, no, let me finish. Then I'm going to be done.
Mercy, hold on. We have given you a lot of time now.
No.
There are people. Wait, Mercy. Wait. There are people. Hold on, Mercy.
One last statement. I won't even join again.
You know,
I'll be listening.
Hold on. You're not leaving. You're staying here. Why do you want to finish everything? Then you go. Now, those people in the comment section, Mercy has spoken for 5 minutes. You are listening. Has he sent you to campaign for him? Mercy, kuna watu hapo wanakutetea ati sijui Mercy waacha. Mercy ameongea hapo for 5 minutes. Mercy is our friend. He can talk and talk. So ninyi wacheni stories zenu. So any comments hapo? Ezra Kajugula
we go back and forth, yeah.
Yeah. Basi kuna mtu anasema uachiwe uongee sana. Kwani umemtuma? Ezra Kijagu.
No,
yeah, thank you, Mercy. There's a question from Jakindu Bay, Mercy.
Okay. Mimi sio question, lakini nasema Mercy, kwa kweli ukijisikiliza vitu unasema, kwa kweli hizo ndizo nasema hazitusaidii kama Wakenya, kwa sababu wewe unasema tu ubaya na utupatii solution. Unaona, solution lazima ujue Kenya si Amerika, na hata Amerika wako na problem. Hata saa hii wako na problem zao ambazo zinawasumbua na ni lazima warekebishe. Kwa hiyo Kenya, wache turekebishe hizi vitu. Ikiwa kitapatikana makosa, hata hiyo kitu wakifanya, ikipatikana makosa, ni jukumu letu kurekebisha. Sio eti kitu ikifanywa inakuwa ni hata gari, si saa zingine gari zinatengenezwa zinakuwa recalled. So nchi yetu sio eti imesimama mahali. Hapana, nchi inaendelea na vile siku zinaendelea ndivyo tunaona una kosa fulani. Hiyo kosa kama ipo tunarekebisha. Ni nchi yetu, na Kenya ni nchi ya kipekee kama Amerika ni nchi ya kipekee. kama Uingereza ni nchi ya kipekee. Hayo majina ambayo umesema kwamba kuna majina fulani, hata Uingereza kuna majina fulani ambazo ndizo wako pale wanaongoza hizo nchi zao na inatakikana sisi, ubaya wa Wanakenya ambayo mimi najua ni kwamba sisi wale watu wa kawaida hatuhitaji service, tunahitaji tunaombaga handout. Sasa ukiomba handout kwa MP ndio mnamuomba pesa kila siku. MP anatoa pesa wapi? Nchi ya Amerika ambayo unasema MP anachangiwa pesa na mwananchi, sisi tunaomba pesa kutoka kwa MP. Huyo MP atawapatia service gani? Ataleta service gani? Hizo vitu lazima tu change. Hizo vitu kama hizo ndio labda ungesema, lakini kusema kwamba hatuwezi kubadilisha, sijui tusibadilishe BBI. Hizo BBI, kitu tunataka ambayo imekosekana Kenya ni political stability. Tunataka political stability, na hiyo political stability tutaipata hata kwa kupigana. Waamerika walipata kwa kupigana, waliuana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Hiyo unajua, waliuana wenyewe kwa wenyewe ndio wakapata stability, wakasawazisha kila kitu. Na mimi nawaambia hii kitu ya kusema kwamba hatujali president anatoka wapi, hiyo ni kitu, ni kama unaweka kichwa yako kwa kama mbuni. Tusifanye vitu kama hizo. Hata Amerika wana maendeleo, lakini president bado wanataka kuchagua president, wote wanampigia kura president, na president very powerful America, na hiyo ndio style tuko nayo Kenya. Kwa hiyo hizi vitu zote tusichukulie tu kiholela. Inatakikana kila baada ya miaka 10 kama kuna kosa tunairekebisha. Ndio nchi yetu, hatuwezi kuacha kosa mpaka labda watu wafe ndio tunairekebisha. Hapana, tunatakiwa tukiona kosa tunakaa chini, tunajadiliana, tunairekebisha. Asante sana.
Ngoja kidogo Masi, tusikie David anasema nini, alafu pia tusikie Princess.
Thank you Temba.
Yeah, David, yeah.
I think I want to Masi amepotea.
Niko nasikiza.
I want to
Masi, wacha kuweka nini? Wacha kuweka curtain bana.
You are a good orator. You can jump from one theme to the other. That one I've listened carefully. Actually, you have handled like 4 topics in one. Nevertheless, why I'm asking you these questions, and I want to say that I'm not satisfied, is because finally you didn't tell us what is the big picture that you want us to know and any other listeners. I want to encourage you to be bold. Don't fear kurushwa mawe. Kama wewe ni mtu wa Yuda, sema mimi ni mtu wa Yuda, natetea Yuda kwa sababu hizi, na sitetei huyo mwingine kwa sababu hizi. But now you are in the middle. So be strong, Mercy. You have not told us the big picture though. That one has gone unanswered. Secondly, why I'm asking the second question about whether you have a problem with the regions where we have had presidents from independence to now. You also evaded that one. I also find it strange why you have problems with the names that have been cabinet ministers all through the government cycles, and you're not comfortable or not either questioning this brand where we have presidents from 2 regions. Lastly, I thank you because you have mentioned that you are very happy with the 2010 constitution that brought devolution. This devolution, you have mentioned candidly that it brought development to the lower region, to the smallest person down there, because initially money was kind of apportioned to some quarters and some regions were marginalized, so to say. Now, the same person who championed for this constitution, he feels shortchanged, and he is asking Kenyans to give him an opportunity to realize this dream that he helped anchor in the constitution. So would I be in order to invite you and request you to give this guy a chance and see the many fruits, because you have already seen some, so that he can realize this dream to Kenyans, because you have also attested in this forum that it is through this 2010 constitution that we are able to have devolution and having resources devolved to units down there. I rest my case.
Nataka nikujibu.
Yeah, because the chair is not there, you can answer.
Sawa, chair aliyepo. Anyways, to me, let me answer your last question. You know, you've said, me, I'm a very big picture guy. So when a person tells me vote for Baba, I would like to see, okay, so what is his plans, or what is he going to come up with now that he becomes president for Kenya? Because we're not talking about the constitution or anything else. What are, and I have to wait because bado hajakuja na get the manifesto. I'm just going to be, I'm that kind of a person that I wait and, I don't just hear a person become emotional and say, huyu na support. I wait and see. And I'm going to wait and see until, as time goes. Because I think, first of all, the reason why we have this, debates about ideas this time around, I think that's an unexpected consequence, like I said, of devolution. Because watu wamekuja kuona, baada ya devolution na watu wakaanza kuona, na whatever services are coming down. Now it has come about, I think the next round, people are going to say even to the government, what tatufanyia nini? And if you look at the grassroots, people also wameanza kukua na, you know what I mean? People are now wameanza kuamka instead of, looking just at whoever is going to be president. Secondly, umesema mambo ya this tribal factor yanasema ni. The reason why I use that question of the same names, the reason why those same names gives me a problem sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, because it means something is lacking in terms of people coming up. It could be the same people, maybe they've come with policy, but I do believe in Kenya, or even in so many other countries, the status quo have held, like the economy will never expand as long as these people have a grip on it. And as long as laws are not coming in to make it fair, let me use a fair playing ground. And if these people still stay there and they're the ones who have an advantage, they will never create a fair playing ground for everybody. That's my main issue. Si ati kabila fulani wakuu kama watu kutoka familia fulani wamekaa. There will never be changes from the same person. Ni kama unaambia dictator apate kuchange to make the law so that ikuje kumdhulumu. Nobody ever does that.
Solution.
Solution. The solution itself, the way someone, I think it was David or someone said, it will take time. But people, even in America, that's the same thing happened. It took years. Ulikuwa na Adams, ulikuwa na John Quincy Adams. It took a while. And since then, actually, that's when the Bushes came in. Those are the only two families that have been in leadership in this country.
So we are in the right,
the trajectory is the right trajectory. I'm with you on that one. We are on the right trajectory. And actually we are even on a faster trajectory because with the United States in the, the 17, watch 17, because that was just George Washington. From 1801, John Adams, alafu Thomas Jefferson, alafu, other people followed. The trajectory then, they didn't have that bigger picture like what we have now. The reason why unapata people wanakuwa restless because now tuko na kitu naitwa mtandao. I mean, let me not even say mtandao, just communication. People are seeing what's happening in China. So tunajaribu kukopi hapa na hapa na hapa. So hiyo vuguvugu watu wanasukuma in a faster pace than ile ya miaka ya kitambo. Kama wakati ya Moi, communication. Even that's why, nafikiri, anaitwa nani? Jaken Dube or whatever. Vile umesema, the thing is, wakati ya Moi, hata ndio Moi alikataza watu kuwa na cell phones wakati ya Kenya because that improved communication. Pengine angekaa in office that long, but then the cell phone was, they came late in general. So what I'm saying is, my bigger picture, and some people wanasema, mimi nasema mambo mbaya na nini, but what I'm looking at, I like fairness. And I look at what's great for society. When I look at what's great for society, nasema kama ni mambo ya hospitali zijengwe, kama nini zijengwe. But vile mulisema, devolution started. But those systems were not in place. As we are moving forward, watu wanaona kuna mambo ya hospitali hapa nitakana kuwa fixed. Ati?
Ulikuwa Kenya lini?
Kenya?
Yeah.
The last time, 2018.
Yeah. 2018?
Yeah.
Kwa hiyo mwaka huu hujafika Kenya?
Mwaka huu I haven't gone to Kenya. I'll be there next year.
Ungefika Kenya ndio uzungumze.
What do you mean?
Masi,
Kuona progress.
ningeomba hata nami nizungumze jamani.
Ndio, sawa. I'm not saying there's no progress. Nasema there is progress. I agree with you on everything else. But I'm saying as time goes, tutakuja kurealize, you know, it's like vile umesema kama kuna recalls zenye watu wanafanya. That's what I'm saying. Wakati 2013 na watu kuwekwa governors, si kulikuwa na mistakes zilikuwa made. But as we are moving forward, there is that progress. And I'm telling you, we are making the same progress like these other countries have made. Sometimes we'll move back, sometimes we'll move forward. But we are generally we are on the right trajectory. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said, hata politics now, I like it where watu wanauliza where ideas yako nini before ilikuwa hiyo. Another thing you've said about MPs, the way we beg MPs, I don't know how we're going to solve, because poverty is there. I don't know how we're going to solve it, because unless people get empowered, you know, economically, that's where my hue and cry is, because there is no way nitakuja kwako ni kuombe pesa alafu ni expect wewe ukuje unifanyie services zenye mimi nataka. You know, like here, the way you're saying, watu wana donate personally to raise money, and then after that, the person is obligated to be able to perform for the people, because if you don't, and hata see, let us leave aside that mambo ya elected officials kama ya represented and everything else. In some states, even judges get elected. And the reason why a judge gets elected is because to dispense justice. So your mambo kama ya bribery, unaona ya nyumbani na kila kitu, something like that will not happen, because if a person is elected, na anajua is responsible to the people, and that position that he has is because of the people that have put him there. He is able to do that job right because he knows he has to go back to the people. But in Kenya, saizi, mtu amekupea pesa, so he already bought that position from you. So you will never get any, you know, better services from our MPs. You know, and sometimes I look at it and I say, I mean, it's kind of like the reverse, but maybe in time, people will get empowered. We're getting empowered in terms of technology, in terms of knowledge, education, economically. Hopefully, things will work. You know, obviously, we have to look at the, you know, at a brighter future. Things will change. Watu hawatakuja sasa mwisho wanasema, hey, hebu tupatie kitu kidogo ndo tupigie kura. People will look at it the other way around na kusema, hey, wewe mwenye unakuja kutupatia hapa nini, utatufanyia nini kwanza? Wacha mambo ya kuja kutupatia pesa. But it will happen, but it will take a while. Thank you.
Mulumbu.
The chair has not come back. Maybe Mulumbu can say something.
There is a lady there. There's a lady here who was talking. There's a lady there.
She has left. When she will come, she will be given a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Nimewasikiza vizuri. Mimi si mtu wa kizungu, sijasoma, so nitatumia kizungu yangu yenye Mwenyezi Mungu ameziwezesha kuijua bila kwenda shuleni, without going to school. But I've lived in Kenya. I know what's Kenya. During Kenyatta Moi, I was there. Jakindu Bay, what he witnessed is what I mostly witnessed. Some of you hamujaona. But to what we are, the topic how we are talking here right now, Mercy, you have to have a point. What can help people? But wewe unapeanaza masuggestion, lakini you are not. You don't have your stand ground. Unaongea vizuri sana and you are intellectual. Of you have to have something that can help Kenya, because Kenya needs somebody who can drive it. Like Ruto, akuna msimamo yake amesimamia. Raila has been there fighting for that freedom, even the one you are talking right now, the one you are free, that freedom of speech. He has fought for it, and you have accepted because he stood for something. Alisimama kwa kitu. Na wewe Mercy, sioni kama I don't know where your msimamo iko. Wewe ni complain, but you are not giving us. Hakuna msimamo. You have to kwanza wewe ungekuwa unasimama for something so that you can help the country of Kenya to move on a certain point. Raila has been there for years fighting for that. Walimsimamia, anashinda, hapewi. But through that he has fought and brought the fruit that we are now right now tunafurahia. He has never been a president, but he has fought for that fruit until now. So that fruit he have been fighting for imefanya watu wamewawa, watoto wa wenyewe, mawanadada na mandugu na mababa wamechomwa, and everybody. Here he is now. The rightful ambayo ilikuwa nataka ya vyama viwepo na haki kuwepo, ndio sasa hayo naona hii imeletwa saa hii. Because before hata kama angeleta haingekubaliwa. because wenye walikuwepo hawakutaka kuikubali, but some of them have seen light. You know, it takes a time people to understand and to realize the truth. There's a time inafika ambapo yule mtu ambapo alikuwa anafanya ubaya anasema kweli hapa I was not doing the right thing, but now it seems this is the right thing to be done. Wakati inamgonga mwenyewe anajua kweli this is the right thing to be done. So ukiniambia kwamba wewe hauna mtu wa kuangalia kusimamia mwenye anaangalia Kenya, unataka Raila akupatie mfano ni Ghana nayo inaonyesha kwamba I don't understand you. You seem not to live in Kenya. You seem not to be a Kenyan. If you are a Kenyan, you have to understand. You have to know the history of Ruto. You have to know the history of Raila. You have to know the history of Davadi. You have to know the history of Wetangula and the others. And then choose one. If not, you can choose one. Stand yourself. Come and help us. Because as I see, you are well educated. Stand there and say this is not the right. This is the way you got to go, and help those people who are in need. Because it seems in Kenya right now, we have some people who are educated, but they are not educated. You find them if they are outside here in USA, they are the directors, but when they go back home, wanaingia kule tribal cocoon ya kuibia watu. They run here from here, they can't steal here. They go back home kwa wale watu ambao to steal for them.
Yanasema vile jua inawaswallow, wanamezwa na vile.
Yes, yes. They get swallowed. Yeah. They can't help. But to get those people like Raila, like those that were there fighting for, look at the opposition that who fought for it. Now they are coming that they can deliver. But those who ambao wanapinga, Mungu amewabadilisha, walikuwa kwa serikali, but Mwenyezi Mungu halali, wenyewe wamepinduka, wameingia opposition. Unaona? So this is your time to support what the right, so the people of Kenya can get the right. But here you are saying you are in between. You unaenda wapi, unaenda nyuma, unataka kukua kama wewe afao ukimbie upewe kijito upeleke mbele, na wewe unakimbia unarudi nyuma.
Nilikuwa nizungumze.
You are to relay, wewe unakimbia unarudi nyuma instead of going home. Give us away, buddy. Give us away.
Mulumbu, 1 minute. Mulumbu, 1 minute. I think Themba has come back. Themba, you can take it over, and Princess Ziana Mpole was to speak. So if Mulumbu is done, then you can go to. Thank you.
Okay, so as I was saying, guys, we are here. Let's have a stand. Anybody who doesn't have a stand, if you're a man of a home, you don't have a stand, watoto wako wataribika. You have to have a stand ya kwamba ukienda hii, you are on this side. Ukienda hii, you are on this side. Isioni watoto wako watakuwa on the straight forward. But ukiwa in between, watakuwa wanahangaika mara huko kwa mama, kwa sababu baba na expect kutupeana the direction. Or kama if you are weak, let the mama take the direction. If you cannot take the direction, mama atakuwa pale. Anything goes wrong with you, mama will deal with you to give you the way. So let's give the way to see what can be done. This law, nafikiria mumeona tu hapa NASA na vyama vingine wakipigana habari ya pesa. It is saying that right now the registration ile ya parties itakuwa napatiana vyama direct pesa bila kugombana, lakini mnaingia coalition. 2 inasema mambo ya kumangamanga kwa vyama, umeolewa na huyu bwana na unatoka hapo naenda kukulala kwa mwingine, ndio hilo unakula kwa huyu ndiye anakuvisha na everything. Hiyo malaya wa vyama hatutaki. We need msimamo. If you are tired of that marriage, go out. That's what the UPD president is doing. We can't be in such a country that you're developed. We can't have a country that stupid president anaenda spray money everywhere in the corner, and then you expect this person is going to help the country. Hakuna kitu anakuambia, hata akitoa hotuba, anything that they can develop the country. Our country needs infrastructure, needs industry, needs no roadmap, needs everything. Is when it can develop. You live in America here, you see what's happening. And then somebody goes back home and ambia handout is something can be done. Ati kama kuna law ya kupea sheria. America kuna vyama viwili na kuna law. I've said it here several times.
Mulumbu, I think we have heard you.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Princess is very impatient.
One point, please. This is very important. I've said several times, democracy has to have a limit. There's no in the world democracy also umepewa freedom, you can do anything. Ukifanya makosa utafungwa. So in Kenya, if there's democracy, there have to be a limit of that democracy so that people to follow the law. Let's use as few people who are educated. Can you please help us? Hii serikali kama inaingia, basi we reinforce the laws so that wale wanaiba wanafungwa, wale wanamangamanga bila right sasa wanapata penalized, is when everybody will be in the line. When wanafanya kwa maofisi devolution yenye imeletwa hiyo pesa zinaibiwa, watu wafungwe kama wafanyi kazi yao vizuri. That's the only way the country will grow. But yenyu hata mkipiga story 20 mekaenda meka rudi, we are still not helping it. Thank you so much.
Asante Mulungu for that. And before I bring Princess Zaina, you know, Mercy, I withdraw the prophet of doom from what you say.
Yeah, it's I don't have any. Yeah.
But the conversations that we ought to be having as a people of progressive thinking. Development does not come, it's not an abracadabra. And by the way, for sociologists will tell you, any change that you have abrupt is not good for a society. A change that lasts long is a progressive kind of change. That's why revolution governments don't last long. Anywhere there have been revolution, it's because the society needs time to prepare for certain kind of development, even social dynamics of any society.
Yes.
When the same thing, like for those people who are church goers, immediately kama ulikuwa unafunga for a long time ukae bila kula, you are not given food immediately. You have to be weaned back into the system, uanze kuzoea chakula ndio upewe. So most systems and political systems work like that. If you shake them with certain changes that are abrupt, it sometimes it's not prepared to handle it. And when you see things like those happening, it's they say in most indicators, when you see conflict or something happening in any relationship, is an indication of movement. Is an indication of movement. And they say quiet does not necessarily mean there's peace. You know, like they say lack of war does not mean there's peace. You might never have had any war, but it doesn't mean that you guys are peaceful. And it is important that as you see those developments, and if you have studied some of this conflict management, you know, they tell you that when you see conflict, it is a sign that progress is happening in that society. So you need to manage those particular conflicts. So if what is happening right now is a sign of progress, you're making progress. It is until that time, and in most situations, constitution making in most African states have not happened in times of peace. It has required that we make certain laws and we change certain things to fit into our systems. Most laws, even in America, they have been made after a lot of protests, after a lot of protracted, give and take. You remember one of the longest filibuster that ever lasted, 24 hours in America, was about civil rights. When they wanted to bring in, I think it was called Storm somebody.
About the women, the issue about the women.
The civil 1957. The filibuster lasted 24 hours, but it still passed. So this process, and even civil rights movement, until Obama became, it was a progressive process until it arrived at that. So any progress, they say, someone wrote and says that even when you fall forward, that's movement. Because you fell, but you fell forward. You moved forward. And then someone writes and says that do not blame someone even if they're making very small steps. So are there steps that are being made? Yes. Number one, Kenya has made steps. It got independence. People argue that it was never gotten, it was given. Some argue that when those people took independence, some of them wakakuwa ukoloni mamboleo.
They were the colonizers, but in African skin. But it was independence. That was progress. Then, of course, there was Section 2A. There was repeal of that. Then, of course, there was the 2010 Constitution. There was those, before you arrived at the 2010 Constitution, there was the Bomas draft and all those. If you understand the way Kenya has moved, politically, you can understand the things, the watershed moments, the things that actually defined certain key points. It's only those people who, for some reason, want to ignore that process, is whereby they say that this BBI, someone comes here and says that BBI is about two people. This someone is trying to ignore some realities. It was important that happens. It might have had its challenges. Many things have had their challenges. If you read even the way Texas came to be a state, there were a lot of give and take. And it doesn't mean that progress will always be right at a certain point in time. So I think as we argue, as we look at all these issues, it's okay to have partisan way of looking at them. But again, we shouldn't move away so much from not giving hope. It might not be achieved within our time. It might not be achieved even you see Martin Luther King's speech that I can see the mountaintop, I may not get there, because of the things that were happening at that time. He might not get there, but he knew someday that time will come. And it came to pass, not in his lifetime. As much as possible, we need to give our people a hope. For me, I'm happy with what is happening in Kenya. You might have that BBI is defeated. We have a devolved government. The Constitution 2010 was not perfect, but it had to pass. It had to come. It is not perfect. It will never be. There's no perfect constitution the world over. But constitution is about, as you keep moving on, the necessity comes, and then of course you amend. It is a society that decides, okay, fine, it is necessary that this is not serving us, let's look for another one. 20 years from now, they might try, 40, 50 years from now, they might rise up and they say that we don't need any of this devolved government again. It will be up to them. We won't say that it has come back. No, it will be serving them at that time. So I think any progress, however small, is hopeful. It is actually because of the Constitution 2010 that right now people can speak. People can even throw things. I mean, it is the democratic space is so open. People can say anything right now. I mean, that's a positive thing. Personally, I don't think Kenya is at any crossroads. There's nothing that is going to happen in Kenya. There's no doom saying there's nothing bad that's going to happen. Election will come in 2022. People will win, others will lose. Kenya will still be Kenya. This thing of creating after tomorrow. Right now in Kenya, you can't cause any war. What for? You don't have a reason to. You have devolved government, So I think we need to diffuse, keep getting people away from the idea that if Ruto wins, something will be bad. If Raila wins, something will be bad. But nothing. Kenya will still be Kenya. Political process and voting is just a process of getting leaders. It's not the end in itself. Yes, Princess, kindly speak.
Nimeshukuru sana Themba. Mwanisikiza? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Princess.
Masi, kile naweza kukuelezea ya kwamba swali la kwanza, sheria ya kwanza kutuzwa Kenya ilikuwa lini? Kama utajua hiyo.
Ati sheria gani?
La kwanza kutuzwa Kenya. Sheria ile lililowekwa Kenya la kwanza liliwekwa mwaka gani?
I don't understand your question. Sielewi vizuri na maanisha because sawa wewe sema basi sijui.
The law. Najua Kiswahili ni kigumu na kuuliza sheria. Sheria is law.
Ndio nimeelewa na kuelewa vizuri but sijaelewa the context.
Ya kwanza nchini Kenya ilikuwa ni mwaka gani?
sheria iliyotungwa katika nchi ya Kenya ya kugovern Kenya ilikuwa mwaka gani? That's what she's asking.
Hiyo sijui.
Sitini na tatu. Basi historia ndio tunaanzia kwa historia. Ilikuwa 63. Ndipo ikaja ikawekewa marekebisho, na iliwekwa marekebisho na mtu mmoja ambaye alikuwa anaitwa Tom Mboya. Mimi si wa zamani, lakini historia iliwekwa mwaka wa 69. Naye akaja hii ya kwanza ilikuwa 63, 69 akafa yeye. Alitunga sheria hiyo, yani alifanya amendment, lakini alikuja kufa. Ilimserve hiyo sheria, ilimserve ama haikumserve? Swali ni hilo.
Okay, kwanza uliuliza hiyo swali, sasa nikashindwa kusema Kenya sheria ya kwanza kwa vile kulikuwa na mkoloni. Sikuwa naelewa. Na I think constitution ya Kenya ya kwanza, when they came up with the constitution, was 1961, I think, after the Lancaster whatever conference that they did. Tom Mboya, yes, hata tukisema ni 63, I think the first amendments were done maybe 65, 66, where hata ndio wakachange constitution mpaka presidency ikareduciwa to 35 years old, which some people thought ilikuwa Tom Mboya was the one moving it kwa vile mwenyewe pia alikuwa na presidential ambitions. If I'm right, I might be off about the years, but I think that was some of the changes ilikuja ikafanywa. Si Senate, Kenya ilikuwa na Senate, hiyo ikakuja ikatolewa, and I think but what was your question with that anyways? Kama he never benefited from the constitution yenyewe alimake.
Basi swali yani ni kukuelezea kwamba tu kile najaribu kukuelezea ya kwamba hizi sheria ambazo zinatungwa sasa hivi ni kwa jamii ambalo linakuja, sio kwa sisi, na kwa hivyo tunafaa kuziangalia kwa makini, na ndivyo watu wanajaribu kuziangalia kwa makini. Kama hili ambalo wewe mwenyewe unazungumzia, ungelisoma, kwa sababu mimi nimelisoma, niko nawe nchini hapa ulipo, hapa ulipo, lakini Kiswahili nakizungumza, Kiswahili nakipenda. Nikiwa hapa napenda Kiswahili sana, manake ukiwa hapa ukitoka nje ni Kizungu, ukienda wapi ni Kizungu. Kwa hivyo kwa hivyo napenda Kiswahili, kwa sababu huku nao pia wanafanya tunakuwa nini, tunazungumza tu Kimombo badala ya tuzungumze Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia sheria za huku tuko bado mbali, lakini twaja pole pole. Hiyo sheria mimi nililisoma, nimeilisikiza kwa makini, nikaiangalia, nikalisoma. Sio ati inatunzwa kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja, inatunzwa kwa sababu ya urekebisho katika sheria, ambaye sasa hivi unaona watu wanaruka kwenye vyama. Mtu anaruka kwenye vyama, anatoka kwenye chama hii anaenda kwenye chama kingine, na hakuna kitu ambacho anaweza fanyiwa. Tuone kwa mfano Aisha Jumwa alitoka ODM, lakini bado hela za ODM bado zingali zinamfanya nini, ndizo zinamlisha, anakula, bado yeye ni mwakilishi. Lakini lingekuwa na hii sheria, angelikuwa amepelekwa katika chama kwanza, chama lizungumze. Baada ya chama kuzungumza, aondolewe, ni kama ataondolewa ama atawachwa. Akirekebisha anaweza achwa, asiporekebishwa anaondolewa. Lakini kwa sasa hivi akienda kotini, angali baada anafanywa nini, anawachwa tu pale, koti alitaamua. Uliona Isaac Mwaura alienda katolewa kwenye Senate, lakini alirudishwa pale, koti iliamua juzi akarudishwa. Kwa hivyo tukiwa tunatunga sheria tunatunga kwa uzuri. Kwa hivyo
Niko na swali moja.
Uliza.
Hapa Amerika sheria inakubali mtu kutoka kwa chama na kwenda kwa wengine without kwenda kwa election?
Hauwezi.
Unaweza?
Wapi? Unajua? Wacha nikwambie.
Wewe umesema Kenya kama hiyo ya Aisha Jumwa. Hapa Amerika saizi kama saizi ukiona vile mambo inaendelea saizi ya Senate. Si kuna huyu senator anatoka West Virginia. Anawaletea Democrats. Anaweza sema kesho yeye ameamua kuwa independent. Hawezi
lakini wacha nikwambie anaacha. Si unasikia?
Hawezi wacha chama. Hawezi
anaondoka. Wacha nikwambie
anaweza wacha chama lakini hawezi, anaweza amua hata kwenda na kukaa na Republicans. But haimaanishi sio hiyo mambo ya kusema kuweka sheria na hapa hivi hakuna.
Hapa ndio wacha nikwambie hapo. Sijui umekaa Amerika mwaka ngapi. Lakini wacha nikuelezee hapo ya kwamba uwezi kuwa, kwa sababu tunalipa hela kwa chama. Unalipa hela kwa chama. Mimi ambaye ninaishi nayo ni independent, ni mtu wa Republican. Na mimi ni Democrat. Sasa unasikiza? Analipa pesa kwa chama hiyo ya Republican. Kwa hivyo sasa zile anaacha chama, anasikia uchungu sana, kwa sababu sio yule anampa pesa, anampa hela, ni yeye anapeana hela. Aisha Jumwa ni yeye atakupa hela, ananunua nini? Ananunua, hiyo ni mfano, usinichukue kwa ubaya. Ananunua, anakununua wewe, yeye anasema nilinunua kuwa mbunge. Sio wewe ulinunua aenda akatunge sheria kwa sababu yako. Kwa hivyo ningekuhisi sana saa zile tuwazungumza sheria, tusome kwanza alafu tujue.
Unajua kitu nilisema kwanza, nilisema mimi sijasoma hiyo sheria. Hiyo ndio statement ya kwanza. I qualified myself, nikasema mimi sijasoma. Sikusema ati mimi nimesoma yote, nimefanya hivi, ndio opinion yangu.
Basi nikwambie, wacha nikuelezee Masi. Soma kwanza ndipo ukuje kwa mjadala. Ukija kwa mjadala umekisoma, umekielewa, kwa sababu sasa hivi ulikuwa unaweza kusema hapa na pale, hautakuwa na kitu kimoja unasema. Kwa hivyo ukikisoma utajua ubaya wake na uzuri wake. Maanake kila sheria kuna ubaya na uzuri. Ni hayo tu.
Sawa. Naweza mjibu just one statement. Watu wako ni understand what I said is
no,
something
Mercy, you are hold on. Your disadvantage is this. Your disadvantage is commenting on a document that you haven't gone through, and then commenting so passionately about it, yet you haven't gone through it. Now that normally when you start an argument from that level, you're already disadvantaged. You see. So the thing is someone wrote and said this, yeah. Okay. That read the law so that you understand it so well, so that you break it nicely. You see, if you don't, if you don't understand it, you might not break it so well.
Break it nicely, yeah. I like that statement. Anyway, yeah, my statement was this: I was not going against or whatever. I hope it's not being formed because of the upcoming elections. That was actually my main point. Because my main point, that's like I said, I look at the bigger picture. I hope we are forming something or coming up with a thing that's going to be important for generations, and I think that's what
that would have informed your views. This is why I'm saying that you put yourself in a hot soup. Actually, you set yourself on firing lane, because having said that, now you went ahead to argue against it, and then of course give the other dim side, which basically is what has been said out there
based on the fights that were seen in parliament, which basically, like, Kenya today, there was that kind of fight, but in Japan, they blow kicks and they blew kicks and,
Yeah, that's always the case. Yeah.
and in other places, that's what happens. But we don't want to see that. And this is what happens when you have sensed in parliament, when some of them have sensed that they are going to be defeated, that they don't have the numbers, they try to come up with delaying tactics. It doesn't necessarily mean that if something is being supported by a majority, it's bad, or if it is being supported by a minority, it's good.
Or the other way around.
Yeah, or the other way around.
The thing is,
it's and you see, there's what you call, like, we have three arms of government: the executive, the legislature, and the executive and the judiciary. Now, all these are supposed to be checks and balancing each other. Balancing means that if there's something that we agree with, we balance you. If there's something we don't agree with, we check you.
if there's overreach,
so we normally focus so much on the checking, we don't focus on the balancing. What is it that you need to work across that can be beneficial to Mwananchi? It doesn't necessarily mean that simply the government or the executive will propose something, it is a bad thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that if the legislature has proposed something, is a good or a bad thing. So there has to be, and that's now where you are coming. I mean, some arguments have been held here, and you have been told what happens that right now the legislature is bringing this bill. It doesn't mean, and that's a question I wanted to ask you: is there a wrong time to do a right thing? Anytime.
No, there's not. Anytime, you can come up with anything at any time. But you know what? Sometimes some things you can come up with something, but the perception, perception, politics is about perception. It's not about, you can come up with a very good idea, but sometimes it could be the wrong time. And also because of people might be perceiving it in a very different way.
Is there a wrong time to do the right thing?
I say that there's no wrong time to do the right thing.
Good. So
yeah,
whatever the perception is, there's never a wrong time to do the right thing. So we should never say that because hii imechafuka, wacha tu ichafuke iendelee kwa sababu ni the wrong time.
I actually agree with you. What I'm saying is this, and one thing I would like to say, I'd rather have those MPs that are wakipigana in parliament. I'd rather have them fight there than it spill out outside that compound to ourselves, right? So wacha wa argue, wafanye kila kitu, whatever. I'd rather prefer that, like the way you've said it in Japan, I've seen it in Somalia, wanapigana. I'd rather have that than for the whole country, when we don't have any decorum. Yeah.
Like the way it happened. Like the way it happened in Kibera.
Yeah, let me bring on PK, and as I bring PK, we start taking our PK. Umekuja lakini tunaanza kumalizia sasa, watu wamekaa hapa kwa muda, so we start taking our final. I'll give you at least a little leeway, but the rest will give. Ukimaliza, I'll give David 2 minutes. I give Princess 2 minutes, Mercy 2 minutes, Jakindube 2 minutes, ndio tuanze kumalizia. PK.
Asante, hata sitaongea sana. I've been in this forum, najua vile mambo inaenda, nitakuwa tu mwepesi kidogo. Actually, I just came because I listened to Mercy. I've never seen him before, lakini nimemsikia, ni jamaa, he's very eloquent, anajua kujieleza, but I find his argument to be very self-defeating, in the sense that he's arguing very passionately about something, alafu anarudi kujificha kwa kusema haelewi sana. Ni kama mtu anapewa maji na hajakunywa, anasema haya maji yanakaa matamu sana. Lakini akiulizwa umeonja maji yenyewe, anasema sijaonja, lakini watu wanasema ni matamu. Onja maji kwanza ndio utuambie vizuri maji ni matamu ama ni machungu. Kwa sababu ukiruka upande ule mwingine, you are very passionate about the negative effect, about uchungu wa yale maji. That is where I find the problem. Alafu nasema you hope these laws are not being formed because of the next election. It is obvious. Everything is being done about the next election. Kuna kasoro tumeona wakati ambao tuko kwa kama vile Madam Princess hapo ametaja. There are some flaws we have seen in the current government where people are in two parties and pretending to be in the original party. We cannot afford to go into the next government or in the next election with those problems. We have to sort them out. Na kitu ingine ambayo sielewi ni tukirudi hapo nyuma, you will find that the Jubilee government was formed and championed by one DP. Yeye ndiye alikuwa mstari wa mbele kwanza kuvunjilia vyama mingi, kusema watu waungane, waingie Jubilee. He coalesced around more than 10 parties, zote zikaenda huko Jubilee. Watu hawakuongea chochote wakati huo. Nobody made noise or even complained when Jubilee was bringing so many parties together. Na saa hii watu wakiweka mikakati ya kuwe na mpangilio wa watu wakitaka kuform parties kama hiyo, ikuwe ni kitu, kuna mpango maalum. They are now making noise. Kumaanisha wakati alikuwa anaweka parties pamoja kwa Jubilee, alikuwa anaweka kwa sababu yake mwenyewe, si kwa manufaa ya nchi ama ya chama, lakini alikuwa anataka afaidike yeye mwenyewe. But the law that is being passed now, it is not for the benefit of one person. Of course it is because of the madhara ambaye watu wameona kwa zile vitu zimetokea. But as Denver clearly mentioned hapo awali, alisema hizi laws tunatengeneza hazina jina ya mtu. Hatutengenezi sheria ili iwe hiyo sheria itamfaidi mtu fulani. Lakini ni kweli watu wakitengeneza sheria huwa wanavuta upande wao. Hakuna mtu anavuta akipeleka nje. Kila mtu anavuta upande wake. Ukiona hii sheria itakufaa, utavuta upande wako. Tusidanganyane, ni kweli. Na tukisema ati hawa watu hawavuti upande wao, tutakuwa tunadanganyana. Lakini hata wakivuta upande wao, nani amewaambia kuwa watakuwa re-elected? They are not sure whether they will be re-elected. So they also should be informed kuwa hizi sheria wanatengeneza, wanaweza wakatengeneza zikafaidi watu wengine. Sasa mimi na wewe kama tunaweza faidika na hizo sheria, that is where that is what we should look at. Hizi sheria zitafaidi watoto wetu? Hata kama wanavuta upande wao, kesho zitatufaidi sisi na watoto wetu na vizazi zijazo. That should be our main bone of contention. Kwa sababu tukiona ndio wanatengeneza sheria lakini haijaandikwa jina la mtu, lakini hiyo sheria inaweza ikatufaidi. We do not want to have cases where mtu anaingia kwa chama 2022 and the following day anatengeneza chama ingine, anasema yeye hata hii chama amechoka, kwa upande huu mwingine. Ama kama vile umesema kama hapa US unaweza cross flow ukaenda ukakuwa independent. We do not want such headaches. If we can have a law that can solve such problems, I think we would be at a better place. And that is where I think we should go. Si kupinga kitu kwa sababu hauna uhakika kitafanya nini, lakini una support sana wakati kiko upande wako. Hiyo tu ndio shida yangu na bwana Masi. Sina mengine, ni hayo tu.
Okay, asante sana PK for that. Sasa wengine nitawapatia dakika mbili. We give our closing remarks. Anza na Princess, then David, alafu Masi tukimalizia. Princess, dakika mbili.
Mimi hata dakika mbili haitakuwa imeisha. Sina mengi, lakini kwa leo nimefurahia Nimefurahia sana, kila wakati huwa ninakuwa hapa, lakini huwa sijatokezea, lakini huwa ninafuata kila mjadala ukionekana, huwa ninafuata. Nimetoka katika ukoo ambaye tuko na, katika nyumba yetu tuko na kabila la Kenya saba. Kwa hivyo ukabila sijui sijui ukabila, na hiyo intermarriage imefanya kwetu hakuna kabila, kwa sababu nikitaka kumupiga Mkikuyu niko na Mkikuyu, nikitaka kumpiga Mluya mwenyewe, nikitaka kumpiga Mjaluo yuko pale ndani, nimpige Mmeru tuko naye pale, nimpige Mkamba tuko naye pale, Mkisii tuko naye pale. Kwa hivyo hizi Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Hiyo ndio kile kitu naweza sema, Kenya ni yetu sisi sote, na kile kingekuwa kinatendeka Kenya ni ya kwamba tuchague wabunge wanaofaa, maseneta wanaofaa, na magavana wanaofaa. Kule juu rais anaweza kuwa hata la kabila nyingine, hata anaweza kuwa mtu mwingine, lakini rais ni wa Kenya, hata kwao mwenyewe. Tukiangalia Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, kwao wanalalamika ya kwamba hajafanya kazi, na sio yeye afanye kazi huko. Kazi ilikuwa ni ifanywe na magavana, maseneta na wabunge. Kwa hivyo mimi kile na washawishi ya kwamba tukiwa tunachagua uchaguzi ambao tutaenda, tuangalie mbunge wako, huyo ndio wa karibu, MCO yako, mbunge, fuatilia na seneta, halafu fuatilia na governor. Hiyo ndio ile kitu mimi ninaweza sahihi, mufanye hivyo tafadhalini.
Asante sana Princess. David, dakika zako mbili.
Yeah, thank you, Themba, for the chance to give my final remarks. I've been here, I've contributed, I've listened. This is exactly 4 hours plus. So I want to say 3 things. One, when you go to comment section, Kinara is asking, when did I move to ODM? I think I can answer him that, did he ask when Maangi moved? I think I moved back to where I belonged, and it is within my democratic right. If you go to political parties, you will find my name there. I didn't even change my name. So I think I am welcome, and I came to this forum. I said I've moved the camp, not because I hate Ruto, but he has more chance where he can come and borrow my vote later on if I'm alive. So at the moment, Kinara, I can answer you that I'm with Baba, because that's where I've been, save for a few days that I pitched camp in Yuda. 2, I want to say that political party hopping has robbed Kenyans the chance to audit the performance of our elected leaders based on the promises and manifesto they give. We need to see party discipline so that when you come out, you give Kenyans promises, we will gauge you over what you said, but not telling us, your chama, ya Jubilee, I'm no longer there, I'm in another party, uliza Jubilee, ama uliza ODM. If you can have party discipline, in my opinion, we can easily gauge and take into account or hold leaders accountable of their actions to see whether they are electable or not. So in a nutshell, I'm saying if that bill can solve that, so be it. Lastly, there is what people call truth, justice, and reconciliation. You know, that's very important terminologies. The truth is Raila has fought for democratic space. He has won at some point, but justice has been denied for some point or for some reason. And for us to heal our political differences, we need to face justice and reconcile by according this guy this last chance that he may deliver the Kenyan dream. And I therefore call upon friends out there to join us in this bandwagon. Bring 2 votes or 3, not very many. 2 plus 2, they can increase. The same way one Nelson Mandela in this forum talked and robbed my heart and then made me come back to ODM. It's a challenge to the panelists when we come here. Let's look for votes for Baba. Let's not just celebrate. We can celebrate, yes, but our bigger picture, if I can borrow from Mercy, is to have a transformed Kenya under the leadership of one Raila Amolo Odinga come 2022. And from there, we'll chart the way forward. Our friends in UDA, reconsider your position. We don't hate anyone. Come on board. Let's build Kenya together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, David. Someone wants to come on. We are not admitting right now ni kufunga tunafunga, so you are early for the next show, which will come later today, Kenyan time, 8 p.m. This one tunafunga sasa, so just follow. Stephen Ojuang, thank you for your interest to come in right now. We are not admitting. Tunafunga sasa, so will allow us to wale panelists wako hapa tu ndio tunawasikiza. Actually they are making their closing remarks. Hata Wanga tumemkaribisha tu atusalimie dakika 2, then nafunga. We have been here for 7 hours. So Wanga, hebu toa maoni yako bro, ndio nikufunga tunafunga sasa. Patie 2 minutes, then I think PK will have also 2 minutes, alafu we close. Wanga.
Thank you guys, and I'm sorry I was trying to look for you guys during the day because I was told that it's 8 p.m. Kenyan time. I tried and tried. Where I am now, we are talking about an 8-hour difference, but that's not an excuse. That's my problem. But moving on, one thing that we must accept is that a constitution is dynamic. We would be fools not to adapt to the needs of the society. We'd be fools not to adapt to the needs of, to the international change out there. So constitution is dynamic. One thing that, as I was listening from another device, Mercy said was that it should be, any constitutional change should be for posterity. And he gave examples of America, and I had people arguing 1, 2, 3, left, right, center. And usually it's a mistake when people say that, we have Democrats and Republicans. Those are the only 2 parties. They're not the only 2 parties. There are too many parties. It's just that the only 2 candidates that are known are the Democrats and the Republicans. And then we also must understand that the American system starts from the grassroots, and then they hold the federal government accountable. It starts from down here. Election is down here. Then we go up, all right? So that's one thing that we need to talk. But be told, you know, hiyo ni ya watu wa America. But let's come back to Kenya. Constitutional change is dynamic. We have learned the hard way, and history always judges us harshly. It's always harsh. We missed some constitutional changes in the 70s. We missed some in the 60s when Kenya was ready, and we were punished for it. And we bore the fruit in the 80s, you know, bad fruit in the 80s, bad fruit in the 90s, right? We are regaining. Kenya is not lost. We are regaining. And people are realizing in this new technological change, in this new constitutional, you know, rights awareness, in this new, you know, change that is political change that is there, right? Now, with that said, valid, only time will tell. We can't judge that. We can't judge the change as of today and say, oh, this was wrong and this was right. This is no. It takes time, and we must accept amendments. America has had all those amendments over how many years? Our democracy is still young. It's not an excuse. It is still young. And let us not strive to compare ourselves with the American and the European democracies. Those are democracies that have survived all those years. Now, just to finalize, I am happy with where we are, that we can interrogate, we can argue. These are spaces that we never had, right? But as we are listening to our politicians, what are they telling us? What is the message on the ground? Yes, I may advocate for Raila. Are we able to ask Raila, where are we going? I'm advocating for whatever candidate I have. What is the message down there, right? We must hold them accountable. If someone tells me that I'm going to give you 6,000 per household, no, I'm just quoting. I'm not saying that that's what they said. Are we able to interrogate? If someone says that I'll give a wheelbarrow per household, are we able to justify that the economy can support this? These are questions that we must ask. And we are lucky that we are in a Kenya that is more intelligent, is more observative, you know, is more inquisitive than what was happening in the 80s and the 70s. That's the Kenya we are in now. Let us not limit ourselves. Let us go out there, listen, stop, think, because God gave us a big brain between our ears and gave us all the other small organs. Let us stop and think, ask ourselves, is this politician just dancing for the for the little money that he's receiving on the side pocket? And if we can all hold our politicians accountable, fine, but give each and every constitutional change time to materialize, see the weakness, all right, and then propose. Our constitution is one of the most dynamic in this century. Give it time, all right? The amendments that are being made, let's give it time. Who is stopping us? We can still make those amendments. If this political parties act that is there's a problem in paragraph 3 or subsection 3, what is stopping you from advocating for a change in that? What is stopping you? After all, you are a Kenyan. You are the person who holds the vote. You are the person who is being represented in that. We must realize that we are the people down there. It is useless for us to, you know, simply say, oh, we are advocating, and yet we have representatives. We need to hold our politicians to account. With those few remarks, I'm sorry I was late. I'm sorry I've looked for you, but tutakuja, we will discuss. And Bwana Themba, asante sana for recognizing me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam Wanga, for those very eloquent statements, ably put. Indeed, we need to interrogate, we need to appreciate, and we need to question whatever is brought to us. PK, your final 2 minutes.
Yeah, my final 2 minutes regarding the topic of the day. I understand that the election has a timeline. There are things that have to be done within a specific period before we hold the next election. And for our members of parliament to be recalled, to come back, it is obviously that this exercise is aimed at beating a certain deadline. And if this exercise, although unfortunate as it turned out with fights and all that, but as Mercy has said, we'd rather have these guys fighting in parliament than the fight spilling over to the general public or to the general citizens of our beloved country. They'd rather fight there and streamline things. And if they are doing it for the benefit of the nation and making laws that will protect us and make the election a little bit smooth, then that is good. However, my major argument between the two horses, because we know there are only two horses, has always been, given the history and of the candidates in question, it is obvious that if number two has been this strong over the years, if given the chance to lead the country, and assuming that it will be a wrong bet, it means lazima tumvumilie miaka 10. But assuming we are making the wrong choice with Baba, my argument has always been tunaweza mvumilia miaka 5. So to anybody who is undecided, my argument has always been, are we better off kuvumilia mtu miaka 10 ama afadhali miaka 5 if that is the wrong choice? Asante.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. And I want to acknowledge some of us who have come to the comment section: Simon Waidaka, Davis Wasike,
Sorry, Themba. I think you left out Mercy.
Mercy has Mercy, you haven't given your closing remarks. Sorry, bro.
No.
Bado. Oh, thanks. Thanks, PK.
PK amekutetea kabisa hapa bwana. Inakaa umeongea mpaka nikafikiria ushaongea.
That's different of him. Thank you. Enes, I've talked enough. Enes, mine is to say, yeah, mine is to say this. Kusema kweli nimeshukuru. I mean, I've come this platform before, Themba. I think you've seen me. We've talked before. This platform is really important, and it's good that we are having these debates, because as time progressed, regardless of the arguments I made, I've come to learn more about the bill that maybe hata kama ningeenda tu kusoma peke yangu, because PK ameongea juu yake, Prince ameongea juu yake, and everybody else, and I'm going to check the bill. Notwithstanding, I think it's a good thing. I mean, to me, the way I was thinking about, but we have to see. I'm going to do my own research and everything else, but I think it's still progress, the way Themba said. It is still progress. And from my understanding, they are trying to create some sort of political sanity. Tukuwe na kidogo hii mambo ya kurukaruka hapa, wewe uko hapa leo, ukipewa pesa umeenda hivi, umedefect ama sijui umedefect lakini hujatoka chama, lakini uko ama hauko. So I think that's a good thing if, it's going to, let me say party discipline, pretty much that's the word I'm looking for. But I thank all the comments. I know I came into the firing lane. which is a good thing. So next time, and that's what breeds new ideas and new. Let's see what they go on one side. It doesn't help, but it's a good thing to have differing ideas. Then we come with better ideas from that particular, as long as we are to generate tuanze kupigana ama kadhalika. So general, I like this platform, and I thank you guys for hosting it anyways. Najua iko wanasema masaa iko inaisha, so I'm going to say thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. And I like that we still have 110 people watching. I mean, they have stayed long. We have 82.
It must be interesting, yeah.
We have 84 people watching on YouTube and the rest watching on Facebook. Thank you so much, those who have stayed locked up to this time. I want to acknowledge Simon Waidaka, Davis Wasike, Hezron Kijagulu, Dixon Mokua, anasema parties against one party, Yuda twende mbele. Yeah, that's what they were told, that it is many parties against one. Yeah, if it gives you psychological safety and happiness, they say in this world, find what makes you happy. If you find that this is what makes me happy to believe, that's okay. Don't stress over it. And I like what this governor for Mandago said, that siasa usiweke kwa moyo, weka kwa lungs, ndio ukibreathe inatoka. Sometimes we take politics too seriously, and you can suffer stress. And those politicians, after next year, then they move on with their life. So politics is to be breathed out. Kifika jioni na breathe out, inaendelea. Steven Ojuang, thank you. Dan Millionaire, Miliona, I think. David Arika, Desai, thank you. Adamez, Gitash, Eriko, and Hezron Kijagulu. Huyu ni kama alilipwa na Messi. Alikuja hapa kutuambia vile tupatie Messi nafasi. But Messi is one of us here. I think Wanga hasn't seen him. He comes once in a while, so we...
Yeah, I'm always here. Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
I watch nawaona saa zingine kwa vile niko busy ama niko job. Sasa na
Yeah.
sneak huwa tu nasikiza tu mkiongea, yeah.
Yeah, I think you haven't met PK. PK is comes nowadays.
I haven't,
You haven't met Princess Zaina. Princess Zaina amekuwa akitufuata huko mdogo mdogo. Unajua pia hapa tuko na FBI members. Hao wanaangalia chini kwa chini.
Yeah, ni sawa. Yes.
They are here. Mercy is a veteran here, so you have to link up, get to know each other at least.
Yes.
Mkimwona mnajua ni jamaa wa hapa. Kinara, Asante, Kilometer, and all the rest. Thank you so much. We may not mention everyone, but we really appreciate your staying locked up to this time. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are connected, Asante sana. Kindly subscribe to Motembei TV and share if you haven't subscribed. And also, remember the discussion here is about Kenya. We say Kenya is our business, and we here to make Kenya better. And we need to keep talking, because they say when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. We want to keep talking. So let's have this platform for us to share ideas. We are here to learn. And as I keep saying, and I want to repeat again, when you look at someone, know that that's a vote. Talk to him as a voter. Convince him. Persuade him. Let him see your view. At the end of the day, we are here to help someone make an informed choice come next year during elections. But this discussion does not stop in election. We'll also hold those leaders accountable. Whoever will come in will be saying, are they fulfilling what they're supposed to do? Because that is what we need to do. So this conversation continues. It doesn't stop and end with the elections next year. We need to think beyond election. Election is just a process of getting leaders. If we had an alternative, we would. But now this is what our constitution says. So we have this election coming. Let's talk, let's discuss. Let's meet again for another discussion, 8 p.m. Kenyan time. Sam Wanga, today it started a little late because we were hoping the voting will end before 8, but it went up to midnight. So we just decided let's go ahead and start the discussion. So we started it a little late, but obviously
The normal time is from 8 p.m. Kenyan time. Thank you so much, Mercy. Thank you so much,
Oh, you're
PK.
welcome.
Princess Zaina, thank you so much. Sam Wanga, thank you so much. God bless you. I also have a YouTube channel. Can you guys go there and leave for me a subscription and a comment? It's called Themba Ondiege TV on YouTube. Themba Ondiege TV on YouTube. If you go there, you can find it there. Subscribe to it. Let me put it on a private chat. No, let me put it on comment section so that you guys can sorry, I dropped off. Sorry. PK, you're still there? Oh, thank you. Sam Wanga, you're still there?
I've already subscribed.
Sam Wanga, you're still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm going to subscribe.
Yeah. Okay, I've put it in there. Let me see if I can put it on the comment section so that you guys can see it. Yeah, there it is. Other than that, see you tomorrow, good people. God bless. Bye.
All right. God bless. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Yeah.